Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is BMT. I think I'm coming in pretty well. I don't know. I believe I am. What's going on, Viper Sniper? Um, yeah, I wanted to talk about this one, and I wanted to get at this one. That is bothering me. There we go. I wanted to get at this one and actually focus on this one because this has always been such a big discussion, a big topic. Um, but surprisingly, um, not a lot of people are really banging at this. Not a lot of people are really talking about this, especially in these spaces. And that just lets you know how, I don't know, they're just not really grounded. People are not really aware, or maybe they just don't watch or pick up on these kind of things. So, what I'm going to do, because I'm going to talk about it, because, well, that's just what we do over here. We talk about things that really should matter, that really should be brought to the forefront. Um, I'm asking y'all to do a favor, like, share, subscribe, because we do know that we have a lot of issues going on uh, as men and women, family, the whole dichotomy of stuff happening around the U.S. or just in the home. Um, I have children, and I have two daughters. This is something that will definitely affect them. So I definitely have to be up on it up about this type of thing. Um, and I want to know how this is playing out. I feel like everything has a cause and effect. It has a ripple. If you don't pay attention, then you'll sadly get swallowed up. What affects one group will eventually affect the whole. And we can pretend like, hey, nah, that's not how it works. This is a great win. But I had to challenge and ask the question, who is this benefiting? Who's this actually helping? And what agenda is this type of, is this honestly pushing out? I'm waiting for my co-host for this one. Let me call my co-host, see where they're at. They literally had a co-host for this one. Just get my co-host.
Hey, this is a new phone. I'm trying to get the settings fixed.
Okay. Yeah, we're on.
Okay, I'm coming.
All right. while my co-host is on their way, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this out because we need to go ahead and take a look at this. Um, so, and we go. What do you need? I'm working. I'm working. Thank you. All right, so let me go ahead and look at this. Have you been affected by Texas' new abortion law? You want to hear your story, some abortion foes question, tactical wisdom on ban. Like I said, this has been going on for 2 hours to one day. It's been all over. I'm waiting for my partner. Texas near total ban. What laws? Let's go ahead. Let's look at the Texas Tribune. Let's go into that one. There's so many things to look at. This is pretty interesting. I'm going to need a beer for this one, possibly real soon. We antidoted Texas near total abortion ban. So that's pretty interesting that they're near a total abortion ban. Here's what the laws says about the enforcement. The enforcement. The law will be carried out by civilians deputized. Wow. The law will be carried out by civilians deputized to do what the state cannot enforce its new restrictive abortion law. Here's where the process is laid out in the statute and what it means. So this is crazy. So that means that the law that this law that's being pushed out, this ban, you're going to have it where civilians are going to be getting deputized to prevent other people from getting abortion. That's pretty wild. I was going to educated Aries. That's pretty wild that we're seeing that because that means you're deputizing people to tell on other people that want to get an abortion. I don't like how that's working or that's going to work because I feel like that's going to cause. And a lot of people say, well, what's wrong with that? So, how would you feel if they start having it where it's an anti you don't wear your mask? We need to call the police. I'm telling you right now, man, this is going to be bad for everyone. You know, I know a lot of people say this is the woman's issue, but I feel like there's a more of a big fluctuated cause to this one. I know I did say I was going to drop a link for this one. I'm not going to be too long. I just want to get out information about the Texas ban and my thoughts on this because I feel like for me to overlook this type of thing, and a lot of people talk about this on social media, that this is something that it's not that big of a deal, but let's Texas' new abortion law, which bans abortions at about 6 weeks from the patient's last menstrual period, rests on the actions of private citizens to enforce the law rather than the government. While the abortion patients themselves can't be sued under the new law, anyone who performs or aids with the abortion can be sued. And by almost anyone legal expert interviewed by the Texas Tribune have said that the law dramatically expands the constitutional rights to an abortion under Roe versus Wade as a legal defense. So in other words, the state can't enforce it. But if I were to take somebody to go get an abortion, I am liable to be sued. If I were to give a woman money to get an abortion, I am liable to be sued. Welcome, Attorney Nichelle. We're here on the talk. We're gonna just do, good talk. The ban on abortion law in Texas. Is this war? Is this the war on war?
This is a war. This is definitely a war on women. It's a war on equal protection. It's a war on your fundamental rights of privacy. Now, there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek being talked about this law, but the long and short of it is, this law was passed to appease the conservative base. It is causing havoc because a lot of providers are afraid. Because the one thing about the law that most people don't understand is that if I, as an individual, it has deputized the entire state. Any individual can file a lawsuit claiming that they know that this woman was pregnant beyond 6 weeks and she went and got an abortion. And if she got the abortion in the state of Texas, then that medical facility will be permanently closed down by the judge. So a lot of facilities that's the part that scares the facilities, including hospitals. And this bill has a lot of unforeseen consequences because doctors are afraid that they could be sued for $10,000. That's one thing. But think about, you're at a hospital, you're working at a hospital. This is a recent case. A woman came into a hospital in El Paso, Texas. She was 23 weeks into her pregnancy. She was having serious medical issues with her heart. And her OB recommended to go ahead and do an emergency cesarean in order to save the life of the mother. The hospital's lawyer came in and said, nope, can't do it, because the Texas law only has 3 exceptions that are not considered an abortion. One is any procedure to save the life of the baby is not considered an abortion. 2, delivering a stillborn is not considered an abortion. And 3, ending an ectopic pregnancy is not considered an abortion. So the general counsel said, saving the life of the mother is not one of the exemptions. So if you take this baby out at 23 weeks and the baby dies, this hospital could be shut down permanently. Couldn't even get the mother care flighted out to another hospital because care flight didn't want to assist in what might be later deemed an abortion. Do you see how crazy these laws are, Joe?
I definitely see that this is pretty wild. Because I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out while we go through this real quick. I feel like this might definitely be a war on women. That if we don't definitely look at this, I know I sent this out to a few people of the delegation to definitely take a look at this. But this is pretty serious because, I mean, is this infringement upon the rights of women or no?
I mean, the long and short of it is women that have money can always leave the state. I mean, you may not even need an assistance from anybody. You just hop on a plane or hop in your car and just go up to Mississippi, go over to Arkansas. You might even want to drive up to New York. It doesn't matter. Women that have the means to leave can leave. Go get an abortion and come back. You know, no harm, no foul. The problem with this law is that it fails and refuses to identify that women have medically protected healthcare information. Now, bear in mind, Roe v. Wade came out of Texas. So there's still a lot of Texas people that don't like the fact that the Supreme Court overturned our Texas law. In Roe v. Wade, this is the interesting thing about Roe v. Wade. It was a law in Texas that said that a doctor could, now let me say, a woman could not, let me say it just like it is. It was illegal in Texas to attempt to procure an abortion or to procure an abortion. Anyone found liable, found guilty of attempting to procure an abortion, they could go to jail. Anyone who purchased an abortion, they could go to jail. The question becomes, how would anybody know that you attempted to procure an abortion? How would anybody know that you procured an abortion? The long and short of it was the Supreme Court said, wait a minute, a woman could go to a doctor. The doctor could perform an abortion and then call the police and have the woman arrested. And he suffered no repercussions whatsoever. A woman could sit up there and ask her doctor, Doc, can I get an abortion? Is the baby going to pose a threat to my life? He could call the police on her. Or if a woman had enough money, she could say, yo, Doc, you know, if I have this baby, my husband's going to kill me because he's going to realize I've been cheating on him. Oh, this pregnancy poses a risk to the life of the mother. I can perform the abortion. It just took the doctor's word to decide whether or not he could or would perform an abortion. So the Supreme Court said, wait a minute, there were actually 3 plaintiffs in Roe v. Wade. There was Jane Doe, a married woman that had a medical condition that made it life-threatening for her to get pregnant. John Doe, who was a doctor. The Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court said, John Doe, this law doesn't even affect you. You can perform as many abortions as you want to and not even go to jail. You can perform an abortion and call and have the woman arrested after she pays you for performing the abortion. This law is not fair. So the law now protects a woman's right to talk to her doctor without her doctor being able to disclose anything that was discussed without the woman's permission. In Casey versus Planned Parenthood, the Supreme Court said, in order to pass a law restricting a woman's right to an abortion, the state must show a compelling interest in protecting the life of a viable baby. A state has no interest in protecting the life of a non-viable baby. Viability is usually around 24 weeks. The youngest baby ever born was born at 20 weeks and 2 days, and he just celebrated his first birthday. But that's the youngest baby in history.
Now, question. Now, Michelle, I thought, now, here's the thing I can't understand. Now, conservatives were saying that they want to have the right of choice to wear a mask, to vaccine, X, Y, and Z. But why are they taking the right of choice from a woman?
Because they believe that life begins at conception. They don't know when exactly conception occurs, but the science, they trust that science that says once a sperm gets with an egg, that is an independent life, and that life needs to be protected. They don't believe in objective criteria, but they trust the science to say that whenever the sperm meets the egg, then the woman should not have a right to terminate that life.
Is this
So
now? Is this
believe it or not, this is actually coming out of Texas. This is actually a compromise. They did a stupid compromise. Well, you guys want something objective, because you're right. No scientist can come into court and say, with any particular certainty, the exact date and time conception occurred. You can have sex with a woman and maybe 3 days later, she actually conceives. So there's no exact science to that. Sometimes within a 3-day window of sex, and how many men could she have had sex with within that 3-day window? So which one of those men would have any standing? Standing is a right to sue. Who would have standing to sue? The woman said, yeah, I slept with Bob on Monday, but I slept with Ron on Tuesday and Fred on Wednesday. And Fred and Bob don't want to have the baby. That's the problem that they're having here. That women don't have.
Now somebody says, well, this is easy. Like, you can just drive across the lines to another state like Oklahoma, Arkansas, New Mexico. Well, this is an easy fix for women. Why don't they just walk across the border into another clinic?
Women that have means and resources can easily do that. This law is not bothering women with means and resources. However, women that are poor, women that are disabled, people that have difficulty traveling in the first place are really impacted by this law. And bear in mind, if you don't have a car, you need to rely on public transportation. Lyft and Uber are refusing to go near abortion clinics.
I'm gonna pull this out for you. This is something that you sent me. Now you sent this out. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Notwithstanding any other law, any person, including an entity, attorney, or law firm who seeks declaratory or injunctive relief to prevent this state a political subdivision, any government entity or public official in this state, or any person in this state from enforcing any statute, ordinance, rule, regulation, or any other type of law that regulates or restricts abortion, or that limits taxpayer funding for individuals or entities that perform or promote abortion in any state or federal court, or that represent any intelligent seeking such relief in any state or federal court, is jointly severely liable to pay the cost of attorney's fees prevailing party Texas civil practice. And wow. So
basically they've just told every attorney, I'll say, I'm saying attorneys in Texas, but anyone who wants to try to stop the enforcement of this law, guess what? Yeah, if you get a crazy ass judge, and trust me, there are plenty of them, you get a crazy ass judge that refuses to enter an injunction. For example, in the case of the mother who was 23 weeks along, we all looked at the law and said, if we go down to the wrong judge and ask for an injunction to stop the hospital from refusing to perform an emergency cesarean, and we lose, we'll have to pay the other side attorney's fee. That severely limits the access that people have to legal help.
Why are they going so hard to prevent women from getting any type of aid or help? Like, this is crazy. As much as they talk about being a gentleman and different, why are they going so hard from preventing women from getting abortion? Why are they going so hard at this?
I think it comes down to really and truly, it's about control. It is about feminism. The irony of the situation is that white males and some white females feel that allowing women the freedom to determine their own reproductive health somehow or another inhibits their own freedom. People are saying things like, well, there are plenty of people out there that would adopt the baby as long as women were willing to have babies. On a practical note, the population rate in the United States is on the decline. Women used to have 2.3 kids in order to replace the next generation. Now we're down to 1.7, 1.8. Women are choosing not to have children. And as much as women want equality, we're finding that a lot of people want cashiers, janitors, that level of in-person help that poor people need to provide. So they want poor people to have babies.
Now,
Do the jobs that nobody else wants to do.
now, don't you think that this makes people want to be more responsible in who they lay down with or who they get with?
No, not at all. I mean, the long and short of it is they have not outlawed birth control yet.
Wait, what do you mean by they want to outlaw birth control, or they're trying to? What do you mean by that?
Okay, there are things that are called abortificants, like the day after pill, the RU486. In essence, the RU486 is banned after the 6th week. You can take the RU486 up until the 8th week of pregnancy, and it'll prevent the fertilized egg from attaching to the womb and creating the placenta. So doctors can no longer prescribe RU486 if they detect a heartbeat. And they are pushing to end any and all medications that will prevent a fertilized egg from attaching to the womb.
Now, because right now I'm pulling up about that, and literally Texas abortion ban fears leads women to stockpile on birth control. Texas bill limiting abortion-inducing pills, as well as we also have the Texas ban has led to confusion over access. Are women stockpiling on Plan B and morning after pills now? Are they stockpiling that? I feel like that.
As a mother of 2 daughters, one now deceased, I do know that the Plan B is hard to find.
Wow, so Plan B is not easy to get anymore in Texas.
Nope. I mean, bear in mind, the rule on shipping, aiding, and abetting an abortion. Plan B is only supposed to work within the first 72 hours. Although, arguably speaking, the stores do not want to be held liable, because if you take several Plan Bs later on in your pregnancy, it may result in the termination.
Wait. Pause. Let me get this correct. So you're saying, turning the shell, that stores don't really want to sell it no more. If I'm correct, because they feel that they would actually be aiding, technically, they are aiding because they're selling it to women to get Plan B, and so they are liable to get sued.
That's the quirky thing. They don't want to take people.
Shit. I would never want to move my children or any woman to Texas. I would never want to move. I would never want to move to Texas.
This is the thing that I have an issue with. Okay, so we haven't had a test case yet. Some Yahoo comes in and says, I know my girlfriend was pregnant. She showed me the pregnancy test. I wanted the baby. And the bitch went behind my back and had an abortion. You can't sue the mother for getting an abortion. But what you can do is go, well, I know her mama must have gave her the money to get the abortion. So now you have financial privacy. How are you going? Did you give your daughter some money to get an abortion? Excuse me? You're going to have all this frivolous litigation about who helped who get an abortion. But the long and short of it is you cannot subpoena a person's medical records. So how are you going to prove that this woman was pregnant?
Now, somebody brought up a good point, and thank y'all guys for putting in the comments. I am reading them. Somebody brought up a good point. Well, can't they just purchase Plan B online?
The law makes it a crime to send certain medication into the state of Texas.
Wait. Are you saying that they can't have it shipped into Texas?
It's caught. That is a crime. Now, who is going to?
Who made this law? They were very meticulous.
Remember, one law went into effect September 1st, and during the special session, they added the provision about shipping in certain abortificants to Texas. So, hey, there's underground for anything and everything. Marijuana is illegal in Texas, but I see people smoking it all the time.
Now here's the thing about it. Because is this a war where men should be helping women fight this? Or literally this is y'all issue, y'all need to handle?
No, think about it. I mean, no form of birth control is 100% effective. So as a male, this also takes away your right to discuss with your partner in case the birth control fails, what are your options? It takes the male's options away as well. Because if you find out your girlfriend is pregnant and you decide to aid her in getting an abortion, someone could sue you. It could even be your baby mama or imagine this. You are a progressive male. The woman that you are with decides, I don't want to have this baby. So you say, okay, baby, it's your choice. How far along are you? I'm right at 8 weeks, 7 weeks. Baby, you can't get an abortion in Texas. Okay, so let's go to Arkansas or New Mexico. Okay, well, if I drive you, I could be liable. Okay, well, why don't you help me pay for transportation? Okay, I'll do that. Guess what? The woman has up to 4 years to come and sue you for helping her get an abortion. As soon as she sees you've moved on with your life, you have a wife now. She's bitter. She had an abortion. She's thinking, if I'd had that baby, maybe he and I'd be living happy ever after. I can prove that he helped me go to another state to get an abortion because they're my medical record. I can produce my medical record and show the court that I was pregnant and he took me to get an abortion. Unintended consequences, fellas.
So now we've had men that have said that the woman needs to come to the man about getting an abortion. Does this mean that they won finally? That they've actually won? Because now
If
y'all, huh?
they haven't won, because listen to what I just said. If the woman has the financial means all on her own, and she says, I don't want to have this baby, she don't have to have it. She can go to another state. And you can't sue the woman for getting the abortion. You still can't sue the woman for getting the abortion. But the woman can sue you for aiding her in getting an abortion.
Oh my gosh! Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, they're probably this is probably going to kill the chances for any conservative to ever get voted for again. I'm being for real. Like, conservatives and Republicans are probably going to be the most hated people after this year, bar none.
I mean, it does not, from a legal vantage point, deputizing citizens to do this stuff. This is what they used to do back in the day when they didn't want black people to live in a certain neighborhood or any non-Caucasians. They would enter into these private agreements, and that you could sue anybody who broke the covenant and sold to a black person. And the Supreme Court said, you know something? You can't use private people to go into court and violate someone's constitutional rights. So at the end of the day, as soon as some yahoo comes into court and tries to get the court to impose the $10,000 fine and close a hospital or a facility down for performing an abortion, you have state action, because the court is part of the state. That's the part that, yeah, they didn't think this law through. This is one of those things where, okay, understand that Texas is very much a blue-collar state, that the people that are running the state, majority of the Republicans, went into the military instead of going directly to college. They come from blue-collar backgrounds. People are very proud to say that my parents didn't have anything. I'm doing so much better than my parents. Those people are being elected to serve in office, and they're not the brightest beings around. They're just not. I mean, we got Ted Kennedy that graduated from Harvard Law School that made his career trying to shut down pornography in the state of Texas. While when he was younger, he wanted to be a porn actor. You kind of understand what I'm saying?
Right. Now, one of the things about this, and I'm looking at it because I'm looking at this as a lot of men say that they wanted the right to have it. They wanted the right to have a chance to say, hey, I should have the right, like at least 50% say on whether you get an abortion or not. Do you believe that this is their answer towards
No.
that of the
Not at all. Because again, you come down to, if a woman wants to have an abortion, she can ask the guy to aid her in getting it, and he can wind up liable, or she can just handle it herself. I mean, there is the Poindexter that could try to sue her boyfriend, her mama, anyone that aids her after he says no, but the level of proof that he could bring into court would be slim to none. He's not going to have access to her medical records.
Now that's the thing. This is the thing that this thing I'm freaked out about. And everybody who got an email, who got the email invite, you're welcome to come. I predominantly sent this more so towards Texans, conservatives, and definitely people who have a feel on this. Uh, 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 we're also joined by a fellow BN member, one of the holders of the seat, the one, the only, the Topaz.
Hey, BMT. Hello. Nice meeting you, Attorney Nichelle.
Hello, nice to meet you as well.
So we have two highly accomplished women, two highly educated women, two Texans, I believe, and two women that are mothers, raise their children. Now you're hearing this, so y'all have been through the gauntlet, and I'm wondering what's going on through your mind as mothers for up and coming mothers. You understand what I'm saying? Like up and coming mothers and future parents. Is this going to be something that's going to like help fix marriage, or this is going to be something like, whoa, fuck this? This sounds like binding contract deals. Like,
Well, see, you can't. Okay, so it's my belief that you can't legislate good behavior. So this isn't going to do what they think is going to do. Is my concern with this, right? So what's going to happen? People are going to do what they want to do. Abortifacients as well as back alley abortions have happened throughout time. Okay, all this is going to do is have people become extremely desperate, and we're going to lose a lot of lives to people who are trying to do it to get around the legal system. It's also going to clutter up the legal system with lawsuits for, people trying to control somebody else's behavior. Everything is so focused in this sense on women getting abortions to where now, when you have other things going on that you need the court system for, it's going to take forever. Because let's just pay attention to the wording of the law. One, you will be awarded at least $10,000. You're not required to show any proof that somebody was like you. There's no way you could have the proof to bring a suit against them, and you don't have to be connected to the person that you're suing. So not only could like the man who wanted the baby sue the hospital, but also let's say somebody who was walking past a group of people and heard a conversation, and now they get to say, oh, I know that hospital, and they get to sue the hospital because I happen to have knowledge that y'all did an abortion. And then they get at least $10,000. So, what they're trying to do is make it so reckless that no one is willing to participate in providing an abortion. And then I heard y'all earlier say that the woman could go across state lines. I mean, she could, but however she got there, that person can be sued.
Yes.
God damn, what? I'm not gonna lie. If I needed that money, I would post up a chair.
Yeah, right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's
I would be with my tobacco. I would be on goddamn fire snitch duty, and I would.
That's what they're hoping to do. That's why they're deputizing citizens, because that's how they get around the federal courts coming down and say, "Hey, this is unconstitutional." So they're saying the state isn't doing it; the citizens are doing it, and they're doing it through the court system for civil court. It's not criminal. So basically, they're getting around all the loopholes. Whoever wrote this bill took all of that into consideration. So the federal law, Roe versus Wade, doesn't apply here. And you have citizens who are going around with binoculars and recording devices waiting to hear if somebody's had an abortion. Like, it's just going to get progressively worse. So that, for me, this is not doing what they think is doing. They're telling people that they're trying to promote abstinence, but that's not going to get abstinence. What it's going to get is a bunch of accusations and rumors with no burden of proof, and a bunch of money being flung different places, and somebody is going to figure out a way to get paid and come up off of this. They had a website.
That they have a website called for whistleblowers.
Yes,
the website was shut. That website was shut down.
Exactly.
And
they're trying to get it back up.
They're trying to get it back up.
They're going to get it back up. What happened is the hosting site for the website was pressured into taking it off of their hosting site. But all they have to do is find a group of people who are willing to host the website who aren't afraid, and they will have it back up. So the point is, you get to go in and make tips and make reports on people who are helping or either providing abortions. And so, like, all you have to do is just have it's an anonymous tip. So, you know, what happens when things are reported anonymous? There's no accountability. So you can have a bunch of people just putting people on this website, and then therefore you still don't get a list of people who are providing abortions. What you get is people who are mad at them.
Now, the thing about this, I'm concerned, and we're also joined here by Jay of Low Value. A lot of people are.
I missed the first few minutes of your show, but I did want to say a couple things. I'm not really addressing the trolls in the comments, but I did want to say a few things. Most women don't know they're pregnant until after 6 weeks. That's why that 6-week number is very important. Most women don't know they're pregnant until at least 7 or 8 weeks. So there's that part. Most states provide abortion up until 24 weeks. Usually you can get an abortion pill between weeks 7 and 10, I think. I don't remember off the top of my head. So after week 10 is when it gets dicey, and you would have to have a traditional abortion, if you will. Abortion is healthcare. There are many reasons why women choose to get an abortion. And you know, and I know when I spoke to you yesterday, Josiah, one of my arguments was a lot of these people that are against abortion, they are not pro-life, they are pro-birth. As you do not give a shit what happens to the baby after it is born. Because you cannot be against abortion and then also cut things like SNAP and welfare and Section 8 and Medicare, Medicaid. You can't do both. You can't. So ultimately what's going to end up happening is, and also there's another thing where I guess because the birth rate of white people, not the global majority of brown people, but of white people, is at its lowest point that it's been here in the United States in over 30 years. And 60% of abortions are by white women. So they're just trying to get their population back up, really, is what it is. Like I said, you know, my little conspiracy theory is that they're looking for more soldiers, but that's a whole other conversation. So
now here's the question that I'm always asking. Now here's the thing I'm trying to ask. And what's going on, Mobile? I have missed you, bro. Missed you,
Maurice.
Now, one of the things about it is, and the thing about it, I'm concerned about this, is that a lot of men and religion are pushing at this. I feel like certain agencies are pushing at this, and if that's what
I also want to say the abortion rate is the lowest that it's ever been in like 20 years. So all of these bullshit talking points that y'all are saying in the comments, the abortion rates are the lowest that they've been since the 90s.
Now,
it's bullshit about the whole Planned Parenthood and this, that, and the third, because rich white women will always have access to abortion. Always.
Now I want to understand this, and like I said, I want to ask the women. They're already mothers, they have their children. Y'all can't say they're not educated and they're just dropping a bunch of babies. All three of these women are highly educated women that literally raise their kids. Their kids are not doing anything crazy. I'm trying to figure out why is this not really being talked about? Like, because I know other people who do talk about this and bring about it, they are ashamed about it. And maybe I'm just saying, so I said, you know, what the fuck? Why not I just go talk about it? So I'm trying to figure out why is this not...
worry about the fucking kids you already got instead of worrying about what women are doing.
I'm trying to figure out why is this not a big deal? Because literally, this is human rights 101 being violated. Because that means you don't have a choice whether to choose. Listen, y'all, I want you to understand this. Michelle will tell you, Jay will tell you, Topaz, people who know me. I'm not an abortion advocate. I'm not. But I am a choice advocate that I feel everybody should have their choice. And I'm telling y'all right now, if it came to my loved one, my mate, and she was on that table, and they said, hey, she gives birth to this child, or she tries to attempt to give birth to this child, she's gonna die, I'm gonna be like, where's that vacuum cleaner at? We're getting this motherfucker out.
Okay,
I
so
can.
Did you really have to just say vacuum cleaner though?
I'm
okay,
looking
but
good.
BMT. Okay, so that's one of the things.
I'm not losing my woman over no fucking goddamn table shit.
Let me
That's
tell
one of
you
the
what
things that
I've
they allow
I'm
is
assuming y'all
medical
what? I don't care.
emergencies.
I
no,
don't-
it's not. It's not. It's not. We just went through that last week. There are 3 exceptions that are not considered an abortion: a procedure to save the life of the child, a procedure to deliver a stillborn, or procedure to deliver an ectopic pregnancy. The law says medical emergency, but the 3 exceptions are to save the life of the kid, a stillborn, or an ectopic pregnancy. There is no exception to save the life of the mother.
So what?
Right.
What?
So
Okay.
also,
Hilarious.
if an 11-year-old gets raped by their uncle, they're forced to carry that baby to term because
Yeah.
that's not an emergency.
Who the
Yeah.
fuck?
According to the governor, she got 6 weeks. She got 6 weeks to get an abortion.
If
She
you
got
don't-
6 weeks.
I want to get out of Texas.
And
now,
that
like,
is, but wait a minute, but that's 6 weeks. The clock starts from the last day of her last menstrual cycle. So, you won't even know until 4 weeks in.
Now-
You won't get
now-
symptoms until that 2-week window. And then after that, now let's say that, if they can detect a heartbeat and you're at 5 weeks, still no.
now
But it's
that's
actually not even a heartbeat that they're detecting. They've already proven that that's not that 7-week quote unquote heartbeat is not a heartbeat that they detect.
No, you take a walk.
But see that's the thing about it. Like for any of us who are parents, I'm gonna tell you right now. By the time you, the daddy, find out, or even the mommy find out, you damn well are like in like
8 weeks,
either-
about 8 weeks.
You're about
About
like
8. When I found out I was pregnant, I think I was like 7, maybe 7 or 8 weeks.
right. Like you're already like, well, shit. Like, babe, what are you gonna tell me? And she'll be like, I just found out. The fuck you mean? Like, I'm like, well, you had your period, did you? Yes, I did, idiot. Like, I'm like, shit. Well, I guess
But you usually ovulate. You usually ovulate 10 to 14 days after your last period. So then you're not going to know you're pregnant until another. So technically, you have your period every 28 days, roughly. So if you think about it, you ovulate somewhere in the middle of that. Usually, typically. So that's not always. No, that's not 100%. That I'm just saying in general. So if you ovulate 10 to 14 days, and it's going to be another 2 to 3 weeks before because periods, sometimes people just miss periods because sometimes your period's a couple days late or whatever the case may be. And women know this, but it's always men that seem to always want to argue against abortion. But sometimes your period is 2 to 3 days late due to stress, anxiety, work. All kinds of things can make your period late, and it's not just pregnancy. So usually a woman isn't going to be like, oh shit, maybe I am, until they're about a week late. So now you're hovering into like another month now at this point.
And don't forget how long it takes to set up an appointment.
Right.
I mean,
on top
walk-in clinics are far few between.
Now, why is there now? The thing about it, and welcome. One of the originals to this is, like I said, I know some people ask me, but I got a message on my phone. BMT, this is a woman's problem, but I'm like, nah, dog. Like,
until they get a child support order and they cry online for 18 years about it.
This is my thing, and I'm doing a hypothetical. Michelle comes to me, I'm pregnant. Oh shit, we can't afford another.
Damn, Joe, you cheating on me?
Shut up, girl. Like we're having to deal with it. But now let's deal with it. If I am married to Jay, but I stepped out and made a baby with Michelle, and then Michelle's like, listen, we can fix this shit. Wait, with the law in Texas, we can't get an abortion now. Now you're up shit street. Because guess what? Your right to choose on whether or not you want to be down with this. I feel like this is something bigger than what a lot of people really understand what they're dealing with. I know people say, well, maybe these women are going to be more accountable. Like, listen, man, we're playing like major league human rights, like takeaway. Like, y'all bitching about vaccines. Fuck that shit right now. Right now, it's
the
like
average person isn't using abortion as a form of birth control. I hate that commentary when people say that. The average woman, of course, people in these spaces always talk about the lowest common denominator, but the 95% of women are not using abortion as a form of birth control. 9 times out of 10, when a woman is getting a getting an abortion, it's because their birth control failed. To be honest.
Go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I'm just looking up something real quick.
Now, I'm asking the thing about if this is to Texas, what is the chance that this will possibly make it over towards other states?
Well, it will, because I feel that because they were already trying to get rid of Plan B. Now this is where it's going to get interesting. They've already discussed getting rid of Plan B, this, that, and the third. States like Ohio and Florida. And you're right, Joe. It's quite a few things going on the conservative side of things. Either A, they're killing themselves off. B, they're getting felonies from the whole January 6th thing. Or C, I guess they figure this is the only way they're going to win. But it's almost like they don't want to win anymore. I don't know. But states like Ohio and Florida are also looking into this. So it could potentially be a huge clusterfuck. But,
Shout out to Trailer. I'll give this one is one of the women or Aries. That rape and incest argument is tired and played out. That only accounts for 2% of abortions.
I mean, the argument that your ex don't let you see your kid is played out too. But here we are.
I said that, Jay. Stop.
Oh, did I say that out loud? My bad.
Yes.
Can I speak? Will you let me know when I can speak, because I don't want to speak over anyone.
I'm done.
Okay. So
I'm
the thing.
gonna
What's up, Koja?
Hey, I want to say, for the people talking about it, the old deal sucks for women. In a country, we spend our money on what are priorities. Child care is not a priority. Health care is not a priority. Food is not a priority. So within this, they saying have babies, and they even have made single motherhood look down on. So when these babies are being born out of wedlock, and you're slut shaming the mothers, and you're saying have babies anyway, which is not that. We cannot talk out of both sides of our mouths. And in a country that says they want to prioritize this, they have to make their actions line up. So for the people saying have babies, make it better. Even with working moms, there is really no great support or fathers to have babies, because it takes 2 incomes, and the incomes are not sustainable in this country for one person to either sit home when you go on the average median income. So when I hear and see people in the chat writing stuff, we need our actions to line up. If having babies are so important, we need policies in place. And for the people who advocate for having these babies, don't vote for a party that does not support childcare, that does not support healthcare, and the things that will make it easier to have a baby. I'm going to say it again. I spend $8,000 a year for healthcare. What average couple, when the median income is under that, can do that? So we have not made it friendly to have babies in this country for the people who want that. And that's what I wanted to say on that part. That's all.
Let me read this super chat. Shout out to Kelly. What's going on, Kelly? She says, love your BMT. If I'm pregnant, I'm offing myself. Thank you, Kelly. Please do not just take the baby.
I mean, she's not wrong.
But believe it or not, if y'all, how many of y'all remember in the 90s, in the late 80s, women were taking their babies and they were dropping them off, like they were just putting them outside, like they were like, "Fuck." That's
what's going to end up happening here. But hey, as long as they don't get an abortion, right? Hey, dump them off and have them in the foster care system for God knows how many years, and then they come out fucked up, and then that's the kid that ends up robbing your house because their mother couldn't get an abortion. But
I think Clinton
that was on the news. Go ahead.
I think Clinton added birth control in when Clinton was in office, made birth control part of insurance. So up until Clinton, birth control wasn't even optionable on the majority of insurances. You couldn't be a working person and go and say, hey, I want this. And I remember when I was a teenager, 18 or 19, the Nora plant costed $300. My mother was a social worker of 5 children, 3 adopted. And I had to lie, cheat, and steal to get a Nora plant for birth control as an 18-year-old. So while people are saying it wasn't that long ago when insurance, and they're gonna walk that back as soon as
thanks, Obama. Yeah, Obama was actually the one that made it free for
I know
it
was one of them.
No, you're right. Clinton allowed it to be covered under insurance, because you're right. Because I remember my first couple years in college when I was on the pill, my college actually covered the cost of the birth control pill.
Now,
But if they walk back the abortion, they're gonna walk back the birth control portion. And we're going to be in dark times. So while these people are talking about responsibility, this is a first step in a multi-step series to undo a lot of stuff for the people who want to go back to the archaic days, because that is the next step.
They do until they get their child support order.
I want to say this real quick. I'm going to step up. I need people to understand. Texas had a special session that when people say, excuse me, when people in the comments are saying the law does not apply to Plan B, in the special session, Joe, I just sent it to you. It says abortion-inducing drugs, legislation similar to Senate Bill 394 from the 87th legislature, regular session, which prohibits people from providing abortion-inducing drugs by mail or delivery service, strengthens the law applicable to reporting abortions and abortion complications, and ensures that no abortion-inducing drugs are provided unless there is a voluntary informed consent, whatever the hell that means. So, men are going after what they call abortificants, anything that could induce an abortion after the egg meets the sperm, which does include some birth control pills. So that's where we are.
By the man who's in the chat talking about keep your legs closed, I would hope that they make a second part of that about keep your penis in your pants, and they come after the fathers as well.
I'm all for mandatory vasectomies, but go.
So let me go ahead and get it over to Educated Aries, and then I'm gonna bring it to Topaz. What's going on, Educated Aries? Welcome, brother. And Doug says, anyone believe that this is direct response to in New York's abortion law that a mother can terminate baby up until labor? That's a pretty good question, Doug. That's a really good question. Thank you, Doug. We'll answer that.
Well, from what I've heard about this Texas law, it's written to not actually stand in the courts. I think that I've heard that this law is so draconian and so harsh that they've set it up so that they knew that it's supposed to get to the Supreme Court and be deemed unconstitutional. But I think the goal of this law being written was to get abortion clinics closed. And the reason why is because they are making it okay for you to actually sue anybody who's in the process of even helping someone get an abortion. If I pick a woman up and drive her to the clinic, I can be found liable for up to $10,000. So I think that was the reason why they wrote it and made it. I think that was the general purpose of this whole law being written. I think that they knew that this law was going to get thrown out, but they wanted the clinics to be closed. That's what the real motivation behind this law, because it's too damn draconian. I think that anybody with his right mind knows that this is too hard.
Backdoor this. They're gonna backdoor this into a criminal charge. Some Yahoo district attorney or state's attorney is gonna find a way to find some little sliver to criminalize this and going across state lines and make it something else.
That's the reason why I was waiting for the Justice Department to sue Texas, and I think that that's what And I think that the Supreme Court, the reason why they didn't didn't want to pick up the case was because they said they used some type of excuse about the plaintiffs actually not having any not having or finding the appropriate legal ground for the case to be heard on the Supreme Court. But once that's cleared up, I think the constitutionality of it, I think that it's going to be heard in the Supreme Court. I'm looking at the Mississippi abortion law also, because I think that's going up to the Supreme Court as well. At the end of the day, I just get frustrated because I think I made a video about the hypocrisy. The same people who made this law about controlling women's bodies are upset about the government trying to force a vaccination on us as well. Because the same, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you don't want the government to push vaccination on us because the biggest claim is, oh, that's my body. You don't have the right to force me to take a damn injection, but you're also telling a woman what to do with her body. The government needs to pick a lane. Either you're going to be able to force us to do something or you're not. Because
that's why I said the government doesn't give a shit about of the baby. The government does not care about the baby once it leaves the womb because, I said,
exactly.
they cut social services, they cut funding to schools, they cut all kinds of things. So they don't give a shit about the baby after it's here.
And are we talking about the government or are we talking about one particular party? Because, I mean, you're talking to a Democrat. I don't give a damn, I'm a liberal.
Typically, I'm talking about the other side in general. But,
the GOP.
Yeah. But let me get at
yes.
Let me figure this out. Like I said, but I remember the first 5 minutes of Baby Boy. Have everybody seen Baby Boy already? So I don't have to go too deep into it.
Like 30 years ago.
Okay, good. So y'all should know it's a classic now. I don't know why it's a nigga classic. It's a classic. But and for those of y'all who have not seen it, y'all believe it or not, but a lot of men take their women down to the abortion clinic. Y'all don't. That's the first opening. What is Jody doing to Yvette? Taking her to the abortion clinic to go get an abortion. They say, "Come on, baby."
You know, in all fairness to the legislature in Texas, because they got bombarded by the idiots. When the bill was first introduced, it was a prohibition on doctors making money off of taking the life of another human being. Most people were fine with that. It's like, how can you make money dismembering a baby? That's disgusting. But it quickly escalated to men saying things like, they told my wife that if she gave birth to this baby, she was going to die. And I said, I want my baby. And my wife was a trooper. She stuck it out and she has a baby. My child is 40 years old now. And that damn doctor didn't know what he was talking about.
They charge you more to get an ingrown toenail removed than they make for an abortion. Last thing I know, abortion was like $385 for the procedure and $395 for the pill, I think. You go and get an ingrown toenail removed and it costs more money than that. So it is not all this big money in abortion.
In some private insurance companies cover it.
Let me ask this question over to Topaz. I'm gonna swing this at her. Topaz, are you there right now, dear?
Yeah, I'm here.
I want to ask about this. It's no secret. It's a lot of strenuous stress, mentally for a woman, and being pregnant. How is this going to work out now with a woman now being told that she's forcefully going to have to carry? We already had the one incident with the one mother taking the child's life. How now is this going to play out? But I can pretty much assure your office is going to probably start getting phone calls about this kind of thing.
Well, okay, so here's what's going to happen. My office won't start getting calls because people don't believe that it's something, like they don't recognize that there is a mental health component to either having an abortion or being prevented from having one. But what will happen,
I'm just saying postpartum is real, y'all. Y'all don't think these women are
and that's okay. So I'm gonna get to that too. So, but initially, what's gonna happen is you're gonna have a lot of people that are viewing this as a loss of their autonomy, and that is never good for mental health. So there are gonna be a lot of people who feel like their life is not their own, and it's actually a precursor to a lot of mental illness when you start to have an external locus of control. Somebody else is in control of your life. Now, you just mentioned postpartum. So imagine a person who didn't want to be pregnant in the first place, now also having that coupled with postpartum depression. So yeah, we're going to need to be able to support the women who have these children. And then guess what? There's also a mental health component about giving a child up for adoption. Even if you didn't want to be pregnant, even if you weren't planning on being a parent, there's still a bonding that occurs when you are carrying life for 9 months and then to hand it over to somebody after that. You know, like even now, there are people who were planning on adoption and then they changed their mind at the last minute, or either people who never thought about never thought about adoption, and then life gets hard as a parent, and then they want to try to put like older children up for adoption. It's varied. It's a lot of different things that can happen. So the key is, it will be time for the mental health field to get the word out to say, yes, we can help you through this experience, at least for the mental health part. We can't do anything, about the law in terms of our job, but, we can at least help you go through it. And I did want to mention that I looked up, I was just looking at different articles about the law. And so another thing that they're doing is they are limiting the types of defense that a defendant can have in these cases. So if somebody is suing you because you either provided an abortion or either you took somebody you helped somebody get transportation to get one, you can be sued by however many people that decide that they have a problem with you having done this. You don't have a whole lot of defenses that you can use. They really thought of everything in this bill. It is just, I'm looking at more stuff that is put in. I'm looking at the actual bill, word for word, and there's really no way to get around this. What they're trying to do is bankrupt people who provide abortions.
Now, what? This brother put out a good point. We know abuse rates are going to skyrocket, along with foster care and illegal medical practices. In Texas. I don't think I don't think it's just going to be in Texas. Educated Aries and Koja and Jay were saying.
Can I say one thing?
There's
even places where the people carried the babies from rape to birth, and they are forced to co-parent and take that child to visitation. One had to take it to the prison to see the rapist. So even in cases where they say, you know what, I got raped and I'm gonna raise this child, they have to see their rapist on a regular basis. And there are multiple cases across the United States. I want to say one was Texas.
The sexual assault, but thank you. Sexual assault. But the thing about it is, shout out to Trailer. Trailer said we have a president wanting to put draconian, that's a new word for me now, orders on everyone in this country, yet we're here arguing whether or not to kill a baby. Thank you, Trailer. You are always welcome to come up, Trailer. They are having.
Well,
go ahead.
Tell Trailer that this bill includes incest. It covers rape. I'm sorry. Rape. So you're telling me that you're forcing a woman, and at the end of the day, as a man, I always give credence to women because women have to carry the baby 9 months. It doesn't physically affect the man's body, but it does affect the woman's body. The saying goes where, you have one foot in the grave, 1 foot on the banana peel when you're pregnant as a woman. Like, I just feel some type of way that predominantly white men are telling women what to do with their body. I have an innate issue with that. So, I mean, the idea of having a woman be forced to see their own sexual offender forcing that's like irreparable harm, and it still is in the state is forcing this on women. But nevertheless,
Okay.
I just have a problem with it.
So I
But we
will.
can't even force men to get vasectomies. Now, if they want to go by that same rule, it should be you've had your 3 children. We're going to force you to get a vasectomy. But no one is doing that. But yet, and still, he feels the right to say that.
I'm all for mandatory vasectomies when they turn 17. Shit. Or hell, even
17.
We're not making this a gender war. We're not making this a gender
14.
war.
No, let's be honest. What was it that the governor of Texas passed that girls 12 years and older were mandated to get a vaccine to prevent them from having cervical cancer from sexually transmitted disease?
That didn't
Girls-
happen, Michelle.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Yes, it's called HPV.
Oh, yes, it did.
HPV vaccine. Yes, that is a thing.
No,
It's a cancer preventative vaccination.
Yes,
in
I will
girls.
never be going to Texas. Well, yes, you kiss that cookout goodbye. But God damn, boy. Thank you, Jesus. I have a pee-pee. Because, yeah, I got no time for this bullshit. So let me get this straight, man. And I get it. Some guys, some of y'all think that, hey, your patriarchy is being attacked. I get that. Some other people think that, hey, this is removing accountability from the woman. Okay. Then other people are saying that, hey, this is the last and evil days of the Bible. And other people say that, hey,
Man, we've been in the last days of the Bible for 8,000 years. I hate that fucking dumb shit.
You know, you got these involuntary celibate men that have nothing else to do but sit up there and go, I wonder why these bitches got babies with these men that don't want to be with them and I can't get no pussy. What's going on?
If baby mamas were so easy, they should be able to find one. You can't find a baby mama to have a baby with you. You must be super fucked up as an individual. If don't nobody know, everybody see you so toxic that they don't even want to co-parent with you. Like the possibility when they know
They don't even want to have sex with. I have literally been around these men that sit up there. They're pushing for craziness. They want 50, the baby's 50-50 mine. I want, as soon as the baby comes out, I want 50% custody. What about breastfeed? The bitch should pump. They have no respect for women. None.
And the thing is, in the old days, women didn't have a choice. I took you, I raped you, I got you pregnant. Now we can marry you off as a
word. Stop saying our word. Say
I'm
sexual.
sorry, I apologize. But now I can marry you off to the person who had fun with you as a child, their fun, but not your fun, and you continually be abused for the rest of your life. That's how it used to be. And women said, we don't like that. We don't like it so much that we don't even want to have all these children anymore. That's how much that deal sucked. If it was a good deal, if it was so great for women, we still be doing it. We don't fix what ain't broke. It was broken and it wasn't a good deal. And we want a new deal.
I think a lot of men don't get the fact that you can have the best relationship as roommates. You know, it's 50-50 until the baby comes. That once the baby comes, it has put so much toll on the woman's body, her mind, body, and soul, that she had a life growing inside of her. Now she has to feed the child, protect the child, keep it warm. That the maternal instinct is something that mankind should not play with. Women are, most women, I should say, most female species will die for their kids. It's just something Mother Nature gave us. And when men sit up there and go, no, I want the child 50-50. Okay, you get the child 50-50. You're forgetting that you're weakening the bond with this mother. Her instincts, for 7 days, she's not on alert to hear if the child is crying. She's not on alert to the child's needs like she would be if she was around the child 24/7. So we have children and mothers that come out of these visitation schedules where the kids and mothers are not bonded like they used to be. You'll see these white kids, especially the white kids, they're like, mother, I want to stay with dad. I'll see you later. And they think they're empowered to do that. Because unlike in the black community, when women divorce one husband, they are pushed to go find another husband to be the stepfather. And that stepfather comes in and starts procreating with that woman. And then daddy comes in and says, wait a minute, why is that man over my child? They don't like the fact that these white women have the independence to move on with their life and create a new family. That was something that was reserved for white men, because we've heard of the First Wives Club, that in the white community, it was, look at Donald Trump. I mean, look at Reagan. You had your first wife, you had kids with her, and then when she got about 40 years old, you found a 20-year-old to marry and start all over again. That was very common among white men.
But it's not just that. They want to leave these women destitute. They say, I don't care if you raise my children. There are so many states where they're doing alimony reform bills to eliminate alimony for women who were stay-at-home moms for 20 years, who didn't work, who don't have Social Security, who don't have 20. They're not even wanting to say, you did good time. I want to trade you in. Here's your severance pay. They don't even want to give them severance pay.
No, excuse the expression. I've had men tell me that they should not have to pay for vagina that they don't get to enjoy. I had one crazy divorce client that asked for conjugal visits in the divorce decree. He said if he was paying for it, he should be able to enjoy it.
Now, I'm trying to figure this out. And like I said, I invite people to come up and have a discussion. I'm not doing gender battle. I'm not doing all that stuff. I'm having a logical adult conversation. We're not going to cut each other off.
I'm just saying, if you got to eat the whole elephant of it. You can't pick I just want the T-bone steak part of the cow. I don't want the oxtails. I don't want the tripe. You got to eat the whole thing. And they want to pick and choose over the best cuts of this issue without eating the whole entire cow. You can't just get the porterhouse. You can't get the filet mignon. You got to get all of the tripe, the tongue, the testicles. You got to eat it all.
So, and the thing what I'm trying to find out is, where is the end game? I understand you have one side on the panel, they feel that, hey, this is unfair. Another side feels like this is unfair for the children. And either way, it's dealing with life. It is dealing with life. I know Mississippi, just like Educated Aries brought up, there's other states that are actually that are fighting. Texas is nearly at 100% from what Michelle and Topaz are saying. And literally, I was hitting up a friend about it, Texas. I thought they were joking on Facebook when they're like, yo, anybody got any plan Bs? I'm not talking, this is not a female, this was a guy. He's like, yo, does anybody have any plan B? Why would a man be asking other men on Facebook, does anybody have plan B?
Well, because some pharmacists refuse to sell it to men because they believe that since they're not the one taking it, the woman who's going to take it has to come up and say that they want the plan B.
Now,
Right. I used to have to give a license for it, my driver's license, because I got embarrassed. I said, I can't keep going to this same damn place and them get my license. But you used to have to present a license. I don't know if you have to now.
Now the thing.
Yeah, because isn't it an age requirement?
It is. CVS.
Or a parent. You have to have, if you're under the age of 18, you have to have your parent there.
At least 18. I talked to a few women about this. Like I said, I did at least about a day's worth of research sitting down with Jay, talking with a few other women about this. How do they feel about this law? A lot of women said if this shit would happen, they're just going to swallow some bleach, Koja. They said if this shit would happen, I'm just going to swallow some bleach. or my man, you can just expect he better go get a vasectomy. I will drive his ass right down there to get a vasectomy. Again, I will not put my body on the line for no man. Um, I got to be real with y'all. As a man with I got two daughters right now that are babies. I got a niece. I got other women, my adopted daughters. This kind of fucks with me. I could give a shit how any men feel or whatever constitution. I'm thinking about. I want my daughters to have the same rights and choice, just like a man, to their life, their livelihood. You know, I listen. I've had my children taken from me. I've watched life and I watched death. I don't find it fair. I don't find it fair anymore that women have been working hard to have the right to have choice just for somebody who is not them to make a choice over them. Like
I
said,
think the problem, especially in Texas, at one point in time, you had legislation that was geared toward protecting a man's sister, protecting a man's daughter. Now that white males, and I have to be honest, white males feel like they have no laws protecting them. That all the laws protect minorities, they protect women. So now there is a pushback. Men are fighting to end no-fault divorces because women, 70% of the divorces are initiated by women. Men no longer want to pay alimony. They don't want to pay child support. They're like, you women are equal now. So if you want to be equal,
let her
They
finish.
the one who pushed for the no-fault divorce. It was a man thing. Men wanted to say, I can screw who I want to screw and you not take my money. It was for them.
yes, but women started using it. Just like I said with this abortion law, women have the best standing to go after the men that help them get an abortion.
Okay,
It's the stupidest thing that I see constantly. I had one client that wanted 50-50 visitation of his 3-month-old child. I get it for him. Then he suddenly finds out, wait a minute, daycare for this 3-month-old is $200 a week. I only make $10 an hour. Dude, that's why you're only paying $400 a month, is because that was 20% of your check. He said, but that was just too much. I said, now you get the kid twice a month and you have to pay $400 to the woman that's taking care of the kid while you're at work. He said, that's not fair. What's not fair about it? When my baby mama has the kid, her mama watches the kid for free. And that's her mama. Well, that's not fair. My mama have to work. Why can't her mama keep my kid when I'm at work? Just men are some whiny little mud buckets. And then I talked to his mother. His mother says, well, I don't think it's fair because when I was raising my son, his father didn't give me that kind of money. I didn't get $400 20 years ago.
now hold on.
You have stupidity on both sides.
I want you to understand, everyone in the chat. I did invite some white people to come up on the panel for it to be a round conversation. If the white people choose not to want to sit with the Negroes, please, white people, miss me with the shit when y'all say, hey, I want to have the discussion. Kiss my ass. I invited y'all to come. Don't say I base this off of race. That's them talking that shit, not me. I am literally talking about women's rights for birth. I never said anything about race. You can go look at the rehash. Listen,
You know, I think a lot of conservatives are just dumb stupid, because when you sit up there and say we're not talking about responsibility before you have sex, we are talking about responsibility before you have sex. We're sitting up here saying birth control fails. Birth control fails. That the majority of women who go in to get an abortion, they're going in to get an abortion because the birth control failed. There are two forms of birth control that really and truly work 90% of the time, that's abstinence. And I say abstinence only works 90% of the time because you can be raped. And a vasectomy. A vasectomy works a lot better than birth control pills.
I'm
So
gonna
again,
say, as a nurse and a person, when the Norplant came out, that's the thing they put under the arm. I forget the new name for it because they took it off the market. And then they had the new thing is 3 years under the arm. The months and months of bleeding women go through. I'm not sure if it's the Mirena or the Paragard, the IUD with the hormone in it. You literally bleed for weeks upon weeks upon weeks with some of these birth control methods. And now I got to sit here with this man, I'm bleeding all the time, can't have sex, and now he cheating on me. It is a lot. And if men had to walk around the anemia and the stuff that results from some of these birth control, I don't think they knew, but they had a study when they did test the male birth control pill option, and the men had similar complaints to what women had, sore boobs, etc. They could not take it, so it never went past that. So while they're talking, they don't know the things women bodies go through on these things, the change. So they couldn't even take the study, but they have so many suggestions. I toughed it out. I want to say for the first 6 months of the Norplant, I was bleeding. Then I had to go and take a hormone pill for it. So while they're talking, they don't know what it really happens.
Now, question. Now, will this be a detractor? And I get it. For some of y'all who say this is the same conversation, like it always is, it's not really, because actually this is actually a law. Talking about abortion is one thing. Talking about an actual law, that is an actual law, that literally, where people can literally report you. This is new. This has never been done before. This is something new. You can't report someone. Well, I mean, can you really report somebody for not having a mask on? And I mean, honestly, they'll just go say, "Go fuck yourself." But this is something where now this goes against your rights. Your rights. If I go to Attorney Michelle, right, in confidentiality, right, and I'm her client, she can't tell nobody what I talk about. If I were to go to Topaz in confidentiality about my mental health, she can't tell nobody. Neither can Koja. If I were to go to Jay and talk about my financial, these four people, if I go to them about their legally about something in their profession, they can't talk about it outside of that office. But what this fucking law is, this is the bane of going against privacy. Because literally this is saying that if I were to be seen walking into Koja's office, whoa, what are they talking about? I'm reporting them. Because maybe Koja's aiding in my mental ailment of dealing with somebody who got an abortion. Do y'all not understand this thing ripples? Or maybe if Michelle gave the legal proper rights to do it, or maybe if Nurse Koja, or probably if Jay helped with the insurance to get it. Do y'all not understand? Literally, this law is covering all the detail. That's why it's almost that's why they say it's nearly at 100%. Where
think about like this. We have the HIPAA Act, which is supposed to protect our medical privacy. Now we have deputized citizens throughout the state of Texas to start talking about women's personal medical records. How would men feel if there was a website where people could go look and see if you got a prescription for Viagra?
That would be fucked up. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all guys, like, okay, so I'm gonna give y'all feel that y'all are talking about murder. Okay, I feel that y'all want to say they talk about murder. So if they just have the baby and just throw these babies into the foster care system, I should never hear nobody nobody bitch and complain about welfare, food stamps, or any subsidized government program if these women start pumping out any bastard child. They should just throw them into the system. Like, just pull like a whole. Y'all remember that book Oliver Twist, where the people of London, what they would do, they would throw their kids into the foster care system and just put their asses to work. Like, what is that? Honestly, if that's the direction we're going, then hey, just say, because I need to know so that way we can make a clear distinction of the poor class and the goddamn slave class. So when we know the slave class, I know. So that way, hey, that's the position of what I told y'all. Classism is definitely into effect.
BMT.
What's up?
I want to say to the guy that said women should just get married and have babies. I want to share this here. One of the most women's first issue of domestic violence occurred, physical violence, is when she became pregnant. That is a stat that you can go and look up. So this thing about people getting married, there is something within that triggers a lot of men when a woman gets pregnant. I don't know if some men see this and say, she is now set up to be victimized. She's pregnant. She can't go anywhere. But many times, a woman's first instance of domestic violence is when she becomes pregnant. So Cortez or whoever you are down there that's saying that, please come up and enlighten me why something that should be a joyous thing amongst a married couple is the first instance of domestic violence when they become pregnant.
And let me say this. So Trailerhood, I do understand that we were supposed to be talking about the actual law. And so I've been waiting for my turn to talk because I actually looked it up and I'm going through the points about what's in the law and why I don't think that this law is very helpful. Now, I will say my personal opinion. I do not believe in abortion. I do also feel like there are times where, I don't want an outright ban on it altogether. I do feel like it should be, only in certain instances. So I do have my opinions. I also would vote for more abstinence because I personally, my viewpoint is, if you can't afford a child, you don't need to have sex, even if you use birth control, because birth control has a lot of side effects. And I also feel like it's a Band-Aid. I feel like it does not solve what needs to be solved. And I think that more people as a society would benefit by not getting into bed with somebody that you can't see a future with. So that's my viewpoint, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the law. So when y'all are, when y'all finish, I want to talk about the other thing that I saw in this law.
Go ahead. What's the other thing you saw in the law?
Okay, so one, it protects a person. So BMT was talking about earlier how you could come up by just suing people. It actually has a piece in there that protects serial plaintiffs. So you can just go around suing. Like, you could literally live your life by going around suing people and getting money because you're snitching on people who helped somebody get an abortion. And you can sue multiple people for one abortion. You don't, like that. This is literally designed for people to go around shaming and reducing people, and they're incentivizing plaintiffs with money and protection. But it also limits the types of defenses you can bring if you are the defendant.
It's ensuring vigilante justice, so to speak.
Right.
But the problem will always be if you go into court and you say, I know that Alice Smith was 8 weeks pregnant when they performed a procedure on her that terminated her pregnancy. Alice Smith can get a court order to shut your mouth mentioning her name. So the enforcement mechanism, although in theory sounds good, HIPAA preempts. The federal law on medical privacy preempts anyone from getting your medical records to use in these lawsuits. So, creatively speaking, people are sitting back going, okay, so this is really going to be for the nurses the orderlies, people that work at a medical facility that are disgruntled, that can come forward and maybe, you know, take videos of what's going on, like some of the undercover people did at some of the Planned Parenthoods. That's what this crap is about. So bear in mind, if you are found guilty, your facility is found guilty, it's shut down, period. That's why doctors are literally who have privileges at certain hospitals are sitting up there going, wait a minute, the quality of care that I can give to a woman that is at 23 weeks, I'm going to stick to that story, 23 weeks, whose life is in danger. The attorney for the hospital, after more than 24 hours passed before she got down to Houston to get better care, the hospital said, see, it wasn't a life-threatening event because she was able to go 24 hours without dying. You're going to have those type of tongue-in-cheek arguments that are coming from the hospitals because they want this law gone, and they're going to push the most ridiculous arguments that if a baby's below 28 weeks, we're not going to take the risk. Go somewhere else. Go to another hospital. We're not going to give the mother the care that she needs for risk of our being closed down. And then you have one woman, I think she's her story is going viral. Her baby developed with his brain outside of its skull. Now she would be forced to either have the baby that would die within 24 hours or to go outside the state of Texas. So yes, we are talking about the consequences of the law. This woman was married. To all you people that are talking about responsibility, this woman was married. She was looking forward to having this child, but the child did not develop correctly. She was one of those people that was responsible and waited until she was making enough money to have a child, which meant that she was in the age, she was over 35, which put her at a significant risk of birth defects. So men, please stop talking out of both sides of your mouth. Women have issues. The eggs are old. We're born with our eggs. So when the egg is 35 years old coming out of your body, it's been aging for 35 years, and there are all kinds of birth defects that that woman could face with her child. So abortion is very often done with women. They call them geriatric OB patients. They're over the age of 35. They need more monitoring because of their own health risk. And also the child can develop so many different types of issues just because the eggs are old. So you are sitting up there saying, now you have a husband and a wife that have worked and been responsible. Now they're ready to have a kid, and her eggs are just old. So she should be able to abort that child and start again, hopefully this time with a healthier egg.
Oh, so, to answer another question that y'all had earlier. So here's the thing. If the woman goes out of state to get the abortion, it doesn't matter, because if she lives here in Texas and the plaintiff, whoever is deciding to sue her, that person, as long as they live in Texas, this is where the court case is going to happen. So
yeah, they can't sue the mother though. They can't sue the mother.
They cannot sue the woman that is getting the abortion. But here's the thing. So what they're saying is that if you have 5 people who want to sue for this same abortion, if the first person loses, that has no bearing on the other 4 people still being able to bring the same lawsuit. So it's basically what they're trying to get is for the hospital or the provider or either the person that did the transportation to have to spend a lot of money defending themselves. And then there's only certain things they can use as a defense. So this is what I'm saying. They're not caring about like pro-life. That's not what they're doing. This is money motivated.
Right. Welcome, beloved. How you doing there? How you doing?
I'm okay. How's
Oh,
everybody
hey,
doing?
Cherry.
I can hear you, girl. I was about to have to send out the APB to go find you out there. I didn't know where the hell you was at. I said, "Man, I gotta go find her now." Gotta go
You
find
sent
her.
me an email link, and I wasn't sure if you were still live. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sign on my computer so I can hear better,
Okay.
and I'll be back. Yes, I love this topic because I didn't know that. So
Yeah,
a
this
woman
is
who lives. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I think one of the ladies was saying that a woman who lives in Texas, she could go out of state to have the abortion and come back and still be
She
in
won't be
trouble.
sued. She won't be sued, but whoever drove her. Because for most clinics, if
Oh,
you're going to get an abortion, you have to bring somebody with you to drive. So whoever drove her, they could be sued wherever they live at. They would still have to come to Texas because there's also a provision that says that even if you have consent with all the parties, you still cannot move it from Texas. So they would have to come down here and at least answer. They would have to come down here and pay in order to be able to fight this lawsuit.
So they'll
damn.
still
Yeah. No, they covered a lot of bases. Basically, their whole intention was to go around Roe v. Wade.
So it's something where like my friend asking me, but I'm watching the stuff that me and Michelle, what we're seeing on the Facebook side of this. Like my friend asking, and I know he took down the post, but I know but him asking me for Plan B. At first, I thought it was a joke, but he was serious. He was literally asking for Plan B. But in the same case, from now I have more understanding of it. Talking to Michelle, Jay, and Topaz, I could be sued because I'm helping him bring in something that is now looked at as illegal.
Wait, Plan B is illegal too?
The special session that just occurred, they now made it illegal to send abortificants into the state of Texas.
Oh, damn.
So
okay,
abortion-inducing drugs.
I'm sorry. I took my niece when she was younger. I took her to the abortion clinic to have an abortion, right? The rest of the family, they Christians, and even though they the ones who convinced her to do this, they didn't want to have no parts of it. See that, and I think that's what's going on with these Republicans. It's not even Republicans so much. It's just those who are against abortion, right?
Mom, you there?
Yeah. They don't want to deal with the kids, but they also want to claim they're against abortion. So if by me taking my niece, I could go to jail. I could be the one going to jail or sue.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, let's say the parents decide, oh, well, now we changed our mind. They have 4 years to come back and decide that they now want to sue you.
Oh, damn.
So, and this is the thing. While this is, like I said, everything is stacking up. And this is why I try to tell people, like, y'all not making a big deal. But let's just say y'all sent something into Texas for years in the time lapse, or y'all happened, somebody came to y'all area, or hey, Auntie Topaz, I don't have enough money to get this abortion. Girl, don't worry about it. I'll give you the money. Just pay me back when you can get it.
4 years later, she could sue me.
4 years later, or shit, anybody can come at you because you had helped her. And I want you to understand, some people, do y'all understand a big portion of why a lot of people get abortion that Topaz had at? A lot of reason why a lot of women do get that is financial. They're like, yo, I can't afford this child right now. I can't deal with this right now. Like, understand, I barely can take care of I'm telling y'all right now, with a lot of women and young men have talked about, or just people talk about, yo, Michelle is a lawyer. She'll tell you a lot of stuff when it comes down to a child or finance. I know y'all talk. I know some people are talking from the moral high ground throne, but see, And when you're in that situation, it's a different story. And I don't want my child or children to go through that situation. So now when I'm hearing men on the internet talk about why aren't these women fucking with us, understand that I want all these women need to say now is Texas. So when they say Texas, that should be the end all, be all, nothing left to say, you know. But I mean, I'm just being honest. It's Ripple. It's Ripple. We have 3 mothers here. We're also joined here by my good buddy Trailer.
What's up, brother?
What's going on?
I didn't know you sent me an email with the link in it, dude. I've been busy with the.
Long ago.
Seriously, I've been busy with the kids all day. The wife's on a weekend adventure with her family and stuff, so it's me and the kids all solo.
Okay, so you're already up to speed with this trailer. We're also, like I said, we're having a civil discussion. We pretty much have some pretty good key players from Attorney Nichelle, Topaz Presents, as well as Creole and Cajun Living, aka you could just call her Bomb. And also,
now, if you don't mind, I do want to say that I do agree with both what Nichelle and Topaz were talking about as far as the legality aspect of it. And it almost seems like they're wanting to turn lawsuits into a new corporation with this, if that's what the literature to the law or the bill actually said, the way you read it, this Topaz.
Like I said, so what's going on, everyone, and how y'all doing? What's going on, Vaughn? I want to know, Trill, how do you feel about this? I know you have some feelings about this.
Well, look, I'm not going to sit and say that there aren't situations where, you know, abortion can't be understood and warranted, okay? I'm not going to say that. I am a pro-life person. I do believe that, you know, we should always try and choose life first before anything else. But at the same time, I don't think that it's right to let anybody be able to get involved in another person's personal life like that and then benefit monetarily off of it, and legislation be written for that to be legal.
Now question: why do you feel that? Hey, as now, I remember in the chat y'all were saying that this is murder, that the women that they were.
I'll touch on why I feel that way in most cases, because I've always said, and when we have this discussion, it always ends up being a circular argument that always dances around incest, rape, and medical issues with the unborn child, or the possibility for the woman to actually maybe pass away from if she gives birth. Be fatal to them. And the truth of the matter is in all 4 of those cases, if you actually look at the statistics, that only covers about 6% of abortions. Mm-hmm. So where our argument, the circular argument that keeps being used, and the talking points that keep being used, is only covering, on average, I'll even be generous and say it's covering 10% of abortions being done, and everybody wants to gloss over the other 90%.
I think that, honestly, okay, your point is well taken. So the law should allow for those exceptions to the rule. That I'm a firm believer in Casey versus Planned Parenthood, because I believe in limited government. Yes, I am pro-life, but the balancing test that when the child becomes viable outside of the mother's womb should not be undermined. That if you're going to sit up there and say, okay, we have a fundamental interest in protecting a 12-week-old, that in my opinion, that if you sit up there and say, I'm going to force you to carry this 12-week-old child for another 28 weeks, or we're going to hold you liable, that is slavery. That is now slavery. You are now forcing a woman, because men can't be forced to be there to take care of the woman and the child while she goes through the latter part of the gestation. But she now is being legally forced by the government to serve another human being.
I'm gonna
That
even
is
give
my legal backup argument.
I'm
Go ahead.
even give you a better argument because you called it a 12-week-old baby. But what is a baby that's born when it's 12 weeks old? What is that called?
A miscarriage.
No, I'm talking about if I have a baby, 12 weeks after having that baby, how old is that baby? What is that called? That's a 12-week-old baby. So how
No,
can
I'm serious. It's called legally called any baby born before 18 weeks is considered a miscarriage in Texas, and they're not even entitled to a funeral.
No, I get
They
what
get
she's
no
going
death
with. She's
certificate.
asking the actual medical term of what it's called.
Yo, I'm saying when my grandson was born, when he turned 12 weeks old, he was a 12-week-old baby. But
Right.
when a woman is 12 weeks pregnant, that is not a 12-week-old baby.
Okay.
It's not even a baby, it's a fetus. And it cannot live, like you said, it cannot survive on its own. So I agree
Can a
with
12-week-old baby survive on its own that's been born?
a 12-week-old baby, yes, out of the womb,
No, it
can
can't.
survive.
A 12-week-old baby is not going to survive on its own without the help of its mother or father or somebody to make sure its needs are met.
But I'm saying that medically speaking, a doctor in a hospital has no duty to a child born to a fetus born before 18 weeks. The youngest surviving child in history was born at 20 weeks and 2 days. And he was given 0 probability of survival. That kid was a trooper. He's now 1 year old. A year, 14 months. But we have to look at the term viability, because bear in mind, Texas is the same state that says, hey, 10-day rule. Hospital says, oh, I don't care if you need that life support. You got to go after 10 days notice.
Well, I'm just saying my argument is still valid though, because a baby that's only 10 weeks old or 8 weeks old or 12 weeks old, if left to its own devices, is going to die. It can't support itself.
It will
Yes, but it can
survive.
breathe.
What are you
It
talking
can
about?
breathe.
Yes, it can breathe, it can eat, it can drink on its
No,
own.
not a 12-week-old fetus. The
We're not
term
talking about
No, I'm
viability.
talking about a
a
baby.
baby.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. You cannot compare a 12-week-old fetus with viability.
Look, I got a 1-year-old, and when she was 12 weeks old, she wasn't feeding herself. I had to feed her. Her mom had to feed her.
You're not
If we let her
understanding
lay
the term
around-
viability. Viability has nothing to do with the child doing anything other than
the
breathing.
viability means survival. Can it survive on its own?
Viability,
That's what it means, right?
no, it does not mean survival on its own. Viability means human functions. Can it perform human functions without the assistance of medical technology? It's the same for adults. When they say this adult is no longer viable, it means that they cannot perform normal human functions like respiration and processing food. They can no longer do that. So once you get to the point where you can no longer respirate and process food, that's when you get into the situations like Terry Schiavo, where they say you're no longer viable.
Right. Without and so if the mother dies when she's a couple of weeks pregnant, a couple of months, the baby dies as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that a lot of people like to use this word, oh, it's a baby. Well, it really isn't a baby. Right?
But it is.
It doesn't, when you see it in through the ultrasound, it doesn't have its fingers and toes yet. At 2 months old, this thing is so tiny. You know, so they want to play with our bodies. That's what this is about. People controlling women's bodies. Am I for abortion? I'm not for or against abortion. It's none of my business what another person does with their body. But I am definitely for women rights, for her being able to decide what to do with her body, whether she was raped or not.
I just want to let y'all know that y'all know these lawsuits are not over yet, right? There are still programs that are designed to try to block this or have it rescinded. So they're still battling it. It's not a complete done deal, but right now it's in place.
No, I feel like they are so bad. Now the thing about it, I want to ask this. Somebody asked me on the side, and thank y'all also who are on other streams watching me and Michelle do this and support Topaz, support Bomb, support Trailer. I have to ask a question from a young lady. Is this going to put her? Let me start it off with Topaz. Is this going to put her and her friends in danger? Because as she says, ABMP, I feel like this is a good conversation, but I sometimes worry about me and my friends. I remember when I told my boyfriend I was afraid because of how he would react. I didn't know what he was going to do. I got scared, so I did not say anything for a while until I got the courage to tell him. Do you think that this is going to probably put other women like myself, is this going to probably get them hurt? Simple. I didn't never really think of it. I said, damn, are women sometimes afraid to tell their baby daddy or their husband or the man that, hey, I'm pregnant? Like, is this really a thing, Topaz? Let me start off with Topaz and then round it through the women and then bring it to the men. Like, is this really a thing where women are sometimes afraid to tell the man that they're pregnant?
And here's why. It's because, now in theory, you shouldn't be afraid, because as a grown person capable of sexual activity, you should understand what the potential consequence is. So there are some women afraid to tell the man because he's going to say it's not his baby. How does he know that he was the only one? What you expect me to do? I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to help you. So it's, I'm not saying that they're afraid that they're going to be harmed. What I'm saying is that they're afraid that they're going to be cut off or left hanging. They won't have support in order to be able to go through a pregnancy and raise a child. So, but my question with that is just kind of like, why would you want to sleep with somebody that is not capable of understanding that that is a natural consequence, birth control or not? Sometimes birth control fails. I would never I would never sleep with somebody that felt like they still had a decision to make after that, because once you decide to sleep with somebody, a baby is possible.
I mean, let's be honest. There was an episode of the Roseanne show where they are happily married. They have other children, but she thought she was pregnant in her 40s. And It was like, no, the husband didn't want it. It's like our kids are finally, old enough for us to start having a life again of our own. I don't want to start all over again. So it's not always irresponsible sex, even among husbands and wives. The thing about it is people sit up there and talk about murder. I want to ask a question. Is an ectopic pregnancy a life? An ectopic pregnancy, is that a life as well?
Not in my view.
Is that a tubal pregnancy?
Yeah, tubal. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what
it's still alive.
The mother, if it gets too large.
The thing is the problem is that's where you get into an area where that really is a decision that both, mom and dad should really discuss, because tubal pregnancies tend to end the woman's life.
No,
if they
not
go
10. That one. They
will.
10 to lose her life. She will definitely lose her life. There's no 10 about it. The baby, the fetus is in the area it shouldn't be in, and if it get too big, she dies.
The thing is there's some women that would rather give their life for their child, and then there's other people that
ectopic pregnancy will not go to term.
But listen to me, that's the area where there's actually argument to be had that where I say, even though I'm pro-life,
you're not gonna be able to find one woman, my guy. I'm sorry. What's your name? I can't see it. I'm sorry. Trailer. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be rude. I just can't see your name because I'm on my phone. Trailer. There is no woman who will, when she find out that the baby's in her tubes, that is going to say, oh, I decide I'm gonna go through with it. A doctor not even gonna allow her to do that. She will die. There's no if, maybe, buts
Well,
about
let me
that.
ask you this: why is it all right for someone to choose what? Okay. How can a doctor tell a woman she can't choose to end her life to bring new life in, but it's all right for someone to end new life to save an old life?
But you're not understanding.
No, I am understanding.
Okay. Are we changing the topic? Because I thought we were talking about that type of pregnancy.
We're talking about
both of them will
we're
die.
talking about ectopic pregnancies that will kill both the mother and the child. There's no choice.
There's no
choice.
Will die.
Oh, it'll kill mom and child both?
Yes.
A child can't survive from it?
Yes.
No.
See, I didn't know. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about a tubal pregnancy.
Let me say this. So there are some. I think the thing about it for a lot of men that don't know, we can only go but so far with the woman when it comes to the medical side, because at some point they stop talking to us and they say, "Listen, it's me and you now. You're most likely possibly going to die." They let them know that behind closed doors, like, take the man out, take the family out. These women have had this conversation with that doctor, that midwife, behind closed doors. What do you want? What do you want to do?
No. Wait, BMT. Because you got to read the definition. If a woman gets pregnant in her tubes,
I'll pull it up.
when that fetus gets a certain length and she dies, if her tubes.
It's like an aneurysm, right? That's what happens.
Right.
Basically, the baby becomes an aneurysm that causes her tube to explode and she bleeds to death.
She dies.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
And there is no.
And in essence, so the fetus is going to drown in blood.
Yeah, the fetus is not going to survive because it can't survive without the mother, and it's only.
And it also hasn't gotten to the nutrients either. It's in the tubes, so it's also not. It's growing, but it's not developing. There is a difference. So it's getting bigger, but it's not getting the right organs because it's not in the place where the nutrients. It's not in the what you call it.
And that's where I go to. You know, I can understand and accept situations like that. You know, I can see there being a medical necessity for it. My problem that I've always had, and see, this is something that me and my wife have both discussed. And you know, it's the more we learn about it, the more we've been a little bit more open-minded about there are certain situations where you can see an exception for it. But like I said earlier, those exceptions only account for 10%. The other 90%, regardless of whether or not we want to admit it, most people, we got 90% of people getting abortions just because either their birth control didn't work, so they're getting an abortion, which I say that's a form of birth control if you're using it because your birth control didn't work, or you're getting it for basically personal and just for your own personal reasons.
Now, understand this trailer. Now, here's the thing about it, and I'm glad we're having this conversation. They done taken out the legal side. So, understand this. This is like people in middle class and lower income. They can't get help. Like, they're just stuck. Like, somebody with money. That's why Nichelle said earlier, if a rich person can just fly out of Texas and just go wherever the fuck they want to go and just go get it done and just pay straight out of pocket. Somebody such as yourself, I mean, I don't know. We don't know our financial backing, but most people, I don't know why they keep making this thing where y'all ladies heard it where they all make it think like, I guess people with not the means of money are just having abortion. That's not true. Like, I know a lot of women, they don't have the money like that. They're not, well, I'm gonna go get an abortion. Like, I know a lot of women, they have like 4 or 5 kids. And they're not getting no abortion like that. So I don't know why they keep making it like lower income people are getting abortion. They're really not. Or as hell middle class people. Like I know more women, they actually more so fight to keep their child before they rather get rid of.
Yeah, it's actually more middle class, if you want my opinion, that actually are the ones getting the abortions because
the working class, middle class. You right.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like like a lot of people, like I don't see this big hoopla of people saying that these women are running to the abortion clinic. I don't know, because shit, I know quite a few women. I thought they were going to go get it. They're like, nah, I couldn't do it. So I'm really trying to figure out, like, is there honestly the play? But like I said, I'm not for abortion. So it's safe to say all of us here on this panel are not for this. But what I do have a beef with is that the rights of my children are being stripped away from them if ever someday they want to go to Texas, or my family that's out there, they now don't have a choice. So
Again, I'm gonna say it like I'm gonna go back on what I said. You asked me as a mother, how do I feel? My children, God bless them, know how to get on the plane. They have resources to get on a plane. So that being said, this law is not going to affect my kids or me like it will affect those in a different socioeconomic sphere. My problem with this particular law is it's not designed for the mother's health, the mother's welfare. It is simply a partisan hack bill, because the law already says, the Supreme Court has already said, what is the state's interest in protecting a non-viable fetus?
Well, Michelle,
It cannot live, and that's why I gave the example of an ectopic pregnancy. There's all the people who say life begins at conception. An ectopic pregnancy is live. It is alive, but it can readily be murdered under this law. So as a conservative, I'm not going to talk out of both sides of my mouth.
Now, Michelle,
I just would say, if I may, I wanted to, expand on that. The one thing that I did agree with both you and, like I said, Ms. Topaz about, was the fact that when it comes to the legislation on this, from what I gather from what both of you have explained, is that basically what this is doing is it's allowing anyone who has knowledge to be able to get monetary and financial benefit from suing somebody for having an abortion. Now, that's where I have an issue, because if this was a thing to where they said dad could sue mom, and that because he didn't have a choice in the matter. Now, see, that's where I might lean a little different and be like, okay, I can understand that, because now you're involving the two parties that were involved in the conception of the child. But when you start going outside of the two people that created the child and allow just anyone willy-nilly to go out and now turn this into their new career, going around and suing people for shit, now we're just living in an authoritarian.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. There are some men and women that can sit down and talk, whether they're married or just dating, and say, this is not what we intended. Yes, we did intend to have sex. We thought we were being responsible, but oops happened. The man could be married. The woman could be married to somebody else and decide, oops. I know a very famous politician that openly told everyone that she'd had 2 abortions. Her claim was that she had the abortion because her husband was older and she didn't want to risk having a child with some kind of mental deficiency. And we're sitting up there going, men actually make new sperm like on a daily basis. So the old sperm argument, men can have kids at 99, so stop. But several men came forward who happened to be of the African American persuasion that knew, or at least suspected, that they were the father of her child. So I take issue with a lot of these statistics saying that Black women are running down to the abortion clinic left, right, day in and day out. Because I have a feeling that when they take the fetal tissue and do the DNA, that if it's 1 drop Black, they're saying that the fetus that was aborted is Black.
Yeah, I got a question.
I don't think that they are sitting up there, going on the race and ethnicity of the mother. They're actually, for medical reasons, because the fetal tissue is sold. They're actually looking at the DNA of the baby, and the mom could be white.
Right. There's
Go ahead, Mom.
right here on YouTube, I hear this thing where there's more black women having abortions than other groups of people, and that's not true. It's just that when a black woman or somebody who's low income, she has to go to Planned Parenthood to get an abortion. But I don't know why people act like that's the only place you could get an abortion. You can actually get an abortion. Like, my doctor could come to my home and I can have an abortion. So people who have money, they can have a house call or go to their regular doctor, because there's a such thing as a medical abortion. Why we act like that doesn't exist? A woman don't have to get on the table to have an abortion anymore. All she has to do is take a pill.
And they about to push that.
Okay, so according to the CDC, actually, white women are listed as having the most abortions. That is percentage as well as number.
Exactly.
And then after them is Hispanic.
Like I said, that's why. Listen, y'all, and understand this. Y'all know me, BMT. I walk the middle line. I'm trying to tell y'all, black women do not have abortions like that. I don't know how.
Well, statistically, it's not possible.
Well, right, it's not possible. Listen,
black women only make up 10% of the population of America. How can they have more abortions than white women?
That's even more. It's not even that. Black people are 13%. If you assume, arguendo, that black women are 50% of the black population, we're 7% of the population.
So
that means every one of you are having at least 2 abortions a year.
The reason why the math wouldn't add up is because, I mean, like Michelle just told you, and I'm trying to really tell y'all, there are more black women than there are black males. We would literally.
That's why I don't like statistics, BMT, because statistics aren't used for truth. They're used to sway opinions for legislation.
We would be aborting ourselves out of existence. Like y'all, this conversation really wouldn't be a thing. And the thing about it is, we could pull up our old pictures, and you will see kids, 8 kids, 12 kids, 13 kids. My grandma had 14 kids.
Bro, one of my buddies in Lima, he's black, and his mom spit out 13 kids. 13 of them.
Yes. We have babies, baby. We definitely.
I feel sorry for that woman because she was pregnant most of those kids' childhood.
So you gotta understand, like this, understand. That's why I'm saying, like, for me alone, like I said, I got a few kids. Take care of mom.
So do I. I can't fucking even. I'm not even looking after you. I got a bunch.
Trailer, how many kids you have, baby?
6.
Damn, you got a basketball team over there too?
Yep, I got adults all the way down to fucking toddlers.
Wow.
All by the same woman?
Nope.
No.
Not even close, man. I pay child support for all of them though that don't live with me.
But here's the thing about it. Now, understand this. I want you to get this. It's rippling, like Topaz is reading out the laws, and I want this to be a conversation on YouTube. Like, this thing is not just, everybody think it's just a little micro thing going on in Texas, but it is seeping into other states, like Ari said, Mississippi.
Right.
Like, them told me that it's coming into Alabama. Like, it's going into other states, and what they see when you don't say nothing about it. It might be something simple like how Bomb helped out her niece and just say, you know what, baby, auntie, I just need you to take me down. Yeah, okay, get in the car, let's go. She just saying, well, if y'all ain't gonna do it and take the girl down there, I'm gonna take her. So she ain't do that. But then it could be somebody from that family retaliate and say something about Bomb and say, she took our cousin down there. Now Bomb like, hold up now. I just took her down there, but she y'all gotta understand, it's a lot of mental strength. I know some of y'all don't think it ain't, but it is a lot of stress for some people going down there and having to sign
Down
it.
where?
So
Oh, the abortion clinic?
yeah, it is stressful. So that's why they always have a driver there present. Like Topaz said, you have a driver to drive you there and drive you back. So some people, I mean, shit, I literally saw a woman crying on the side of the road. I said, "What happened?" She said, "Shit, I can't. I want to go get an abortion. I'm just afraid." And my
Now, if you don't mind, BMT, I remember earlier somebody had touched on the comment about the fact of, these serial, what are they, pump and dumpers that go out and just knock them up and then take off to get a vasectomy after so many, right? There should be mandatory vasectomies. Well, I think that if you're one of them women that are a serial, because there are women that are serial abortion clinic members. They are out there that'll go get pregnant, sleep around, and just go abort every one of the fucking babies they get pregnant with.
Now, there's not a lot of those. It's not a lot of
I
those.
think that shit should still apply for them too. If you're going out and getting pregnant, knowing that you're going to get pregnant, and then you're fucking getting abortions every time, then you need to have your ability to reproduce taken away.
Now, Trill, you have Mom, you have Michelle, you have Topaz. Ask the women.
I'm going to say this. Okay, again, male ignorance. Okay, let me be honest. If you're having a surgical abortion actually forces your cervix open. If you've had more than 3 abortions, your cervix does not pop back in. It is just dangerous for you to get that 4th pregnancy. Now you want to try to have that baby. Your cervix is now wide open. It is incredibly life-threatening now for you. So guess what? The baby might just slip back out.
Cesarean's more common now, though.
But you can't have a serial abortion. That's what she's trying to say. There's no woman who've had more than 3 abortions.
Well, what I'm saying is, if your cervix, you're saying it makes it harder for you to give birth to the child?
No, it makes it harder for you to hold the baby in. Period. You're going to have more spontaneous abortions just because your cervix is open. It's not like the same when you have multiple children that push out. The cervix is not designed to be pushed in on. So every time you push in on the cervix, you are actually destroying and weakening the cervix.
That's why.
So could it possibly be that the statistics on abortions might just be skewed in general altogether?
Yeah, well, they're not telling the truth. Like when you go to certain websites, like if they are Christian websites, they are just putting out numbers. They don't know. They don't have the right numbers. They're just using scare tactics.
Interesting.
Right? So they make it seem like there's been 2 billion abortions in the last decade.
See now you're talking.
There's not a database.
I can get down on this because that's what I talk about. That's more my alley. Conspiracy.
There's not a database. There's not a database where you can go, doctors can go, let me look and see if this woman's had an abortion. Let me see how many abortions this woman has already had. Women have to self-report.
There isn't a medical document trail like anything else when you do that.
Trailer, I can go and have an abortion and not even tell them people who I am. All they want to make sure is that I am of age to have the abortion.
How is that not a medical procedure, though?
It's a medical procedure, but medical privacy. Medical privacy.
Yeah, I understand that you have medical privacy, but even still, every medical procedure that we have, most generally, you have to show ID when you go and have it, and there's a paper trail for all this stuff.
But as a doctor, let me ask you a question. Can you go to your doctor? And your doctor pull up on his website, go to the internet. Let me see if this man has ever had a venereal disease. No, they can't. Let me see how many kids this man has. No, you can't. You can try.
Well, I get where you're going with this, and I'm understanding the direction you're trying to go, but I'm thinking the difference though that I'm finding is, you're comparing a venereal disease. Most of them can be, fixed with, antibiotics to a surgical procedure.
Right, but still, it's about the privacy, right? So back in the
Well,
day,
right. You do with HIPAA. You don't have to share that with anybody, but even like all of our medical information is under HIPAA privacy laws. But most of your like serious, all your surgeries and serious like surgical procedures that you go through, you have to sign paperwork. You have to show ID to prove that you're who you are before you go in there for all this
that's
stuff.
only
So there's got to be
that's
some
only
kind
for
of paper
insurance
trail.
purposes. You only show ID for insurance purposes. You only
Let me
showing
say
that
this.
so they can get paid. But other than that, they don't care who you are.
Man,
And here's the thing:
Yeah.
you can't have a database of who got abortions, but what you can have is how many that were performed. And here's why: hospitals have in your informed consent, there's an exception to report things to the CDC. And that's what they do is they come up with public policy. They come up with being able to identify if there's an epidemic of anything going on. They use that information for research purposes. So hospitals do have to report the procedures that they do, the treatment that they give to the CDC, but they don't have to say who it was given to. They just have to say that they gave it out to somebody, and that's also how they get their funding for materials used.
You know what, Ms. Topaz? It seems to me like the only epidemics that we suffer from is an epidemic of misinformation and falsehoods.
Oh yeah. Because
Yeah.
it's too many people that are allowed with the internet. It's too many people that are allowed to just post something and they don't have to have anything to back it up. Like that's the problem with Wikipedia is if you like, what's your ability to prove that you're a subject matter expert? You can just start a page.
Right.
Well, I'm not even going that far. I think that there should be open dialogue and open discussion about things. People should be able to have discussion and with other adults, just to get opinions about things and what's going on. What I'm talking about with misinformation is we actually have what are supposed to be credible agencies,
Right.
like our CDC, our FDA, the WHO, the NIH, and all these other places that themselves they are putting out misinformation and contradictory information, and they're actually also part of the problem.
Well, here's the reason why. It's because the CDC is still under the mercy of who's reporting to them. So if you got people who have a agenda that they want to push, they can determine what information they give the CDC. Now, you're supposed to give them the correct information. It's legal that, it's illegal for you to mislead them, but, they just cover their bases.
Right.
And don't forget that
I
the
just
law
want to let you three
changed.
ladies know that I appreciate this discussion because this is something different. Where I'm learning stuff.
And I want to say this, the United States government passed a law under Barack Obama, not blaming him because the Congress passed the law that the United States can now disseminate propaganda to the American population. It's now legal for the government to lie to us.
Yeah, I knew about that.
So in the age of
prior to Obama passing that law, there was actually legislation that forced our media to actually practice journalistic integrity.
right. So now we're sitting up here in the middle of a pandemic. Let's not forget the pandemic, that we're going to have all kind of craziness. You have a woman who's on a respirator that's pregnant. What do we do if the woman is on a respirator and she's pregnant with COVID? How are we going to treat this under this new whistleblower law that we have in Texas? I mean, we are in the bane of stupidity.
It's a
You're gonna
lot
have
going
people-
on that we don't talk about, right? A lot of incest. It's a lot going on. It's a lot of women who would have babies every year. Listen, if you're married or in a relationship, you having sex at least once a week. Right? You can get pregnant once a year. And a lot of women there's those who are on birth control. When will they consider birth control like an abortion?
Well, I know, if you go to a Catholic hospital and stuff like that, the Catholic hospital, they consider birth control abortion. They won't allow, Catholic women aren't allowed to be on birth control and be Catholic.
I thought they changed that quite a few years ago.
Nope.
No, it's still considered an abortifacient. Abortificant. I love that fancy word.
They don't even,
That's just like if you go to a Catholic hospital, you can't get your tubes tied or anything like that as a woman.
they don't even do circumcision at those hospitals. But my son, my second oldest son was born. I didn't even know the hospital he was born in was a Catholic.
No, I've had my tubes tied and my hysterectomy at a Catholic hospital.
They were nice for you. When I asked him for a circumcision for my son, like, hey, I need to get him circumcised, and the doctor looked at me crazy.
Well, see,
they circumcised my son
they circumcised my son too, but my wife that I have now, she tried to get her tubes tied because she wants to get fixed, and I also want to get fixed. You know, just make sure that it's done on both sides. But and she wanted to do it after she had the baby while she was in the hospital.
Yeah.
But it was a Catholic hospital, so they wouldn't tie. That's against their religion. They won't do that because they don't believe in not being able to reproduce. As far as Catholics are concerned, that's the only purpose for sex is reproduction.
Right.
Like I said, you know, this is going to cause a big ripple.
I think it's gonna be struck down. I think we're gonna go through fighting for quite a while. You know, a couple of years.
But here's my thing about this, Bomb. Here's why I see this as a big. If we don't want to speak, if we're not going to speak up against this, then I shouldn't hear people say anything about the vaccine. Because if y'all got no problem with this happening to women, then y'all better hold your tongue about talking about the mandated vaccine shit.
I mean, you have to understand the reason I make it more about women. As was just said, a woman can have one child a year. A man, on the other hand, could have 365 kids in a year.
More than that. Yeah, he can have three. Listen, he can have sex. If he's young enough, he can still have sex a couple of times a day, every day, and he could get a woman pregnant in every instance. So,
see, you know, you guys were talking about having kids, and me and my wife, we've decided that look, we don't want any more kids. And she's on birth control, and we actually try to pay attention to her cycle and make sure that, you know, like we literally won't have sex when she's supposed to be ovulating at all, even though she's on the pill. All right, to try and reduce that chance. But there's still always that chance, even with contraceptives, right?
Right.
Me and her have also decided, and we've agreed that if we do accidentally end up getting her pregnant, we're going to find a couple that can't have kids and wants kids, and we're going to give it to them for adoption because we don't want it. We don't want no more.
But see, the thing is this: it's easy to say you're gonna have the baby and give it away. It's more difficult once you have that baby. That's a whole nother topic, though.
You haven't. No, it ain't not with us. You don't have to deal with the latest demon that life blessed us with.
Like I said,
I can understand that, but then you're gonna have the issue as a person that was adopted. You're gonna have my biological father was nice enough to let me know at the age of 27 that I had about 28 first cousins that I didn't know about. But because I had moved back to the Dallas area, he thought maybe I should know that there were like 8 guys running around that could be related to me.
Oh hell, that just sounds like a fucking a white trash family reunion.
Okay, and then he said, "Oh, by the way, you also have a brother I didn't tell you about." So, the idea of it's just a simple solution. Go ahead and give that child away and don't worry about it.
Well, look, I get what you're saying because my middle son I adopted, because his dad didn't want nothing to do with it. So I adopted him. But his mom he didn't find out about it until he was like 12 or 13. And I'm glad that he knows now, but he could have potentially, he was in a town where he was related to probably a third of the town.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's things that, like you said, that's things that need to be known.
Like I said, I know some people ask, this is a serious topic. As much as these spaces like talking about family and talking about babies and single mothers and stuff, this is
Like I
serious.
said, DMT, I really do appreciate these women actually having a discussion with me rather than it being the same normal circular argument that you always seem to find yourself
I'm
in.
gonna tell y'all a funny story. I'm gonna tell you a friend of mine represents police officers. One police officer was fired because they lived in a small town and everyone knew that he got his sister pregnant and she had the baby. So it was his
How
half
many
sister,
health
but
problems did that
still.
kid have?
I'm just saying, y'all be ready. I'm just
Wait, what happened? Wait, I'm going to hear the rest of the story. What happened?
I know
The officer got fired, but
I
think in this small
want to know
town,
all about this dumpster fire.
in this small town, there's a known child that's born of incest. And we sit up there and say all life is precious. This woman didn't have an abortion. She had her brother's baby. And now what kind of quality of life is this child going to have when everybody in town...
White Hicks too that did it, ain't it?
Okay? So, I mean, sometimes, things just, it should be between the baby daddy, the mama, and the doctor.
You didn't answer me. Is it between two dumbass redneck white Hicks that did some dumb shit like that?
Yeah.
I fucking
Well, wait, we're not gonna act like it doesn't happen in black families. You just don't hear about it as much. It's kept.
Look at Aretha Franklin. I'm not trying to be funny, but look at Aretha Franklin. She had a baby when she was 12.
Yeah, I was shocked to hear that. Wow, 12, yo. But back in the day, they did have, but I don't remember it being that young. Like my grandmother, she had a baby. I think she was 14, but she was raped. She was raped,
right.
And so
my mom was 17 when she had me.
Yeah, but 17.
I mean, we don't talk about the fact that when these kids, a lot of our ancestors that were having babies at 12, 13, 14, 15, it was somebody in the family, an uncle, a brother. I mean, it went on.
Everybody's got that. So most generally, that's a fact. We all have that molester uncle in our family. All of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had 3 daughters.
Now, but even Elvis Presley, how old was what her name when he
14? Priscilla was 14.
Well, and Jerry Lee Lewis, he fucking ran off with his 13-year-old fucking cousin.
Right. You see, so times.
So we have times have changed. But remember, Romeo and Juliet were 14. Human beings, our reproductive parts start functioning around 13, 14, 15. As a society, we've said that's too young to have a child because you're not mentally capable of having a child. Right. So we encourage women to wait. Right. We encourage women to wait till they're 25. Well, you're 25, you're at your optimum mental capacity to have a child, but work-wise, where are you in the hierarchy of having kids? So we're having more women wait until they're in their 30s.
Oh, I'm good. My legacy and my name's gonna live on.
So let me you guys, because Nichelle, Doug wants to know about the propaganda policy. Could you pass that to him? I do know I have to go. We went over the time, but we were having too much of a good time. It's a joyous reunion. I had got my Topaz, my little gem. She disappeared in the beach, but I got her to come out. Bomb, my beautiful, I love Bomb be disappearing, but I found my baby, y'all. And Nichelle, my co-host, we had to do this precious gem for y'all because me and Nichelle, we were supposed to talk about this. I was surprised more women weren't talking about this. I'm like, damn, y'all y'all don't give a shit. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, damn. So I definitely wanted to do this one, and y'all got to have it with Even Trailer. I hope you definitely enjoy this one. I know a few of the fellas. I know some of y'all. Listen, y'all had a lot to say. Shout out to Datu. He said, listen, I'm having children with people you have no intention of staying with is why you should use them along this, with STD. True. I get it, you guys. Use a condom. Use a condom. Use a condom. I get it, but we all understand things happen. Hell, sometimes you make promises to people that shit just don't work out. Where, hey, you think you're going to be together, you're in 4 or 5 months down the line, and guess what, Nichelle? Maybe I'm out. Hold up, what do you mean you're out? I'm out. Out, like, I don't want to do this no more. These women can tell you, men do walk out during the pregnancy.
Hell yeah. And you know what? But it's stressful for everybody, right? Because she might get meaner, right? And he might get a little more sensitive. And that's when relationships are really tested. During pregnancy, yes.
And while remodeling the house.
I was looking at a Supreme Court case from the 1950s. It was out of Massachusetts. Massachusetts used to have a law, that it was a felony to get pregnant outside of marriage. But at the same time, it was illegal to prescribe contraceptives to an unmarried woman.
That was back, though, when they didn't have the no-fault divorce clause, and in order to have a divorce, infidelity had to.
Yep. And the law also required married women to get the consent of their husbands before they could go on contraceptives. Right. That law was struck down because the state said we have an interest in protecting our society from promiscuity. And the Supreme Court said, this is overreaching government. There's no legitimate governmental purpose in taking away a person's God-given right to have sex. I mean, unfortunately, it's just one of those things that God gave us free will.
How many Supreme Court cases have been had since that have chipped away at that ruling?
It has none. That's what I'm trying to say. That a state cannot, by law, sit up there and punish a person for making the personal decision to have sex with another. That we have gone all the way to Lawrence v. Texas, where they said, some of those sodomy laws got to go. So basically what Texas tried to do is basically deputize people to do something the state cannot do. They used to do that with private contracts to say you could not sell your house to a black person. And if you did, I can go and take you to court. That's still government action. So right now, lawyers are sitting back going, we're just waiting for the perfect case to knock this law down.
You know what that sounds like? What you're saying right now, that sounds exactly like Mr. fucking Sleepy Joe telling the Department of Labor to go out and do certain things to companies that have more than 100 people working for them.
Right.
Because the federal government can't mandate shit that they want to mandate like that.
Yeah. Do me a favor.
For public health. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What you were saying?
I have to do last thoughts. I gotta go.
Oh, you gotta go. Oh, you shut me down. Damn, this is a great combo.
I'll tell you what. Here, okay, so I can do this. If y'all stay on the panel, I know it's not like Zoom. I don't know how to run Zoom like Bomb does. That's why she did a better job. Shit, I would have gave Bomb this topic and let her take the part too. But if y'all want to stay on the panel, I can let the panel just run and I will leave. If y'all drop off, y'all drop off. So it's up to y'all. Do y'all want to keep it going?
I can just sit here and watch it for you, and then when they're done, I can give you a call.
Okay. I guess I'll give it to y'all. Y'all can go ahead and have it, guys. AMT stepping out. I will drop. Y'all don't want nobody else up here. Just y'all.
Well, hold on, because let me switch devices first because I'm getting ready to leave in like 15 minutes, and I won't be able to get back up.
Yeah, let me switch to my computer too. So
y'all go ahead. Trella, you want to go ahead and put in your words, and Nichelle, y'all go and say what y'all got to say. I'm just gonna be putting on some shoes. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, I like talking to Trailer. Trailer, you and I are both conservatives. My issue is I don't want local government to have overreach either. It's not just the federal government I have a problem with. I have a problem with the state because Black people don't do too well when they start saying, we can decide what we think is best for our citizens. No.
I'm
I don't like
not going to argue with you on that. I agree with you 100%. I think a lot of, especially more so, it used to be these little, underhanded legislations that, would get passed that we didn't realize, that just chipped away. And it seems like the last probably 2-3 years, there's like these major things that are like BMT was talking about, that if they pass these legislations, that literally what it's doing is it's opening the door. What people don't realize is some of these things are opening the door, and you're advocating to allow the government to legislate your liberties right out the window.
Exactly. And that's my issue. That a lot of times I see people say there should be a law to stop other people from doing something I don't like.
Yeah, there might be. And you know what? Once you get that law, chances are they're going to take that law eventually, and they're going to use that law as a reason to make a law against something that you do like.
That's what we trying to do. Y'all be listen. There's a reason what's going on right now with this abortion thing, because as soon as it really get passed in certain states, they gonna start striking down gun laws and everything.
You have the police power of the state. You have to understand, we're fighting against the police power of the state, local government, and federal government. That we cannot sit up there and say, we're fighting against Uncle Sam way outside of Texas, taking away our rights, while at the same time, sitting up there saying, but I don't want Mary to have an abortion. I think it's murder. So I want the state to start stopping her from doing something I don't like. The next thing you're going to have is they're going to use that same mentality to say, I don't like Joe walking around without a mask on. So let's make a law that Joe has to wear a mask. I don't like Joe walking around without a vaccine. I want Joe to go get a vaccine. Things that you want other people to do.
Pretty much there, right? What you're talking about, with this new legislation, this executive order that fucking Sleepy Joe's trying to push, that Supreme Court's actually, that there's actually Supreme Court. There's like 4 states now that have taken that to the Supreme Court to fight its constitutionality, right?
Right. We used to live in a society where your rights ended where my rights began. Now
like this. Personally, I think that this is how life should be. If what you are doing does not infringe on my or anyone else's liberty, then what the fuck are you doing wrong?
Isn't that actually part of what that's actually how it was being interpreted? But I wanted to say this, guys, because I actually have to go. I thought I was going to be able to stay up. So I just wanted to get my last thoughts, and then I'm going to get out of y'all way.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So for me, my problem with this law is they're trying to legislate behaviors, and you can't do that. If you don't think that abortion should be a thing, there are other ways to target that other than this law, because first of all, you're never going to be able to catch all in one law. It's not possible, because anytime you think of a rule, somebody can think of a loophole. So that's just how life works, right? If you don't want people to have access to abortions, then stop making it something that solves a problem. There's other things that you can target to where people won't need to access abortions, and that will actually make for a better society, instead of trying to just put a law in place to say, hey, I'm going to take over this ruling for you. Because even with this law, all you have to do is get a bunch of people that are willing to lie, and then they'll be able to circumvent it anyway. So what's the point? Basically, it's going to be cluttering up the court system. It's going to get in the way of us actually getting justice for things that we should be legislating. And this is just going to be, I think my prediction is this is going to be a hot mess. It's going to be everywhere.
You know what, Topaz? You know what it almost reminds me of? It's almost like they're trying to open the door back up for us to have this sudden surge of frivolous lawsuits always. Remember when that shit started happening? The whole frivolous lawsuit surge, people suing everybody for anything.
Yeah. And that's exactly what, they are not only are they encouraging that, to me, this law sounds like they're telling people, hey, listen, I can't sue her, I can't punish her, but you can. and I'll give you money to do it. It's like they're forcing people to start suing other people so that they can then say, well, I didn't do it. This is what the community wants. No,
it's entrapment, people. It's fucking entrapment by your government. Don't do it.
Yeah, I don't like how this is written. I don't think, like, first of all, you're trying to go.
That's why I'm glad you read the law and the actual legislation, because like you said, the wording, the verbiage, how it's written out, and all the extra pork that they got buried into has nothing to do with it is important.
Yeah, so they don't even care about abortions for real. They basically just, this sounds like they're trying to just find a way to close down the companies.
Well, not only that, no, this is a way for the courts and the government to make money, because for every court case, they're making money off of this. That's big business.
Yeah, they literally put that in there because the defendant, if 13 people are in line to sue you, then they're gonna have to come in and pay filing fees and court costs, and then the defendant has to pay lawyers to defend themselves against all of these, and there's no limit to how many times you can be sued for one procedure.
And y'all know I don't like Ken Paxton. Y'all know I don't like him. So let me say this one more time.
Is everybody's mic working? Just want to make sure
Yeah.
before I go.
Yeah.
Bob, you're
Ken
there.
Paxton, this is my ruling.
Good. Okay. All right, y'all.
This law that they
Man, I
passed.
can't believe I just sat here and was brave enough to sit up here on a panel full of headstrong women while you leave.
This is BMT.
No, think about
it. BMT. Y'all can. Yeah, it's a free market over here. Go ahead.
Trailer.
So I'll see y'all later.
Okay, bye, hon.
Okay, bye.
No,
See you later.
I wasn't trying to be facetious. I was just making up.
No.
stuff.
I'm just saying this. That in the state of Texas, I don't know if you guys heard about this. Ken Paxton's wife wrote a song about my husband suing the government. My husband sues the government. And that is only halfway true. He pays large law firms millions of dollars in taxpayer money to go sue the federal government, and 9 out of 10 times he loses. Y'all know the lawsuit that we filed saying that Trump should be president? We lost. The lawsuit that said Obamacare was illegal because if the tax was zero, it really wasn't a tax. We lost. I can go down all kinds of legislation where it's designed to gear up the base to say, yeehaw, we're telling those people what they can't do to us. But it's not designed to survive. It's just designed to pay some law firms that will eventually kick back some money to support those candidates that hired them. And I don't appreciate it.
Legislation being passed by with lobbyist agendas in it, and what they're doing is they're using the money made from it to fund it.
You know, if the state of Texas really was concerned about women not having abortion, perhaps they'd have more resources towards showing women how to prevent pregnancies, showing women how to be on birth control and use it successfully, showing men how to use condoms successfully.
Michelle, to expand on that, if all states were really that worried about abortions, they would be going out of their way to make sure that there's actually like resource centers and outreach centers and places for kids to actually go and do things productive rather than to sit around and, sit and experiment with sex at 13 years old.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? These kids have too much idle time, but yet we live in cities where cities have taken away all the places that kids, when we were kids, that we used to have to go to be able to do things. So we weren't sitting and thinking about things that we shouldn't have been thinking about.
And the government is also, I understand free enterprise, but by the government sitting up there subsidizing housing, I have a big issue with subsidized housing, because the government actually, I was at a conference, Ben Carson is sitting up there going, hey, you guys know subsidized housing is a $5 billion a year industry.
It is too. It is. There's so much fucking money that's getting funneled to the Fed through that.
Exactly. That what you have is a situation where from Walmart down, you have these big guys, Microsoft, that stood up there and said, "Oh, the federal government needs to give these poor kids our product." So
Listen,
the federal
what you're
government
saying,
buys.
what you're saying, people, I don't think a lot of people really grasp the what the real relevance of that is. Because what you're saying and telling people is the government, state and federal, is literally making billions off of poverty.
Yes. If you want to become a billionaire in the United States, provide services or goods for the government to quote unquote give away, because they're going to pay you the market rate for your property and they're going to go give it to the poor people.
Okay, but there's a different coach. Okay, so if people don't understand what y'all saying right now, because y'all not being real, right? Because
No,
you're saying,
there,
wait a minute, if I am a company, yes, I want to do business with the government, but the government is going to pay me. The government aren't making money. You mean the people dealing with the government, which
yes.
if the business deal with the government, they should make money. So what's the problem? And so
the problem is it increases the market rate. It increases the market rate. That if you have a guy that has an apartment complex with 10 units and the government is willing to pay him $800 every month by the first of the month, he's going to sit up there and say, "Hey, if the government's going to pay me $800, if you're going to live here, you're going to pay me at least $800, probably $1,000. I want more money because from a private person than I want from the government. Because if the government's paying me $800, I can at least get another $200 out of the person that's on Section 8. They'll at least pay $50 a week. So that has caused the price of housing to go up. That I have a friend who said, I just sent out because of this moratorium, he had a lot of people that could not pay rent, and he did get some subsidies for the lack of rent. But what he suddenly realized is, there are going to be a lot of people getting foreclosed on, a lot of people being evicted. So what I'm going to do is, he sent out a notice. He was raising the rent by $1,000. Mm-hmm. Everybody across the board. Uh-huh. I'm raising your rent by $1,000. Mm-hmm. So all these people that are sitting up there that had suffered through the pandemic, that had paid him on time, now they got to come up with an extra $1,000 a month or get the hell out. Because the market now, he said, the market is different. There are going to be a whole bunch of people with vouchers, and the vouchers are going to be paying me at least $1,500. So why am I sitting up here with these people that are only paying me $1,000?
So you blaming the government for capitalism, because that has nothing to do with the government. If the landlord, the business person decides, if I can get this from the government, which is based on the area in which you're in, the fair market value, that's what they're paying, which they should. Right. So you're saying, though, because the government gonna come in and pay fair market value, and on top of that, they're gonna help some poor people and people who getting evicted. You're saying that it's their fault.
No, what I'm saying is that studies have shown that say, for example, let me talk about milk. Milk is now Borden milk is now one of the most bought WIC items. The average person does not pay $4.50 for a gallon of milk. But because the government does not negotiate the prices, that Borden can sit up there and say, "Hey, we're a WIC item. You can get us for free." It's not free. The government is paying $4.50 for that milk, which means that they're artificially inflating the price. Because the average person cannot afford and will not afford $4.50 for milk.
Why? Well, that's how much you pay for milk.
Huh?
That's how much milk costs. And if you don't get those assistance, you won't pay what they charge.
Thank you. Say it again. How much do you got kids? You got kids. How much do you pay for your gallon of milk? I will not pay more than $2.
Hell, just 6 months ago, it was 97 cents a gallon.
Well, y'all must be in the South, which when I'm in the South, it's that cheap, but I'm up north, and milk costs almost $4 a gallon here.
But you
It's just
said milk. I said Borden. I said
that's
Borden
what I'm
for a
talking
reason.
about. Borden milk. That's who I'm speaking about. Now, if I go get Walmart another brand of milk, then it'll be cheaper.
You know where
Right.
milk costs $45 a gallon in Indiana? At a gas station, a convenience store. At a grocery store, the most expensive milk, like the Borden or the Prairie Farms or whatever you're talking about, the most you're going to pay is $2.50.
No, but it costs more. If you want Borden's milk here, you're gonna pay that price. But if you want a true whatever great value, I'm not even sure if they do milk, but their brand is cheaper, right? So that boils down to capitalism and what the company.
No, it boils down to
you're
artificial
literally with that.
inflation. Capitalism. If I'm making $10 an hour, and there are a lot of people in Texas that would love to make $10 an hour. If I'm making $10 an hour, I'm not going to spend 30 minutes of my life in order to afford a gallon of milk. I'm going to choose the $2 milk over the $5 milk because the $5 milk I had to work 30 minutes to get.
Well, look,
So
and the truth
yes.
of the matter is any sane person should, because the only difference between them two milks is the label on it, because they're both coming from the same place.
Exactly, but that's up to them being a consumer, right? The person being a consumer versus capitalism. The people who run the company, they can charge what they want. What does that have to do with the government? In fact, if we decide to do government subsidized, right, socialism as people call it, then they would be able to put a cap on the cost of things. But because we don't do that, that's why they can charge what they want. But you want to blame the government? Are you serious?
Yes, we are damn sure.
Is the reason for all our problems.
It's very simple. It's very simple. People don't like it, but it's the truth. That at the end of the day, if the government is buying, I'll do government contracts. We can sit up there when the people in the military, we go for the lowest contract in order to feed our military. We sit up there and say, okay, we want for their rations, we're only gonna pay this amount per person. That's for our military. But then when we start dealing with non-military people that are getting food from the government, oh, they should have a choice. They should be able to spend however much they want to. No, people can't do that. The government needs to
do that. You would get mad if the government said you only have to drink Borden. You would get pissed off.
No, what I'm saying is there should be a cap. That when the government sits up there and says, WIC, we are going to sit up there and we're going to put a cap on. We're going to say, yes, you can get a voucher for milk, but the voucher is only for $2. So if you want Borden, you need to come up with $2 of your own. Let's see how many people that are poor are going to add $2 because they want that Borden.
They won't, but see, they don't want the Borden. The only reason they getting the Borden is because that's what that voucher is for. And it's not normally built on the company's name, right? I've been on WIC, and they tell you can only get this amount of milk. Now they reduce it to where you can only get low-fat milk, I think. Now I heard they done reduced and told people you can only get low-fat milk.
That ain't milk, that's water.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be water. That's not even true.
We get whole milk. We can still get whole milk here. I see the WIC signs up for the whole milk.
I don't drink
different states, but I thought my sister, daughter-in-law, I'm sorry, I thought she told me she can only get low-fat milk or
that may be in certain states.
Yeah, because it is state by state. That
when I sit up there and say I laugh at people, that there is a restaurant that will allow you to buy raw chicken on your food stamps and they'll fry it up for free.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Because the whole idea of WIC, of food stamps, the whole idea of food stamps was to feed a family for a month. And when you have
for a month just to feed the family, you have to figure out how you're going to do that month yourself.
Right. And so what you have what you have, unfortunately, is people that are scamming the system, that the system is not designed for you to go and buy this high ass chicken, because it's higher than it is in the stores. But and it
Oh, so you want to dictate you really want socialism, right? So
no,
the government,
no,
the
I'm
government
opposite of
says,
socialism.
no, you're absolutely socialist. That's what you believe in, right? Because the government says, look, based on how much money you make in this area, we're gonna help you, assist you with this amount of food, and they give the
Hey,
people
time out for a second, if you guys
money.
don't mind.
I'm
'Cause I
sorry.
want to address, if you don't mind, if I could interject for a minute, I wanted to actually address Coach's comment about being disingenuous about the prices of milk. She says that the price or that much price difference is, it's not that much of a price difference. It's maybe 80 cents. So I looked it up just now, okay, Koja, and I want you to, I wish I could share what's on my phone right now, because I'm looking at Walmart's Walmart app on the phone and looking at the milk prices that they have right now at Walmart. And for Great Value brand milk, for a gallon of a 1 gallon of whole milk, it's $1.89. Now you go to Prairie Farms, a gallon of 2% Prairie Farm milk is $4.48.
So, and that's
what
what y'all being disingenuous about, is you're making it seem like when you get that wick that it says has to be Borden's milk. It just needs to be milk, and it has to meet the qualification of nutritional value. It doesn't say you have to get Borden's milk. The government does not do that. That would be socialism. That would be the government dictating exactly who you buy, what brands you buy.
Look, man, what's your name, ma'am?
Everybody call me Bomb.
Okay, Bomb. When my wife with me and the wife's first son, because we were struggling financially, we couldn't get any food stamps or anything like that, but we were able to get WIC. Now on the WIC vouchers themselves, it didn't actually specify brands, but when we went to the grocery store, I literally had like a little WIC emblem underneath the brands that they would allow to be sold.
Thank you.
So they really did dictate what you could and couldn't
That's the
get.
store, right? The store says, okay, and even that's illegal. So if they doing that illegally, then that's illegal, and that's on them. That has nothing to do with the
government. The corporation has to go into an agreement with the government and say, the government says, okay, if you are on the WIC program, we'll pay you for every unit that's purchased, but they're not giving them a limit. The long and short of it is they can charge whatever price that they want to, and the government is not strategically negotiating the contracts they're not strategically negotiating the contract for public assistance like they do for the military food. The military food is the lowest, contractor wins. That's all you get to eat. This is what you got.
When you get to eat, okay, so when you say military now, because I'm military, so what do you mean military? What are you talking about? You talking about the active duty soldier who's what? Because they don't control what we eat. What are you talking about?
When you're at the rations, when you're out in the field, they are bought by the government, and you can only eat what the government does unless you're off base. If you shop at a commissary, all those products are negotiated by the government. Anything you find in the commissary, the government has set up there and negotiated the lowest price before they put those products out.
The lowest price, and because they purchase so much. Just like when I go to the VA, I'm able to get my pills for one flat fee, $7, a whole bottle, no matter how many pills is in there, right? And that's because the government is buying so much of it, they're able to get it at a cheaper price. But what does that, you're not complaining about when I go to Walgreens to get my medication, they're charging me $300 for a bottle that only cost me $7 when I get it from the VA. That has nothing to do with the government. That has to do with the companies you deal with. You're not complaining about the insurance.
And I am complaining about the government using taxpayer money to buy certain things without putting a price cap on them. That at the end of the day,
Well,
when we buy,
let me take it a step farther than you, because I'm complaining about the government sticking their nose in my personal life, period, and legislation.
Right, so y'all talking about two different things. See, she wants there to be a cap on it, and then the government can only tell you what to buy, even when you need some assistance from them. Which
I want the federal government to go back to what it's supposed to be doing and worrying about, foreign affairs, and let my state government and me and myself decide what's important in my state.
Okay.
Let me give you an example. We have county hospitals here in Texas that you can go in and pay on a sliding scale based on your income.
All of them does that, yeah.
The county hospital is a sliding scale. You pay what you can afford. Then all of a sudden you had, oh my God, everyone has to get insurance. Everyone has to get insurance. That just basically means, hey, I now negotiate with the government to get more money than I normally be able to get from the individual. So I can raise my prices. That when the government gets in the middle of capitalism, it inflates the price.
It doesn't. You're either you don't know what you're talking about and you're just listening to others, or you
No, I'm actually listening to my clients that say things like, Nichelle, I would rather take all of my 50 houses and put them on Section 8 because the government is more reliable. I will get a check.
Reliable. That makes sense. Reliability does not equate, though, that they can't get the money. It just means that they know for a fact, for the term of that contract, they're going to get their money. But
what I'm saying is, listen to what I just said. She said, this is a poor area, an area where most people make minimum wage. They could not afford these houses. They couldn't do it. So those houses, the market rate would have stayed low. It would have been about $600, $400. Instead, her houses are $1,000 because she can get 800.
So you said it's a poor area, and now, but you think that if the government didn't come in and help her keep her buildings, you think she would have been able to just continue to rent them out at $400?
Yeah, that's what people. Do you understand why people are upset about gentrification? Because when the government gets involved with these programs, it artificially raises.
Gentrification does not have nothing to do with the government.
Time out. I got to moderate. Look, ladies, you guys are going to have to have respectful to each other now and let each other get to your comments and your points out. That way you can have a discussion.
Well, I mean, she keeps changing it. I keep trying to explain how this doesn't work, and then she'll say she switches it to homes or this person. Listen, capitalism is your issue, right? Your issue. Because
my issue is not capitalism. My issue is not capitalism. I'm actually actively involved with the government. So if I sit up there and say that, hey, the government has a plan to get you out of your house because they can make more money off your land through taxes than they can as long as your house is low value. So what they usually do is they first target the area for investors to come in and move into that area with Section 8. That increases the value. That increases the market value of the property. Now you have a net operating income property. It is increased. The taxes go up for the surrounding community. Now this community can't afford to have children and pay taxes. I know some people that are paying well over $14,000 a month in taxes, property taxes, because they are
$14,000 a month in property taxes.
Yes,
be wealthy, very wealthy.
Yes, $14,000 a month in property taxes.
Okay, so I'm not saying. So that sounds like a very wealthy area. So
these are poor. These are very poor areas. This is Oak Cliff in Dallas. The houses are. The government is working in order to create winners and losers. that these people cannot afford to pay these taxes.
Did you?
So
Okay, wait, back up, baby. Wait a minute, because maybe you misspoke. Maybe you meant $1,400 a month and not 14,000.
1,400. Excuse me, 1,400.
Oh,
You're right.
Okay, I'm
1,400. Sorry, $1,400 in property taxes in a area that is very dilapidated, has very bad roads, but because the government subsidized certain people to come in, their property taxes went up, so they're having to leave.
When you mean certain people to come in, like whom? Because you know when an area, when you talk about property tax, you're talking about taxes. But when we deal with property, that has nothing to do with the government. It has everything to do with the government. Selling of property in the manner in which you were speaking has nothing to do with the government. Now, the government will get their taxes, right? But the value of that property has to do more with the development. It has to do with the people who taking care of the home and things like that.
Do you know what an appraisal district is? An appraisal district is the government unit that sets the value of your property. They come out and they say, this is how much your property is now worth. This is how much your property is now worth. You can challenge the appraisal. You can challenge the appraised value, but it costs you money to challenge the appraised value. So the government sets the appraised value in certain areas. The appraised value
on the money that depends on a lot of things around the area. For instance, when they say that something is getting gentrified, right? They put these expensive boutiques and different things in the area. Well, then if my value of my home goes up, if I can't afford it, what I do is sell it. Because now it has more value. And guess what? Value of property, it equates more value than money. So when you say that poor people now have these high value property and you're making it seem like they're in trouble. In fact, they've been, based on what you're saying, they're now in a better predicament because now they can even get the loans for their homes if they need to repair them. They are able to get cars and everything else they want if they have such a high value property. So what you're saying doesn't even make sense. You're saying poor and high value property. They don't go together, sweetheart. They just don't go together.
Okay, let me put it to you like this. Mark Vesey, who is a congressman, is fighting this tooth and nail because the people in his district are sitting up there saying, look, we are being, because of Section 8 housing that is coming into our neighborhood, we are now being taxed out of homes that have been in our family for generations. That you may disagree, but at the end of the day, there's actually fights going on. They're developing.
You was fighting to keep Trump in office too. That doesn't mean that it was right. It makes sense or anything like that. It just means that people are fighting. People are fighting about masks, so they know COVID kills. So just because there's a fight going on doesn't mean that it means that they're right.
What I'm saying is, let me give an example.
If you don't understand that, that's why you are saying.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That I was in DC. I was in DC when Clinton changed the maximum amount of Stafford loans that people could get. That before it was $8,000. It went up to $18,000.
That's right.
10 law schools. Excuse me. Can I finish? 10 law schools in the DC area each raised their tuition by $10,000. That before you had beauty schools. Once beauty schools realized that if they paid the money to change their name to colleges, they could get up to $18,000 in tuition money from the federal government. So they raised their rates. You had con artists who opened up schools left and right, promising people.
Go ahead, continue.
You had you had school.
University, you forgot that?
I haven't forgotten. He didn't accept Trump. He didn't accept federal money again.
Oh yes, he did.
Well, if he accepted, if Trump University, then all those student loans have been forgiven. If the people who went to Trump University got federal loans, they have now forgiven all the loans, and I don't see Trump University on the list of unaccredited schools where people are allowed to get forgiveness of their loans. There have been a lot of schools, Summit Law School, for example. It operated for 3 years on the auspices of they were designed for people that could not get accepted to any other law school. And as long as you got accepted to that school, the school got $18,000 a year. The problem was less than 1 out of every 5 people that graduated could ever pass the bar. So they could not work as lawyers.
But just even though you keep giving me examples, you're still not making the connection to the government. The government put programs, made it to where people, regular people, were able to afford and get in these schools, right? Okay, the schools raise the prices. Okay, so that's the school. That's called capitalism. If somebody scammed and decided to get some of that money from the government, then that's them. That the scammers. Where does that equate that the government did that?
The government gave the money. The government gave the money. They gave the schools taxpayer money. There's no argument that the government is sitting up there picking winners and losers. The long and short of it is that the government is spending their time picking winners and losers in the business world, while at the same time,
how they choose? You mean by giving somebody like myself a contract? Like I've had a contract with the government, right? When I was in my networking and securities thing, and I had a couple of small contracts, throughout the years. Are you saying that they chose me to be a winner, or did I have to do what I had to do to meet the contractual, goals that they set forward, and then I put in my contract, and they gave me a few of them? Is that what you're saying? Because that's called capitalism. That's called them actually.
Were you the lowest bidder? Were you the lowest bidder, or was it a no bid contract?
It was I had to put in bid for a few of them. I don't know. They don't tell you if you're the lowest bidder or not. But I am a veteran. There's some other things that may have been played in that. But I'm not sure if I was the lowest bidder. But I think I was up there with the market. You see, so I'm saying, just by me being a Black woman, being a veteran, in the IT field, that I think that may have helped us as well. But I don't think I was the lowest bidder, but I could have. I don't know. I think I was fair market value. I base my pricing based on what surrounds me. And that's how the US works, right? My pricing of everything that I even sell in my home now is based on how much I had to pay for it, plus my markup, my time, and things like that. You're making it seem like somebody in a home, right? They had a home or apartment building, and because the government said they would give them $800, they decided they want $800 from everyone. But how does the government decide that they're going to give them $800? It will be based on the location.
It will be based on the appraisal value from the government. The government decides how much your house is worth. The government then turns around and gets money from the federal government in order to subsidize that price. Okay. That you have one hand washing the other one. There's a new program. A new program a friend of mine is doing, that he's going into the hood, low income areas, and allowing the people to purchase his homes using vouchers, federal vouchers. Right. And the cost of the vouchers are $1,200, $1,200 to $1,400 a month, depending on the size of the house. The houses are usually under 1,600 square feet. And you stay on the program for 15 years. After 15 years, you're now free to buy. The house right next door, you can buy the house for $58,000 cash. If you got $58,000 cash, you can. But if you are on this government program, the house will wind up costing you $350,000.
Well,
paid for by the taxpayers.
Okay, so listen. Your information is so backwards and wrong, right? So when you say purchase a house, are you talking about renting or you talking about purchasing?
I said the program is you use your vouchers from the government for 15 years. After that, you can purchase the house. It's locked in at the current market rate, but you're talking for 15 years you pay, and then at the end of 15 years you can buy the house for $60,000.
Right, but see, there's actually the program, if people know about it, is that you can purchase the home even without waiting 15 years because the government is paying the rent anyway, and it's cheaper for them to pay your mortgage because your mortgage will be much cheaper than if you were renting. But Black people don't know that. See, other races of people have been taking advantage of these programs and nobody's been complaining. And it just so happens that it's one of us. When you think you have information, you complain about a program that's been put in place for many years, and white people have been getting their homes through these programs. Black people, we're the ones with no homes because we didn't know about the programs or we wasn't being accepted. So it's weird when I hear a Black woman complaining about something that's been in existence for over 70 goddamn years. Okay, so, but this is the thing.
What law was in place 70 years ago that allowed people to buy a home? That what I'm saying is, I'm working with a developer. I don't know who you're working with. I'm actually sitting up there talking with the mayor, talking with the people in the activists in the area that do not appreciate this program. One, the people that are developing.
Well, why they accept it then? Why? You know, a developer doesn't have to do anything with Section 8. They don't have to get involved with the government at all. Am I still here?
The reason the gentleman got involved with the government because his father had been a slumlord. He's a slumlord.
Oh, okay. So why would they appreciate it then? They slumlords. They are looking for easy money. So you're not telling us that he's a slumlord, but he don't appreciate what doesn't he appreciate? He should love it.
No, he loves it. The people around that are working to stop these type of predatory programs. It's predatory. The
program is predatory, or is the guy who you say you're working for, is he predatory?
He's predatory. I no longer work for him. He's predatory.
Okay, so go ahead.
He's predatory. That the long and short of it is that these many programs are designed when you say, oh, we're lending to people that would not otherwise be able to get a loan. We're finding that these programs are doing things like accepting post-dated checks or post-dated authorizations. And it is impacting the Black community and the poor community more than other programs. That these things happen. The whistleblowers that have come forward, it's very difficult for them to actually document the information, but we're getting more and more whistleblowers coming forward showing how these programs are being misused and how it's literally bringing up the prices in areas where it was supposed to help people sustain.
Okay, so like you talking out of both sides of your mouth. You do that often. So listen, the program. So you don't have a problem with the program. You have a problem with the disingenuous liars and cheaters.
I have a problem with the program itself.
Why would
I have
you
a problem with the program?
So you just said that it's not the program. It's some of the people misusing it because see, millions of people use those programs. Housing programs.
Are you talking the corporate side? Or are you talking about, oh, woe is me, I need some free stuff? I understand the difference between, yes, we need to help people, but at the same time, like I said, if you're military, if you can sit up there and say, I'm going to negotiate the lowest price, the best quality at the lowest price for the military, that when you sit up there and look at the programs you look at Section 8 programs, you have a push by the lobbyists to say, okay, why should Section 8 people be living in projects? Why can't they live in the gated community?
Right. Don't you agree with that?
I don't.
Why wouldn't you agree? So you think that first of all, there shouldn't even be projects. That's the reason. Why? Because there were never any projects until they decided to try to put Black people somewhere away from others. So why would you still agree with them having an area so we can all just live together separately, huh? That's what you into?
Because long and short of it, I drove every day of my kids' life while they were in school. I drove 30 minutes to the school, back home every day, because I did not work so hard to send my kids to school with a bunch of Section 8 kids.
Oh, really? Well, what you don't know is that in that neighborhood you live in, no matter what color it is, you wouldn't even know that you're living with a bunch of Section 8 people. You just don't know it because they don't talk about it. You just don't know it
because here, as soon as they set up a Section 8 program, guess what? Dollar General opens up. They've actually put a moratorium on Dollar General's opening up in certain areas. I live in an area where we don't have public transportation because that attracts people that cannot afford a car. So, yes.
Were you serious? And so, see, there's a difference in, what do you mean can't afford a car? Because it's not really.
Look, all I'm going to say about that is I have never heard no crazy nonsense like that, man.
Right? No, she don't make no sense.
There ain't no public transportation because we don't want to attract people with no cars.
That is exactly why the legislation was passed.
And you know what? The more and more I hear about Texas, the more I'm glad I don't live there, and the more I'm glad my dad moved us away from there when he decided he wanted to stop pretending to be in the Army.
I'm serious. That when Dallas did a bid for the 2012 Olympics, they lost the bid because the cities in between, Fort Worth.
They lost the bid because half of the people that came to the Olympics probably would have ended up in prison.
Well, the main thing that they told us, they said you do not have enough public transportation to move people around the cities. Between the events, there's no public transportation.
No wonder everybody in fucking Texas is pissed off all the time, man.
Yeah, they stuck in their own area, can't get around.
You got down there, basically it's a big open fucking wasteland with nothing to do, and they ain't they're taking all your money and you get no benefit from it. Fuck that.
It's crazy. I understand if you're in a big city like for instance, Philadelphia, New York, and places where you don't need to purchase a car. In fact, it's more expensive to buy a car, not because of the car, but for the insurance and things like that. But I don't understand how I can listen to a woman who sounds like she's Black, but maybe I could be wrong, right? Make it seem like because you work so hard to travel and you want to make sure certain people don't come in the neighborhood, so they don't put public transportation because you don't want certain people living there. But if you are Black, you are that person. The rules were set forth. Just because you worked hard to get in the circumstances that you are, and you have to be mad that you had to work 2 times, 3 times, 4 times harder than anybody just to get what you obtained.
Hey, don't let my light complexion fool you. I'm one of the people they don't want in their neighborhood too. Trust me.
Right? No, I'm not even saying it's not about whiteness. It's it's not about you being white. Because I know that when it boils down to it, to a degree, it's about economics, right?
It's more of a class thing,
right? But when Black people like her, like she's speaking, it is about color for her, because you heard what she said. See, because she thinks because she live in a neighborhood where there's probably more white people there,
Actually, my neighborhood is considered the bougie minority neighborhood because hey, the people that moved into my area.
So you guys are considered what ruined the suburbs.
Yeah. Basically, we finally got a white couple that moved in, and I was laughing. They put a sign out that said, "We support Black Lives Matter." I said, I guess they didn't know that this was a black neighborhood they were moving into.
No, they
Maybe
probably
they
knew
did,
that.
and they
That
were just
might
trying
be
to
why
make sure
they
they didn't
put
get
it.
attacked.
That's right. You ever thought about that? But see, some people, even in our community, trailer, there's some people, like she said, who consider themselves bougie. They think they're more and better when actually they're the trash. They just don't know it, right? They're the
Yeah,
trash.
look,
You know,
we have that uppity white trash class too, where they drink wine on a beer budget type people.
Yeah. You know, they just want to move in certain areas for the appearance, but they haven't.
On the outside, it looks like they got their shit together, but you go inside and it's a fucking hot mess.
Right. Like you start talking to them, you realize they don't know what they claim they know.
You know, Beyonce ain't going to be living next door to no.
But you're not a Beyonce though. But at one time, Beyonce mother lived close to my family. You know, so of course, unless you're making billions, because there's not even many white people living where Beyonce lives and where she can live. You're not Beyonce.
I don't want to hear Beyonce or Oprah ever talk about fucking knowing what the struggle is. Those two can go kick the mud as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. That's the whole deal. That when there are certain neighborhoods, especially like in Dallas, the Dallas area, the Houston area, where they're predominantly upper middle class black people that moved out of the hood on purpose. They will tell you they moved out of the hood on purpose.
Yes, we all move out the neighborhood on purpose. I moved out of the neighborhood on purpose. But
I moved out of the trailer park on purpose.
On purpose, but there's a difference between leaving, right, to better your family and leaving acting like now where you used to live is so bad that those people who used to be you at one time.
I can kind of understand what you're saying, Mom. It's one thing I understand what she's trying to say. It's one thing to level up. It's another thing to forget where you come from.
Right. And to think that everybody, right? At one time when I was
I'm not saying that I am insinuating anything personal about that. I'm just saying, like, I know a bunch of people like that like from the white fucking trailer park ghetto. That's how they are. They move up and then they forget. Like my sister, for instance, okay? My sister, she thinks she's better than everyone, and she forgets she comes from the same side of the railroad tracks my white trash ass comes from.
You know, I look at it like this. People will tell you, I'm from Como, Texas. Don't bite my tongue. Actually go down there and work with people when they're trying to fight certain policies. That when they were sitting up there convincing churches to have these people sign away their mineral rights for crumbs, and the churches were going to do it because they get a kickback from the oil and gas companies. I'm like, no, you guys, look at the contract. Look what's going on. I'm here for free to try to help you. I'm not getting any kickbacks. I understand. They're like, there's probably not any oil and gas up under our land. This is free money. No, you're selling your property rights. That's something tangible. So yes, I am constantly giving back and going out. But at the same time, when I sit up there and go, okay, if we're living in an area that does not have public transportation, my property values are higher. I like that. I like the fact that my property values are higher. If I want to sell, I can sell at a higher value. The education that my kids get, I am very concerned about the education my kids get. So I took them to schools that had like-minded parents that wanted to provide the best for their kids. And yes,
nothing wrong with this. Everything
there was no transportation. No, if you could not afford to get your kid to school every day, Guess what? Your kid did not go to that school because
But
there
see,
were no.
you think that's cool though. See, but that's not cool though, right? Because what about that family who has that potential and they have children with potential, and they just can't afford? You saying that if you can't afford it, you don't deserve to even thrive to be better? Are you saying?
I understand what you're saying there, because I know what that's like to grow up around people that had, you know, family generational wealth and see them be able to do things that they didn't even have the potential for, honestly, but it was all because they had the money and could afford it. Whereas, you know, myself or someone else like my brother did have the potential and couldn't do things because we didn't have money for it.
Right. The poor will always be with us. That's something the Bible says. But what I'm saying is that at the end of the
always be with us. I would consider myself to be poor.
But,
I don't know.
But what I will say, Bomb, this I will say that I do agree with Nichelle about is when it comes to any federal or state funded government program where they think that they're trying to help any one community or demographic of people or anything that the government puts their hands on to try and help ends up becoming a dumpster fire, ends up making things worse, and in the end they end up finding a way to profit off of it, and that is a fact.
No, we all come on, think about it. We all, just like she said, there was a church who was helping do something, but we all do. Most of us not doing anything for free. You know, when we have time and our heart in certain things, we may donate some time, but even that donated time. Most people, that's why I kept mentioning this is a capitalist country, right? So everybody who's working,
but it's really not anymore.
Right. It's kind of like a little mixture of this and that.
I call this it's like an anarcho capitalist state is what it is.
Crony capitalism.
Crony capitalism. We have instead of having monopolies now, we have gigantic corporations that are lobbying our federal and state governments to allow them to become monopolies that they aren't supposed to be.
Right. No, I agree with that. Look, we have a lot of bullshit going on, right? There's a lot.
I mean, when the federal government can come in and say, hey, if you want to continue to accept Medicaid, all your employees have to get vaccinated. If all your employees are not vaccinated, then we're cutting your Medicaid funding, and the people that are staying in your facility, Medicare facility, they got to go find another place to live.
What's wrong with that? I mean,
fire the people. Did you just hear what I said?
No, I understand, but if it wasn't for the pandemic, like something that's really life-threatening, right? I would understand. I do think it's a little overreach, but apparently we was hoping that most Americans would do the right things, the ones who can, and just do the right thing. But we have some people who are.
What's the right thing?
Exactly.
To at least make sure that you're safe.
Now think about what you're saying, though, Bomb, because we're getting back to what you were talking about earlier, and that is, personal choice over your own body and time.
I agree. That's why I said because we in a pandemic, life-threatening. Now, but I do understand, right? When others are telling us what to do, I think. Should they make you take that vaccine? No, but if you don't, they should give you options. But we have people who don't even want that. They don't even want the option. Look, wear your mask. They don't want to wear masks. Okay, take your vaccine. They don't want to take the vaccine. Okay, well, you can't come and be around others. They don't want that neither. It's almost like they just want to be out there and be like a bullet that's just running around.
I just want to be able to live my life the way I did before they decided to spread a bunch of fear porn and convince people that going out and living life was going to kill them.
Well, living life is killing them, though, right? They got a lot of them in the hospital.
Is it really? But is it really?
It really
Think about that for a second. Is it really?
There are people. There are people that want to choose their treatment if they do get COVID. There are people. I have friends who died that have had both shots. I've had people that got
Yeah,
COVID
you
that
had,
took the horse
wait,
medicine.
you had, so you right now I'm about to look it up. You're saying that there's a lot of people who died after having both shots. Okay, let me look that up. Because I know there's a lot of people, right? So my husband in the medical field, and even at his workplace, there's people who don't want to get the shot. They don't want to wear the mask and everything.
Look, that
Walking around
that right there ought to actually speak volumes to people and have people really questioning things. That there are more people in the medical field.
Thank you.
that are
Oh no!
questioning
Wait a minute. Not I didn't just because they're in the medical field. Because if I tell you that these people are the elderly, they already walking around half dead. They don't care. They don't even they admit.
No,
they're
there's actually a lot of people our age that are in the medical field that are saying no to
Refusing
this.
the
Well, no,
vaccine.
ones I'm running
The second bite of the vaccine reduces your overall immune system by 30%. There are
And that
millions
1.7%, that's per 100,000, I believe. Correct? Hard work.
people died after. Hey, D. Durrell, how you doing?
Hey guys, how y'all
Yeah,
doing?
sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you, D. Darrell. How you doing, brother?
I'm
It's been a
good.
long
I'm
time.
good.
Hey,
good.
D.
Hey, Nichelle, what's going on?
Hey, we're just trying to get control of some of the government action. You know, understand? I can't talk out of both sides of my mouth. I don't believe in government overreach. I don't believe it. I don't believe in it.
I agree with you. I agree with that.
The government's job is not supposed to be to mandate how we live our lives.
I'm gonna say this: like, we look at the government, to me, as a double-edged sword. We look at government. We want government in our lives in a sense to provide things that we want. But then there's an issue with government. When they do that, they have to present rules and regulations that come with that. I mean, if you want government to do something, they have to regulate it. If they don't regulate it, people are going to take advantage of things, and thus we're going to have a debacle like we had back in 2008 with our economic system. And the reason before that was a lack of government regulation. So we have to make our mind up as far as how we really want government to function. Because see, to me, there are people that want government to function when it only fits what they want. When government does things that don't necessarily fit what you want, good or bad, then we got issues with the government. And that's the biggest issue I have with the Republican Party, because the Republican the Republican Party wants smaller government. They want lower regulations and all these other different things, and they talk about being against socialism and so forth. But they're funded a lot by guys who actually have corporate socialism. I mean, a lot of these guys that are millionaires and billionaires that they have publicly funded programs. Publicly funded, all of those different things are publicly funded by state funded and federal funded, but you claim you want smaller government. So there's some hypocrisy in that. And to me, a lot of what they do is paradoxical to what they claim they believe, because they're gonna do things that fit what they want. Because to me, corporate welfare, corporate socialism, to me, is corporate welfare costs far more than what you feeding people and giving TANF and all that other different stuff. Because there are tons of millionaires and billionaires that are getting rich off of the government, and they're getting funded. Case in point, BMT himself, in the advent of COVID, did tons of content on the fact that when COVID came about, the government was giving major corporations and banks $1 trillion a day for their business.
Don't get me started on where all that money went. Because I can.
That's $1 trillion. That's $1 trillion. They did $1 trillion a day, but you claim
you don't have money for reparations.
Well, they didn't do $1 trillion a day because it was only
that doesn't make
that
any
first
sense.
bill was only $6.4 trillion total.
But they gave BMT reported. He's on the panel. They
Well,
gave.
no, what I'm saying
trillions
is
of
I
dollars a
I
day.
could buy maybe $1 billion, but not $1 trillion.
Well, okay. I'm sorry. They gave billions of dollars a day.
Yes, okay.
It's still a lot of money, and they gave. They gave all of that money a day to these banks, and none of that trickled down to small businesses.
Well, it's the same thing they did when the housing market crashed. They gave billions of dollars to the banks, thinking that it was going to keep people from losing their houses and trickle down. That's what they told people, but people still lost their houses and nothing trickled down.
Because
what you had emerged.
That they lied
and look, and right there, all that does
remember
is it
AIG? Remember that AIG?
Has anybody been following a company called Blackstone or a company called BlackRock?
I heard
I've talked about that, Mike.
I heard of Blackstone. Isn't that the military something? Blackstone.
I don't remember the guy's name. He started in Dallas. Blackstone started in Dallas. That Blackstone now owns 1/3 of all the residential houses in the United States. They just went on the buying spree because of the pandemic. A lot of people who are lower economic, they couldn't come up with 20%. They put 5 or 10% down. So they had to buy PMI insurance. They fell behind on their mortgage, and the PMI insurance paid off the mortgage and took the note themselves. And Blackstone just bought $8 billion of residential PMIs so they can foreclose on all those houses. They bought.
But hey, now let's be realistic though about this though. There are a lot of people that, and I'm talking on all walks of life, that if they were smart would have took what money they were getting from unemployment, because unemployment was fucking astronomically through the roof for a lot of people, and the fucking bailout money that they were getting, and they still could have paid their bills and their house payments and stayed on top of it. A lot of these people put themselves in a position because they didn't have to pay their rent.
Well, that's true too. But what I'm saying is,
okay, so wait a minute, because by the time they started giving money to help, people was months behind.
Yeah, the money was already gone.
That doesn't matter if they were months behind, because even if you were waiting for the unemployment to go through, by the time you got it approved, like myself, because I got the first round of unemployment. When mine got approved, I got 14 weeks worth of unemployment immediately deposited into my bank account. That was $7,000. That was enough money for anybody to catch up on their bills.
Well, no, not anybody, right? See, that's not enough money for anybody. $7,000 might be what I pay out in 2 months in bills. So, you say you was how many?
Is actually but you can't argue what I'm saying is a valid point. People have
no, it's valid, but a lot of people didn't just throw that money away like you're making it seem. Some people had to catch up. Some people, you know what I mean? So don't make it seem like people.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is a lot of people when it comes to their house payments and their homes, they put themselves in a bind because they were told that they were basically saying, well, we ain't gonna get kicked out. There's a moratorium. We don't have to pay rent. They can't do anything. Well, eventually that bill's going to come due. And unfortunately, they're not going to let you make payments on it. They're going to look at you and say, okay, now we want the money.
So
and if you really care about your situation, look, all of us, if we care about our situation, every single one of us are going to go out and hustle and do whatever the fuck it is we know how to do to make sure that our families are taken care of.
But are there some tax benefits from those for those owners of those properties? If somebody isn't paying it, is that a write-off? Are they benefiting from the fact that?
No, they're not. Actually, a lot of those people that will look like my property manager who manages a lot of properties for homeowners. There wasn't no tax write-offs. The only thing that they were given.
You telling me that you're not getting in profit and you're losing money and you can't write that off?
I think
they were losing money and they weren't getting a tax break off of it.
Yeah.
The only benefit they were getting was they weren't getting penalized from the bank if their home still had that they were renting still had a mortgage on it,
and the bank was willing to work with them and put what was owed on that mortgage at the back of their payment rather than asking for it all up front and trying to foreclose on these homeowners' homes.
And a lot of the landlords also purchased. They also had PMI on their lease units. Blackstone bought $7 billion worth of that. Student housing. Blackstone bought $5 billion of student housing because a lot of student housing, they weren't getting any money because the students were not going to class. So there was no need for the students to pay for on-campus housing if they were staying at home and working remotely. So we're going to see a major trend in the market for housing in the next 2 years. It's going to be devastating.
But that has been a trend in capitalism for the whole time. For example, about 8 years, whenever the market crashed, you saw a lot of people that took their money and they were able to go and buy properties really cheap. That is capitalism 101. I had wanted to speak earlier, but I was in the back for a long time. When you were talking about like the WIC and the things of that nature, that is not how those. Well, that is not how those.
Is that Koja?
Yes, Koja. Hi, Koja.
How you doing, Koja?
Hey, Bomb, I miss you. You need to come on and do a live because we've been waiting for you. Everybody asking about you.
Girl, I need to take a break.
I miss you. When you hit that link, everybody gonna be on there because everybody asking about you. A lot of those programs that you were speaking of don't work that way, and we talk out of both sides of our mouths because WIC does not give you a name brand. WIC gives you a nutrition content. There is a difference between getting cheese and cheese product, juice, 100% juice and juice product. It doesn't go by the name. Now, what Republicans did do is speak out of both sides of their mouth because
I'm gonna have to disagree with you because me and my wife were on WIC and like we had to get Juicy Juice, which is a brand.
No, you could get get Juicy Juice, but you could get anything that was
100% juice.
They literally look, Koja, I'm telling you
if you put the research into that, you could have got anything that was 100% juice, not juice product. Now a lot of juicy juice, even when you buy who is the Ocean Spray? Ocean Spray makes a 100% cranberry juice and they make a juice product.
Look,
now,
I understand that may be different. Look, it may be different in the state that you
don't know
and every
you're not listening. Listen, the store might put a little tag saying this is WIC product because they may be getting a kickback.
Yes,
but they don't. You don't have to buy that though.
If I go and get Kraft, there are certain brands that are cheese and certain things that are cheese product. A lot of times they put the identifier on there because Kraft can make cheese and they can make cheese product. You can select the cheese singles and you cannot get the cheese product if you don't know about the nutrition because Libby makes 100% juice. And I could have went and picked up Libby juice, but it has to be 100%. And not all juice companies make 100% juice. And that's the difference. They don't say I can't get Walmart brand milk. It says, because now you're right, Vaughn, they did do a thing where you have to get like 2% or 1% milk. It can be any brand because Borden isn't such a big brand. Where I'm from, the brand name is like MacArthur. I can get WIC and I can get MacArthur. Now, generally, whatever the name brand is in your store may cost $80 to $1.20 less. But that's like the difference between buying Coke or Pepsi and then buying Great Value soda. That's name brand, but you can choose either one. But they talk out of both sides of their mouth. But within that, when the pandemic hit, Republicans that denounce school programs and don't want to feed the poor were the first ones talking about how they couldn't sell all of their milk and milk products. So they have this pull you up bootstraps, but they do get the contracts for a lot of stuff. So that's the disingenuousness they do when they talk about these programs, but when they work, but they're getting subsidized through it. And the first thing that happened when school lunches stopped is them places saying,
it wasn't just the restaurants, it was the schools and the places that supplied the stuff to the schools, which are a lot of Republican places, because I'm in Florida. So they talk out of both sides of their mouth. So within that, there are some factors that Nichelle may say that influence it.
BMT,
but
hold on,
you're
BMT,
talking about a bunch
will
of
you
different
put my
things.
camera, my thing,
Now, if you don't
on
know
there,
the
because I
difference
pulled up the
between
Ohio WIC food list guideline. All right,
if you
and this
don't
is
know the difference
literally,
between you didn't
this
even
is
know the difference
literally,
between an
put
ectopic
it in the
pregnancy. You did not even know the difference between an ectopic pregnancy. So I doubt you know the difference between the
Just because
nutrition
I didn't know
content.
the difference between a tubal
I
pregnancy or not
doubt you know the
doesn't
difference
mean I don't
between the
understand a
nutrition
program that I
content.
took
I
part
actually
in.
had to take a class in nutrition, and they
Lady,
explained all
I
this
was
stuff.
on WIC. I know how it works.
Yes, and
I was
obviously you
on
don't
it.
know
And
the
what I
difference
said was
between
that the government
and
does not
juice and
negotiate the
e-product.
price. I
You
said
could
the
choose
government does
any
not
brand that was
negotiate.
100% juice. You could choose any brand that was 100% juice.
Wonder
And not all
And I'm saying
brands
that the
are
government did not negotiate that
Pepper
price.
Farm,
How you
and
know they didn't negotiate that price?
it
Juicy
doesn't make
Juice,
a
Great
certain
Value, Giant Eagle. Those are brands.
Yeah, but
That's what you're told you're allowed to get.
no, that's not how.
no,
Okay,
no,
it
it
doesn't
work
say
like
you
that.
could get. It
That's
doesn't.
how Ohio's WIC program
That's
works.
how you
No,
understood it,
that's how
but
you
that's
understood
not
it.
how it
Yeah.
works. You may not have the complete understanding because,
No, that
like
was
I
the
say,
list.
Put it in the back
What
chat.
does
Put
it
it in
say?
the back chat.
Authorized
100%
list
juice.
of foods.
No, they
Authorized foods list.
That
okay.
that is, but you can also get Libby and other brands that
But
are
it did say
100%
Libby.
juice.
Yeah,
Those
he's
are the name
those.
brands. It doesn't say you have to get a particular one. It says
We
what
never
you can
said
get.
that. What we said, they did not
Yes,
negotiate
you
with
did.
No,
Borden.
you didn't. You said
You
Borden's
did
milk.
say that, Nichelle.
I said
Yeah.
Borden. I said, listen to what I
The
said.
name,
I said
and
Borden is $4.50. The majority of people that are purchasing Borden at
you can pick up
$4.50
great
are
value
getting it through
also.
WIC, and the
You
government
could
is
pick
not
up great
negotiating that
value.
price. They're
You could
not
pick up
using the
great
power
value
of the
brand
government
milk.
to say,
I
you know
listen.
something, if we're going to allow these people to
You could
get your
pick
product
up.
and
You
we're
were
going to
not
pay for it,
limited.
we're going to
You were
get a
not
more
limited
favorable
because your
term
knowledge
than
base was
people
limited.
who
That
are
is
paying
Yeah,
out of
you.
pocket, because
That's not even true.
we
The
are paying
government
for this product.
negotiates everything. I
and,
don't.
and
When you said that, that was my first time ever hearing anybody make that assumption. The government don't. They just pay whatever you tell them
could,
you need to
they
pay. That's some
I
bullshit.
agree, K-Mac. They probably do all contain high
they could
fructose
you can
corn syrup.
Yeah.
you can select
Listen,
non-name
what I'm
brand
gonna
stuff,
argue.
but most people will gravitate towards the name brand. But you could pick Great Value milk or whoever's milk, as long as it's 2% or 1% or whatever they're giving at that time. So they can do it. They may not choose to because they lack the knowledge. Just like if somebody is pulled over and the police say, "Can I search your car?" Most people say, "Yeah." They don't know they have the right to refuse.
Look, I don't lack
But
the
that's
knowledge
because
because
of
I
lack
was
of
on WIC
knowledge,
when the WIC
but
man
not
used to
because
deliver
it's
your shit to your house in a
prohibited.
crate.
There's a difference between being prohibited
Oh,
and a lack of knowledge. And what you asserted was a lack of
I
knowledge,
do not have a
prohibition,
lack of
not a lack
knowledge.
of knowledge. And those are two different things.
so let me.
I live
So
this
here's the
shit.
thing.
I
So
do
for
not
me,
have a lack of knowledge.
You think you're the first one to get WIC. You think you're the first one to get
wow,
WIC, and you didn't even know the difference between
Well,
an
don't
I'm
sit and
saying,
tell me that I
I
don't know
might
what
be
I'm
the
talking
oldest
about
one
when
up
I
here
actually
who got
get
Trey
on the
Hood, are you
fucking
actually getting
program
your
you
groceries
can't
or
to
you
even
spoil
know
white
my
the difference
kids.
between ectopic
I think
pregnancy. So I'm not even finna get in the nutrition with you. You're just where it was
I
not
don't know
incorrect the
why
way
y'all
you
arguing.
asserted.
Why y'all
Trey, I
arguing.
What you
don't
saying,
think you
D.
buying the
Durrell?
groceries, brother.
What you said, D. Durrell? I couldn't hear you,
I
babe.
don't think he can't be buying the groceries. His wife got to be buying the groceries.
Who, mine? Are you serious, dude? I do
Come
all the
on,
grocery
Taylor,
shopping
stop.
in my house.
Oh,
And me and
he's
Deidre
a
will
nice
don't
little, he's
agree
a nice
on
man,
much,
right?
but we
Trailer.
agree on
Trailer.
that.
Oh, trailer in the store now. Where you at, trailer? Oh no, no. Okay,
Like,
I thought
he
you.
didn't-
I do all the shopping in my house.
You
Trailer,
gotta
really?
give
Stop, Trailer.
that box macaroni, baby. I'm gonna come and make you a real macaroni and cheese, okay? I'm just joking with you.
That's
Go
just
ahead,
one
D. Durrell.
pantry.
But yeah, I think we're getting a lot of things mixed up, and sometimes we know about some things, and sometimes we know less about some things.
I
And
think certain people know what they buy. They don't know how they're able to buy it. They don't know the conversations, negotiations that went on beforehand.
I pay cash for my food, so I know what I buy and what it costs. Trust me. Ain't no wig over here. Ain't no
Okay, that's
ain't no
fine.
food stamps
But
over
I'm
here.
saying that the people that are determining what products are WIC eligible, you're not at those meetings. And I'm saying that at those meetings, they're
It just
not
has to
putting
meet okay, WIC eligible just mean it has to meet certain nutritional value. So that's why they don't put a name on it. It has to be 100%, like the
Why do
cheese.
you keep saying name and I keep saying price? I keep saying price.
Because
I keep saying
For
price.
example, WIC gives you $10, or it used to be $10 per person for fresh fruits and vegetables.
Right.
Now you can't go, you have to get fresh fruits and vegetables. They don't care who you buy it from as long as they're a WIC provider. They don't care what you get as long as it's fresh fruits and vegetables. They don't say go and get only this brand Chiquita bananas. They don't care.
Why
if
do you keep
other
saying what? Excuse me. Why do you keep saying brand? I'm sitting up there saying that if you are getting bananas from WIC, instead of paying 50 cents a pound, the government could negotiate that all of our WIC people, we're going to pay 30 cents a pound.
They do negotiate, by the way. Like you're the first, like I said, you've been saying that for a while. I just let it rock because I figured everybody listening to you got to know that you're not telling the truth, right? I even explained it when I said that my medicine is a flat price through the VA. Same medicine, right? I can go and pick it up from Walgreens. But as long as I go through the VA to get it, it costs me $7. When I go through my insurance,
negotiated that price. But for the person that's on Medicaid, for the person that's on Medicaid, that person doesn't pay anything, but the government pays the full market rate that insurance would pay.
No, you are lying, though. Okay, so let me tell y'all something what I learned even through my insurance. See, I knew the government.
The government does the same thing an insurance company does, and they negotiate with the fucking whoever the
There
bill
you go.
and they negotiate the price down. The same thing your insurance company does.
Yes, they do. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the insurance, this is what I found out about insurance, though. Like when I go to my, my husband pay a lot of money in insurance, and then they scam you because then you got a copay for most of us, right? But this is what I found out. Okay, so, and I found it out by accident because I didn't give them my insurance company at the beginning of the year. And so then they billed me, and then I was arguing the bill years later, and they was like, well, it's too late. Anyway, you know how you go in and you pay that copay. It might be $25, $35. But your insurance company is charging you monthly through your job or whatever. My husband paid a couple of $100 a month, every month. Okay, they billed me, and I was like, well, why do I pay this? Come to find out, the copay that I give is actually the contracted amount between the insurance company and the fucking doctors. We actually pay what they negotiated. And the insurance companies aren't paying doctors hardly anything because they get them so many patients, and that's why they could put in damn here 25 patients an hour.
Especially with the VA.
Exactly. They 25 patients an hour. The doctor comes in, asks you, are you okay? You need anything? And then he out the goddamn door.
Yeah, that's what the VA be suggesting. Yeah, I know exactly about that.
But we suffer from our lack of knowledge of the process. It's always, and that's why when people go to getting sick or they go to capping off, the insurance companies always win because they really haven't spent anything out, because between you and your employer, they've received more than what they spent out in all of these other fees and stuff. But we suffer from our lack of knowledge. But even when they were doing the debates about Obamacare or whatever the other name for it is, and that they say, "Oh, they told you were gonna." They told you were going to keep your provider. There is no insurance or no job that you don't change providers. For example, if I work for the state of Florida and the state of Florida decide they're going to renegotiate, well, Blue Cross or Blue Shield decide they're going to renegotiate with their doctors, and the doctors say, we don't want to provide for you anymore, they will drop you, and you will have the choice to say, do you want to continue them as an out-of-network provider and pay extra? Or do you want to select from this group on this list? And most people will select from the new one. So even within private insurance, you still lose your provider. So it behooved me that they couldn't make that argument with Obamacare, because there are plenty of times when in the middle of negotiations, I may have had one doctor and they like, oh, that doctor ain't on the list this year no more.
Right.
And so, and number two, most people don't even know.
And that negotiation is ongoing. That just because that
we don't
can change
even know
in 2 to 3 years.
And most of the time, this ain't like in the country days where you know it was Dr. Baruch up the road. You picking from a book and you literally know nothing about these people, or you picking from the internet now and you know nothing about them other than they're close to you and they got an appointment open on the day you off and closer to this date than that date. That's all you know about them. But they made this argument. And for people who don't know the system, and we may be knowledgeable in one area, I might get an A in math and a fucking D in English, but we all have our areas of knowledge. And when we go to talking about things that are not within our everyday thing, sometimes we don't always get it right. And I'm not going to say Nichelle is intentionally lying. I'm just going to say she don't have a good understanding of some of the things she's speaking on.
I agree. Listen, the thing with Obamacare, what they called it, a lot of people, you see, they didn't want to get rid of it. You notice the whole time he was in office, we don't want it, we don't want it. And then right when they found out they was about to lose it, them people decided to march.
We want it.
Yeah, we want it. Don't get rid of it. You better not get rid of it. Start calling Congress. Because of course, a lot of Americans didn't have insurance, right? You don't have medical insurance. If you don't have a job, you don't have, if I didn't have a job, well, I have VA. You know, my family was always covered. My husband's always worked. But if I was a single woman without a job, would I be wanting to pay medical insurance? Hell no.
Right.
But a lot of those of us who are black and low income, though, we didn't have, I don't even know why we spoke on it. Because we didn't have to. Because we didn't have to get Obamacare. We already was qualified for, what's the other one? Medicare. Medicaid.
And then they did an expansion. They don't even talk about the fact that part of the Affordable Care Act is that they expanded Medicaid to a lot more people that wasn't qualified once Obamacare came into effect.
Right.
But see, I'm going to say this. The issue, there were a lot of red states, and I hate to make this a partisan thing, but there were a lot of red states, particularly Louisiana.
And
when
Florida.
Bobby Jindal was in office, he refused to take the money.
And Florida.
Yeah, they refused to take the money. They refused to take the money, and then there were a lot of people that would have qualified for Medicaid in Louisiana that were left out because of that.
Yeah, Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, where they got a lot of black people who are like obese, we're sick, we're eating ourselves to death, all kinds of shit. And they wouldn't even, they don't care.
Yeah, they
you know
didn't
what I
take the
mean?
money.
Where it would have benefited the people, they wanted to stand on politics, and they wanted to make it about their, their side.
But when they link it back to the birth control and the abortion stuff, it's really gonna be, like I said, a bad thing when they go back to linking this to insurance and they repeal those things. Most people don't even know. Even when you go to your private doctors, under the federal government, all vaccines, and I'm not talking about COVID vaccine, I'm talking about prior to COVID, all vaccines by law are free to children. When you go to your private provider, your doctor has been given those vaccines free by the government. They don't pay for it, but they charge you to give it to them in their office. They're making double money, and they don't talk about that. They don't talk about how doctors and stuff get over, because I tell people I would go to
Like
my
they
local
don't
health
talk about how if
department.
they use one pair of rubber gloves, they bill you for the whole box.
But
What?
well, I know.
Yeah, I'm serious, dude. Have you ever gotten an itemized list from when you stay in a hospital?
They
Like
charge my
me and the wife
son.
did this. If they have to open up a box of rubber gloves and they pull one pair of rubber gloves out of that box, they bill you for the whole box.
Well, my son is 22. He was 22, and they billed me for a circumcision. My son didn't get circumcised at birth. He didn't get circumcised till he was like almost 5. But they had billed me for 1 ounce of Vaseline for a circumcision. I'm like, when I started reading the supplies they use, I say, this looked like circumcision stuff. My son is not circumcised. They had billed me $12 for a 1 ounce of Vaseline. That's like a squeeze tube. But when we don't know these things, we don't talk about the Republicans that are double billing on these vaccines they give in the doctor's office. And I would tell anybody like, oh, I don't want to go to the health department. The health department is the #1 people that know vaccines. They're the ones who keep it room temp. I mean, according to the standards and the laws and the efficacy, they are the experts. But people are going to say, I'm going to my private doctor because they want to sound bougie. Without knowing
I find
that
it funny that there's still people that buy into that Republican Democrat thing.
The United States government paid for those vaccines in those private upscale pediatricians all the way down to the health department. But when you don't know the law, we speak a lot of rhetoric that a lot of red people who vote red are not even aware of. A lot of the same physicians didn't even think about you lose all of those millions of people that's on Obamacare. If they only came to the doctor for their yearly exam, which they're entitled to, what was it? How many they said? 30 million. That's 30 million visits you ain't gonna get billed for. So how the fuck you think you gonna do with that? Why are you talking about your politics? They talk out of both sides of their mouth without really thinking about a lot of stuff.
Well, they talk about one thing, but they doing another. You see what I'm saying? Even when they're not talking out of both sides, they saying one thing, doing another, because they want that money.
The Republicans, they have made a living off of corporate welfare and contracts and all that shit, and getting all this money out there. They're the ones bleeding the government out of all kinds of money. You think Halliburton, companies like Halliburton and Bowen and all of them, those guys are Republican supported.
When they say
they made billions, especially Halliburton.
Spend money on bullets than crayons, on soldiers, which I'm not negating the importance of soldiers, but you spend more than on soldiers, and I'm not negating that, and you don't want to spend any on daycares, you cannot talk about abortion.
It's another thing that's not talked about, because a lot of those contracts, see that the Shell was talking about people putting in bids and the government focusing on those in which they can get the most for their buck. But what about the non-bid contracts in which you picking and choosing who get the contracts? What about
when they were talking about
those are the ones you can put a bid for, because I have government contracts. You have to put, some of those contracts are non-bid, where you basically put yourself, you have to fill out a proposal or whatever, and they'll pick and choose who they want.
While the Republicans wanted to lock those kids up.
What do they choosing on? Your abilities or your location?
You have to have whatever they'll give you. Like, let's say for instance, I just tried to get a contract with the federal government. I actually didn't get it, but what they'll do, they'll give you this big ass pack, fucking 300 to 500 page thing to fill out. And then it'll have about 50 pages of stuff that you have to have. Like, say for instance, if I'm doing I'm in mental health, I have to have certain licenses, I have to have certain staff, I have to have certain nurses, all kinds of stuff. Your facility has to be disability, basically ADA approved through the Disability Act and so forth. You have to have all those things in line. And then as long as you have all of those, then they'll decide who is going to get what and so forth. You know what I'm saying? You have to put a bid in, then they make a decision. Those the ones well, none bid is that way. But when you putting in a bid for something, and then also they did me the same thing. They'll ask you, like, say for instance, if you're going to provide counseling, how much money? How much is your sessions? You know what I'm saying? Like some people may put whatever amount they want. Some people may undercut and put low amount. But see, they already have a standard of what they're willing to pay, no matter what you put in your bid. You know what I'm saying? So the decision is still on the government. They still that stuff is not like, okay, you can still have everything you want and still don't get it. Just because somebody else have a connection, they may choose to go with some other company just because.
The reason they wanted those kids locked up instead of going home because GEO or whatever they calling themselves, George Wackenhut, is the #1 prison provider. They were paying more per day than what they pay to house an inmate for a year for keeping those kids. It was astronomical, the amount of money that they were getting, and that's what they were funneling, and that's why they don't want those kids to go home, because that government contract to keep those kids in custody, which was more than they paid to provide care for inmates.
Yeah, because they're using the kids that are locked up, and they're using the adults that are locked up.
But that is a red policy. Those are red things that those people that vote Republican talk out of both sides of their mouths.
That is not just a Republican thing. I'm telling you. I can't believe the people in this day and age still think that this is a Republican and Democrat thing as far as the ruling class is concerned. They are all on the same page. The only people that Republican and Democrat make a difference to is us. But to them, they're all working together.
Why they said lock those kids up instead of let them go to family members was strictly for the contracts. Instead of letting them go to family members. That part was a Republican thing because GEO and what they call CCC, Corrections Corporation, whatever, were the main beneficiaries of that money, and they paid so little. But that was a direct red thing. That's why they wanted them locked up instead of going to stay with their auntie and their cousins and this and that were legal citizens.
It is not a. This is a fucking corrupt government thing. I mean, seriously, people need to stop focusing on the D and the R behind
you can't dismiss that you can't dismiss that each party has certain things that they reinforce and that they make policy for.
Right.
Can you really think that these people all go to a fucking work in the same building with a hallway separating them and they're all enemies and not sitting there high-fiving each other, that they got us all convinced that one side or the other's for one side or the other and they're not working together? Do you really believe that?
Yeah, we're not saying they're enemies. They can work together, right? But yeah, they stand for different things.
And I say on state social service.
They really don't, though.
Well, then how is it that
if they stood for different things, the country stand for? Listen, if they stood for different things, this country wouldn't be in the mess it's in.
Okay. No, well, tell me what do they stand for together? What do they hold hands on?
What do they stand for together? Keeping us. This is what they stand for together: keeping us fighting over fucking stupid, arbitrary bullshit, and them making money off of it.
Great policy for voting rights. Voting rights policy. You would say voting rights policy would be a thing that they would stand together on, making sure every vote was done in a way that was legit. That would be something that if they were truly for, but Republicans won't bring it to the
COVID
table.
Identifications, they would also want voter identifications. That way they know.
Excuse me. I'm gonna say this here. Let me say this here. Every state will have their own voting laws. I'm gonna speak for the state of Florida because that's what I know. When there are about 13 forms of ID listed to vote. But the signature, the form has to have two things. It has to have a picture and a signature panel. Most of the things listed on that list do not have both. With the exception of the military ID, almost none of them had it. So by default, there is actually a mandatory ID in Florida because none of the things that they have listed have both components. Either one has a picture. If you tell your college student to give their ID, which I do have one and I can load it up,
it only has a picture. There's no signature panel. And a lot of the other things have one or the other, but they
You
don't
mean to
have
tell
both.
me
So
that
by
there's people,
default,
there's adults that don't have state IDs with a
yeah,
picture and
that's
address
not
and their
But
signature
what
there
on
I'm
it?
are other
saying
alternative
is,
forms. You don't have to necessarily
I'm
have
saying
an
the
ID.
alternative
There's
forms that they
alternatives that you
have.
can use.
What I'm saying is the alternative forms that they have listed in the state of Florida. I can't speak to the other states. None of them possess the two required things, so you can't use them, even though they're listed there. They
You're
don't
literally
possess.
not.
Okay, wait a minute.
Not
They
even catching what I'm
I
saying
don't have
here.
to say
They do
ID.
not possess both parts that you have to have, so you
So
can't
you're
use
telling me
them.
that
So
there are
by
banks. You're telling me that there
default,
are banks and there's companies in Florida that will hire people that don't have a state ID, then, and that will
Yes.
let them
that
bank
is
with them
You
not
can
and
use a
cash checks
passport.
without a state ID.
You can use a passport to get a job. You don't need an ID. I don't have a state ID.
You can go in
I've
Florida and
never.
go to the liquor store and buy alcohol without a state ID.
I'm
Yes.
speaking to you,
Come
and
on
I'm going
now.
to. So you're
Come
going to tell me
on.
there.
Hey, now,
Excuse
let
me,
me
can
say
I
this for you,
finish?
man. As
So
a grown
everybody
adult,
that votes,
somebody called
everybody
you.
that votes has had a job, because my 18-year-old voted without ever having had a
You hear
job.
this shit,
So
David?
yes,
They're
my
trying to convince us
18.
that people,
Excuse me.
adults don't
Excuse
have
me.
state
My
IDs.
18-year-old
Oh
voted
my God.
without having to have had a job. So you can actually vote without having had a job. So what you're saying makes no sense.
Job has nothing to do with fucking
But
whether or
you
not you
just
can vote, but
said
you have to
that
have a state ID for
excuse me,
almost everything you do.
and
No, you
I'm
don't.
saying, I just sat there and said my 18-year-old, when he was 18, had never had a job.
You
So
gotta,
no, he
dude,
did
you
not have
gotta
to
fucking,
have.
you gotta
My
show an ID to get
son
cigarettes. You have to
did
show an
not
ID to get
have
lottery tickets.
Everybody
You have to
knows
show an
no.
ID to
My
get beer.
son did not
No.
You
have
have to
to
show an
have
ID at
that.
Walmart to buy a
No, there's
fucking
no
can of
But
state
spray
you're
paint.
ID,
making
bro. You're
a
not
lot of
getting it.
assumptions.
There
You're
are
making the
IDs.
assumptions that everybody is a 35-year-old male. My 18-year-old, when he got the right to vote, had not had a job. So
Okay,
you're
wait.
saying
You
that
already
makes
said
no sense to
18-year-old.
associate those two. Because there are a lot of people that
So
didn't.
your 18-year-old never went to try and get his driver's license?
I am
That's what I'm
50
telling
and I
you.
do
'Cause
not
I could
have.
not afford
But
the
see,
insurance, so I prohibited my son from getting a driver's license, because it would have made
Okay.
my insurance go up so high that I would not be able to
At
afford
18,
it.
he
So,
doesn't need to be
yeah,
on your insurance.
excuse me, if he lives in my house, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Because
Not at 18.
I think you don't know the laws in the state of Florida in regards to having a driver's license. Because if he lives in my house and he's 18, I would have to put him on my insurance, even if he does not have
No,
a
if he
car.
drives your
You
vehicle
cannot.
that
Excuse me.
is registered to you, he has to be on your insurance.
Excuse me. You're not going to tell me what I have to
It
have in
goes
the
by
state
the
of
whole.
Florida.
What
Not
are you
in
talking
some
about? You just
states.
told me
Thank
what I
you.
had, what qualifications
I
I had
did
to go
not
by in the
say,
state that
I
I
did
lived
not
in for
say,
something.
when
It
I
goes by the
started this,
whole.
excuse me, when I stated that, I say, I can only tell you about Florida. I'm not going to tell you. So don't say I
You are
said that, because I
never,
did
ever,
not.
ever going to convince me that there are people that are adults that don't have a state ID.
I keep fucking
it's
telling
the
you.
people that choose not to
Okay,
have a
what
state
the
ID.
hell is? Can y'all not hear me?
Yeah,
Hello.
we hear you.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Bomb.
so
Go ahead,
so
Bomb.
I
Go ahead.
am 51 years old and I do not have a state ID. So what are you talking about?
There you go.
I kept saying that the whole time. I'm like, I'm 51. I don't have a state ID. I don't have a state ID.
Then how do
I
you
don't.
prove who you are when you go and do anything? You don't have a state
Your
ID and you're in the
problem
military?
is
How do
you
you get
think
in your
your
military
life,
benefits without an
I have a.
ID to prove you who you are?
you
What do you
think
mean?
your life is representative
No,
of
he asked me a
everyone.
question. Okay, so you know the VA does give you an ID, but it's not a state ID.
Okay, so
Right?
you have an ID,
Okay,
right?
well,
You have a
but we
government
already.
ID.
Wait a minute. Remember, she told you that there are 17 things. There are IDs, right? Your job give you an ID. You could get an ID, do many other things. But
Right.
she also stated that they do not meet the qualifications. So my VA ID doesn't have a signature on it, right? Your actual VA ID, they got your picture, they have my picture on it, but I don't have a signature on it. So in the state of Florida, I wouldn't be able to vote with that ID.
So
That's
how
what
do
she
you
was
cash a
saying.
check without an ID that has a signature on it to prove to the bank you are who you are?
What? I don't need a
Trader.
signature on an ID for the bank neither.
Really?
And in the day
Every
of
bank
growing
I've ever
up,
been with, I have to show them an ID with my signature on it.
No,
in order to
you
do
have to
banking.
show them an
Every
ID.
bank.
You put your ID, but
And
your
I've lived in 4
signature has to
different
be on it.
states.
Trailer, you tend to limit everybody's experience to your experience. And
No,
today you can
that,
open.
no, that, it's
Let,
just
let me
common
finish. Let me
knowledge.
finish.
Oh my,
No, it's not coming.
yes,
It's coming from
yes,
you.
yes,
You
Michael.
tend to,
They are still saying black people don't have an ID.
Many
They
black
sure
people
are.
have ID. They take
you
away
tend
driving license for child support, all kinds of shit going on.
you tend to limit people
I'm
to
sorry,
your
man, but I'm not.
experience.
I can't.
You are,
Look,
and
when we
you're
were
not
talking
even
about other
open to
things
listening.
and the other
You're
topic, I was
not.
down for that.
You
But
can
I'm not even
open
going
a
to
bank.
engage in
Excuse
this
me. You can
nonsense because this is
open. You can
nonsense.
open a bank account online without an ID if you
No,
didn't know
you
it or
can't.
not. Yes, you
Show
can.
me. Prove it. Prove it.
You
I just open an account. You don't need an
thank you. You
ID
do
to
it
open
Because
an
I,
account.
online.
dude, me and the wife tried to
Your
open
cash.
an account
Wait a
online,
minute.
and
You
we
do
could
know your
start it, but we
cash
still
app.
had to go to the bank and prove our identity.
No, I didn't, and I
My
just opened an
son didn't
account
either.
with PayPal. I didn't have to give a signature. With Cash App, I didn't have to give a signature. And you knew after you spend so much money or make so much money with them, they turn it into a regular account, like a bank account. PayPal, especially years ago, made mine a business
Hey, I
account.
got kids to go take care of.
Can
Take it easy, BMT.
I'm gonna say.
Have a good
I'm
one,
gonna
brother.
say there are two things. There are two Americas, and if you've never had to, there are two Americas. And when I'm gonna say this here, when all the white people was online talking about they couldn't get no food, they couldn't get no rice when the pandemic first hit, Save a Lot had food, rice, chicken, bacon, all kinds of things. The Spanish store had tilapia, everything in there. There are two Americas, and because everybody has not grown up in trailers America, he automatically discounts stuff instead of opening his mind up to the possibility. And that is why people like him cannot be over states' rights, because they limit everything to their own experience.
Facts.
Right. It's true. Listen, some banks require, especially if they're in your area, require certain things. That's true. This is a new time, though. We're dealing with the digital times, and you don't even have to. It doesn't have to be a state provided ID. Passport is more than my Delaware state license if I had one.
To be
Right?
honest, my son.
Go ahead.
My son's registered to vote online. So when they were talking about comparing signatures, I said to myself, some people don't even have a fucking signature to compare it to because they register online. And when you register online, you don't have to provide a signature. So when they were talking about we're going to go through and we're going to compare signatures, I was like, well, this is a new age. Some people don't even have no fucking signature.
My son don't even have a, listen, he was like, Mom, because they don't even teach the kids how to write anymore, yo.
Sure don't.
They don't teach them how to write. They don't know how to write cursive. They hardly know how to do print. And my son was like, teach me how to do a signature. And so I sat there with him and said, well, you could do this and you could do that. And, and he decided to just do like a scribble. It's like a scribble thing. But I said, okay, that could be your signature. But like that's not what is reality anymore. Technology.
They came up with a whole term for it. They came up with a term for it. They call it dysgraphia. When you can't write, it's cursive or whatever. They call it dysgraphia. I was like, what the fuck? They came up with a medical term for it now.
Really? Dysgraphia. I never heard of that, but okay.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, they don't. My sons, they never taught them cursive up here. Okay. Now, ID, you notice black people, well, some of y'all are young, but I remember my ID used to be an ID that the cash, where you go and pay to cash your check. I used to cash my check before I became smart. I used to go to the check cashing place to cash my check. And, because they would charge a certain amount, I just assumed that's what everybody did. I don't know why we didn't have a bank account. But anyway, they gave me an ID years ago. Able to use that ID everywhere. Because it did have, I think it had my signature on that, but it definitely had a picture. So most people, as long as they see a picture, your face on the ID card, they assume that that's your identification. Especially if it comes from a job or something.
Or a school, college.
Or school, right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like the thing about it, when it comes to my thing is that they keep prefacing on these the state ID going, whatever, is because they know people are not going to be prone to going and waiting in a line for 5 hours to some of these to these DMVs to get those type of IDs. If you want to go and vote or anything else, your voter card can be used as an ID along with a bill or something like that. There are multiple ways that you can get an ID without you necessarily having to go to the transportation DMV in order to identify yourself. So that's all you basically doing. You don't have to be registered something through the state to be identified.
And see, what he did was assume that everybody was a 35-year-old white man. We have many kids that have never had a job that graduate from high school at 18 that will be eligible to vote that may not ever get a job before they finish college and don't have to have an ID or a driver's license. So his thought processes really befuddles me because he act like that's not a real thing. He said he has 6 kids, and there is a time that children these days do not absolutely get jobs because hell, all the grown people holding down them Burger King jobs. So
I have this question for you. Is there anybody up here who ever saw a black person, or anybody who decided to stand in a line 2 times in that one day that we have to vote more than the one time that they have the ability to do it? Because I've never seen a black person.
I ain't doing that.
I know I'm gonna go vote for Grandma. I'm going down to
early vote.
Like, yeah,
I'm going to me a small country ass town and vote where they ain't got no cost at early voting. Because I think in Florida you could do a week or 10 days before with early voting. If you go to a small country ass town, ain't no fucking line. You go in and out faster than you get through Walmart lines, and that's what I'm gonna do.
Here in Delaware, you can't do that. You got to go vote at the place, and only the place they tell you where you can vote.
Well, at early voting in Florida, you can go to anyone within your county. You don't have to go to that designated spot. But I think on the day of voting, on election day, you have to go to that designated spot. But in Florida, it's anywhere.
But they trying to take out early voting. They claiming that it's illegal because they saw that black. Yeah.
Remember, Trump didn't want that early voting stuff. That's how he lost because of the early voting stuff. They tried to make it. They tried to enable people. They tried to prevent people from voting early because they knew that when you look at the demographics, there's a large percentage of elderly people or people with disabilities that were not going to vote for Donald Trump, and that's how he lost.
Yeah,
he lost because of early voting.
Early voting. Yeah, people didn't have to go out and stuff like that, and so that was
But
if we were on the same page politically, that would be something that Republicans and Democrats would get behind. But he's saying that he don't understand. Well, he need to talk. If he's a Republican, he need to talk to his party because they're the ones yesterday and the day before that don't want to bring a set of standards to the table that will make it equal to vote to ensure every vote counts and all of that stuff. That's their party. So if they can't come together on something that is honest as voting, how the hell they gonna come together on some stuff about spending money here and there if you can't even get the vote right? And the only people who don't want the vote right is the people who want to cheat.
If a lot of black people started voting Republican, I mean on a massive, because they are some black Republicans, there's a lot of them, right? But if it was massive, they would want us to be able to vote too.
Yeah, it's all about what's going to benefit them. If they know that their demographic don't need a certain thing, they're not going to support that legislation unless it's something that fits and benefits them. So when you talk about it ain't no difference, the hell it ain't. There's some big difference, some glaring differences.
Yeah.
I mean that's just facts.
And that's the thing.
They wouldn't be spending all that money campaigning against each other.
I'm not locked into a party, but right now I'm locked into the party. I'm locked into until some shit change. I'm not locked into it, but until some stuff change, I'm locked. And so they kind of I'm open to change. If it was a tie where the stuff switched, like it was a switch within the Democratic Party and the Republican Party or whatever long time ago, I'd be fucking changing in. But there's no thing right now, so that's where I'm stuck. They were like, "Oh, you said y'all gonna go?" No. I'm just here right now. And
So-
if it don't change, I'm gonna be here till I die. And if it change, I'm gonna change.
So then my thing is this. What about, okay, so they want to talk about difference. Let's talk about in a lot of those red states, particularly Texas where I'm at, where they made it basically, they approved and made it basically legal for school systems to print that slavery didn't exist and stuff like that. They were workers.
It was a job exchange program.
Yeah, using terms like that and things like that, are saying that it's not. They put in the books. The state legislature put in books that it was okay to say it was it was not okay to say that the KKK was immoral.
Wow.
Stuff like that. That's stuff that the Republicans mandated.
I'm telling you, in Florida on Juneteenth, they have already started the rewrite campaign because they said they changed Juneteenth down here in Wellington, Florida. They was having something about sickle cell and something else to rebrand it. I forget what it was because I think I posted it on my Facebook, and I was like, they can't even get the first damn one here without them rebranding. And they was like, oh, since we're gonna say it's about sickle cell, that's a black issue. If we can rebrand it from being about how they didn't free the slaves to Juneteenth, if we can rebrand it to something about sickle cell, like they already put in the work to change the focus of. We'll just give them sickle cell day, and then they can forget about the connotation and everything that's associated with Juneteenth. It was the first
crazy.
Damn one.
Nobody forgetting about that.
But hold on.
That's crazy.
And when I tell people it's true, when I tell them you think charter schools is about you, charter schools is not about you. And they say, oh, you're crazy. I say, you ain't gonna tell me. In most small towns, which we got 60 counties in Florida, and most of them are not Miami, most of them are not Tampa and are not Orlando. There are small towns like where I'm from. And in these small towns, you have a couple of different elementary schools. You have one middle school and one high school. And what happened when they integrated the schools, I think in 55, they created what these small towns have, private schools, because they didn't want their children going to school with black people. So after elementary school, they generally could isolate the white people for elementary because they lived in the same area in these small towns. But after that, they would be forced to go to school with black kids in the middle school and the high school because it's only one. And that's when they created private schools. So the only white people that went to public school and middle school and high school was what you would call, I don't like the terminology, poor white trash, people who couldn't really afford to do different. And that's why when you go to these small towns like this, you see like the majority is black kids because they put their children in private school, and the charter school system and those vouchers are ways to pay for that without using tax dollars and get it for free, whereas they had to pay before. And when I tell them that is part of resegregation 2.0, they say, you lying, you crazy, is this, that, my child go to a good school? I said, we already see the consequences of children that are in those schools saying if they wear braided hair or if they do the other stuff, they're going to be kicked out because it's the beginning. And if it be reinstituted on the whole, it's going to be worse. They're going to be kicked out for everything. And the only few that will survive is the few that are the ones who can take the abuse and who want to know what psychological damage. But when you say stuff like that, they say you're crazy.
Right.
Somebody just put in the chat, I saw it highlighted. They say fuck slavery.
Oh yeah, that's hood conservative crazy ass. He always say dumb shit like that.
So
do you think, why do you think they want to eliminate the belief that there was ever slavery? Because I used to hear when we was kids, especially when I was kids, because I think I'm the oldest one up here, but they used to tell us that we don't learn history is doomed to repeat itself.
Exactly. Yeah.
And now they trying to your question.
But see, you know why? You know why they trying to take that out is because there has been more of a discussion in the last 5 to 8 years about reparations, and the fact that they had to have that. Remember, they had that hearing, that congressional hearing about reparations and stuff like that. Because of that, they feel like if they take slavery out of history, then they don't think they have a legitimate reason to get reparations. That's my reason. I think that they're doing it. because there are more people in our community talking about reparations, and the fact that they had to start having hearings, and the fact that when was the last? I think the last presidential, no, not the last one, but the one when Donald Trump first ran. That was the first presidential election where I actually heard Republican or Democratic candidates talking about reparations and whether or not they were for reparations or not. In previous presidential elections, that was never even discussed. Even when Obama ran, he never discussed reparations. But the fact of the matter is that people like Kamala and so forth and other people that ran, they were actually they were questioning about reparations. That never happened in other elections. And so that's why I think that they've seen that obviously this is something that we have a tendency over the last 2 cycles to apply more pressure about wanting to know whether or not they're for or against, or if they're willing to try to legislate for that. And so they think that we're going to have to write that out of history so that they won't, another generation, or say the next generation, won't use that as a basis to say that, to demand that that black people should get reparations. So what they're going to say is some BS about we were immigrants or something like that, or we were basically immigrants.
Indigenous.
Yeah.
Indigenous people.
No, not indigenous.
Well, I'm saying, it's a set of black people that were saying they were here before slavery. They were the original this and that.
Yeah,
so
that's stupid.
But what I'm saying, this octopus got a lot of different tentacles, and one of the tentacles is when they talk about this abortion issues, they never gave about black babies. This ain't for us. It's because by 2040 to 2050, and I heard someone talking on the news because I had checked out. I just started checking back in. That said that the population switch, that collectively minorities, when you had Hispanic, Asian, and black together, they're going to outnumber white people, and
Yes,
white
thanks.
people will be a minority. And that is why you see this push for no abortions. It's not because of us. It's because they need to get white birth rate up
white women need to
by
stop getting
any
abortions.
means necessary. Because they ain't doing it for us. They don't care if we kill all our children, swallow them, or put them in our ear. It's about getting, and that was the restacking. That was the stacking of the federal courts, because they cannot vote themselves into office to write law. The next best thing is to stack the benches where they can rewrite the law and buy them enough time to get these birth rates up. So it is never for us. And that was the original goal of it. It's because they need the white birth rates up. But the white women don't want to have children from white women. The divestment community might be want to question why.
But see, white people have had a negative birth rate for the last 30 years. They've had a negative birth rate.
When they had to start, when wasn't no more mammies for $20 a week, and they had to keep their own children, they stopped having them.
Even Europe has a negative birth rate.
It's a global issue. It's not a
it's a global.
To be honest,
local issue.
And to be honest, anytime women are given access to birth control, education, and employment, it changes. Because I'm going to be honest, the world has not always been kind to women, and it has not been a good deal. If it was a good deal, we'd still be under it. Women say we want a new deal because the old deal was not beneficial to us. In addition to, we can't get childcare, we can't get school, we can't get health insurance. So who would want to bring children into the world under those circumstances where they may not have enough food and they may not have health insurance? So until they write those things, motherhood is not going to be looked upon kindly.
So it's an issue. Thank you for having me on BMT. Peace of the panel.
What's going on, Mike?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Yeah. So this is a global issue in most industrialized countries. Most of your first and second world countries typically have these slowdowns in births. But the problem here in the United States is that white women only having 1.3 children per household, and black women are having 2.1, and Latinos are having 3.5. You need at least 4.0 minimum to sustain a society. And if you're talking about white people maintaining the ideology of white supremacy, that's not going to happen. And so that's the fear, that all of these women, whether they're having abortions or not, they're just not reproducing enough children. And the browning of America will serve as a contradiction to that ideology, and they can never win
Dr.
elections. And excuse me,
Dr. Johnson was the little small town doctor in Pahokee. He had a mammy to take care of his fast tail children. Who they gonna get to keep them 4 children when child care is up with $200 a week? See, they need uneducated, unskilled. Well, I'm not gonna say uneducated, unskilled people in a workforce with no protections in it to be able to exploit people like that and let them have somebody who come in and keep their children for $25 a week or the new equivalent of that.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so what I'm saying here is that this was inevitably going to happen. That, you know, white people were not going to reproduce enough to sustain themselves, you know, for the next 100 years. That was bound to happen. If you look on YouTube, there's some documentaries about European women going out to Africa at 45, 50 years old and, you know, getting knocked up by some of these African men.
Yeah, they go to those poor African countries.
Yeah, and let them boys have their way with them. But the thing is, the browning of America is a reality that they have to accept, and they're unwilling to accept it. And so that's where the reparations talk also comes in, with trying to rewrite the history in a way that doesn't allow for the conversation to even happen. And so we haven't really finished.
Question, Mike.
Yes, sir.
How does the browning of America help us get reparations when black and brown are two different groups and brown people don't want to give black people reparations?
The
but that's not what we're talking about. You're changing the narrative. We're not talking about whether.
I know what you said, bro. I asked my question.
No, you didn't know. You didn't know what I said. You're
I was talking to Mike,
based
dude.
on what you
You
think.
didn't say shit. I was talking to Mike, bro. I was talking to Mike.
I know what you were
I
saying,
asked him
but
a
I'm
specific
telling you
question.
what
Why
I'm
are
saying.
you
I
getting
know
all
who you were
butthurt?
talking to, but I'm
So why are you
stating
trying
what
to
I'm
reject the
stating.
question?
The browning
So why are
of
you trying to
America
reject
and
the
the fact
question?
of reparations is based on today. We're not talking
So
about
Mexicans want to give us reparations, bro? You think Mexicans want to give us
years. We're not
reparations,
talking
Daryl?
about 50, 30, 50 years from now. We're
Darrell,
talking about now. I'm talking about the last two
Darrell,
People are open to
Darrell,
giving us
bro.
reparations.
Why you
That's
being
the
like this, bro? Can you
No,
just
why are you being like this? You came up
second.
here telling me with this and that, and what does it have to do
You
with
just
this
cut
and
me
that?
off in the middle of my talk. I'm asking a question and you cut me off, and now you're gonna
You
claim
were
the high
trying to say
ground.
something based on what I stated to make it look like it did. I
Don't
didn't
try
say
to
what I
word
stated.
police me. I
That's what
asked
you were
Mike
doing.
V about what he was talking about. I didn't
Go
mention
ahead,
you
brother.
whatsoever. I asked Mike V
Go
directly
ahead.
a question
Let's go.
about what he's
Go
talking
ahead and
about.
do it.
Thank
ahead and
you.
ask him.
Mike V, please. Why do you assume that the brown people want to give the black people reparations?
So it's not a matter of whether or not brown people want to give them reparations. Reparations is an agreement between the government and the freed slaves at the time that the document was written. And so this really only affects South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia. But other states can actually, redress their government as well. But what I'm saying here is that with the browning of America, meaning that there's more non-white people coming into play than there is not, they want to take the conversation off the table by being book burners or burning the books of history. And so
hold on. Why do you assume black people have an interest in the browning of America? We are not brown. We are black. We have a unique interest here.
He
So
never said that.
I'm challenging that concept that it's good for anybody, especially for us.
I'm not saying it's good or not. It's a reality that's happening, right? We know that the census says that there's more and more non-white people being born, right? The Canadian School of Medicine, I forget the name of the journal. They're the ones who put that information out, I think in 2017 or 2018, that there are not enough white people reproducing, or at least white women reproducing children. At the time that they wrote it, I think it was like 1.3. And this was like 2017, 2018. Now the census is actually reflecting that actual research study that there's just not enough, and it's not gonna change anytime soon. And so, in order to win elections under the guise of their ideology, they have to actually.
What does that mean for black governance when we're not necessarily reproducing at a really high clip either? Our replacement levels aren't exactly great. If it wasn't for black immigration, we would probably be underwater on replacement levels.
But collectively, minorities as a whole prohibit them, because any time in history, white people, if they all got together on the same page, could get together and say, we're going to vote this law. But now, even if
Hispanic people outbirthed us collectively, because I think the American population was always 70-something% white with 30% of everybody else together. It's no longer that. And that is a historical change that if they decided they wanted to be on the same page, they no longer have that ability.
Right, right. So again, this is why I'm so confused. Why we keep missing the point here. If the browning of America means there will be less white people, why are we even having conversations about white people ganging up and voting collectively when they never did that shit in the first place? That's why you got left and right. And also, their numbers are dwindling. So if they did ball up as one group, it might not mean that much anyway. We should be thinking about the browning of America, not the white people who are going to lose a share of the fucking pie.
We were talking about it in relation to abortion.
Yeah.
Why is we talking about white people losing share of pies? Nobody is up here beating up on white people.
Well, I'm not beating up on anyone, but what do you think that?
Let me. Hey, what's going on, everyone? I'm just getting back. Hey, hey, y'all been doing good. I see Bomb holding it down. Trailer, shout out to you. You held down as long as you could. I'm very proud of you. So, like I said, Bomb, she's an excellent co-host. Very proud of her.
It was Phil was up here. Everybody was holding it down. You know.
I literally, right now I'm feeding this dang baby and trying to get the baby to sleep. So, other than that, let me start it off, and I'll give it over. I mean, since David's up here, David is my good brother on this one, and I was gonna get the topic over to him soon. David, did you see the title and on the show?
Yeah, I only just saw the email you sent me, like right when I poked my head up in the chat, so I didn't even know you were going all this time.
Yeah, it's okay, bro. Pretty much Texas is banning abortion for women. Do you think that is more so of a forefront that as men and women we should stand together on, or no? That's not really an issue. We're actually solving a problem.
For one, you're very much doing a disservice to the subject matter, because it's not a ban. Women still get abortions. It's the Heart Week ban, 6 weeks ban. So abortion is not banned flat out. They're putting restrictions on they're putting restrictions on the availability.
Dude, what woman knows she's pregnant before 6 weeks?
That's not my problem, sweetie.
Well,
That's your problem. That's woman's business.
No, but don't talk about something you don't know.
Not getting pregnant is woman's business.
Well, then how you
Oh,
even
Lord, here you go.
I wish Michelle was
Talking
still
that
up
crazy
here,
shit.
because the one thing one state does, one state generally waits for another state to do something. Like, I'll just use this for an example, the alimony ban. They were waiting for it to pass in Florida, and that's the only thing Rick Scott did that they were waiting for it to pass in Florida because all of the other states would have the thing to follow. So even though we're different states, they do wait for one state to lead. If you go, and I think it's 1968, you will notice a lot of the judicial qualifications commissions, and they have different names for the people, the agency that keeps judges in check. You'll notice all of those laws were created in 1968 because one state generally follows another. So yes, even though it's in Texas, it is very well likely that other states will follow suit, and that's why it's important.
Yeah, case law. That's what they call it. They you know.
This may seem like a rude question, but why should I be so concerned about this mythology? I'd like to finish the question.
You don't even have to finish. Why should you even have the conversation that you claim? Why should you care?
Ma'am, you don't even know where I'm going with this. I know I talk crazy, but I promise you I'm going to say something you didn't expect me to say.
You talking crazy like you was talking crazy, but if you're not going to talk crazy, I'm going to talk crazy. Go ahead.
I'm not even talking at you or nothing, ma'am. I'm asking direct questions just in general. Like, I'm not trying to attack nobody here, but let me ask a question. And I know this sounds crazy, but why should I be concerned with this mythological white supremacy when black women are fighting tooth and nail to kill black babies?
There we go.
That's a goddamn lie. What research do you have to support that? No one
panel. What are you talking about research?
See, this is the dumb shit I'm talking about. Y'all niggas get up here saying this dumbass incel-like shit. Ain't no black woman in her right mind happily going to a goddamn abortion clinic to get an abortion. whether she
You
wanted
don't
to
know
do it or
enough
somebody
black
made her
women,
do
bro.
it or not. Negro,
You
please
only know
stop
your
with
wife.
that dumb. No black woman,
You only
no
know
black
that
woman
one
in her right
vagina, bro.
mind
Your
is
whole life. That's
in
all you
glee
had.
and happy to
Now,
go
let's
to a
just
goddamn abortion clinic and allow somebody to provide to put that type of fucking procedure on her. Let's quit with that dumbass talk.
they don't
Please.
understand that. They think they just going and getting
So bomb.
their nails done. That's
Stop,
what they
man. Stop it with that.
Madam Cherry, may I ask you a question, please?
yeah,
Are
go
you
ahead, go
saying
ahead.
Are you saying for a fact that you will never ever, you have never ever heard of any situation of a woman having abortions where it can be considered birth control? Women don't use abortion
Yes.
as birth control.
No, I've never. No.
So you're saying women never use
We know
abortion as
she can.
birth control? Okay, that is your testimony.
Wait a
Fair
minute.
enough.
Let's be clear. Let's have a real conversation, right? Real
Yes,
conversation is
let's.
a woman can only have but so many abortions. That's it. She can only
So
have so many, right?
that doesn't
So,
change the premise.
so you saying that a woman, there is a woman out there, or a few of them, who
And what's the number? What's
only
the
have
hard number?
the hard number is 3.
You should say the number. You the one bringing it up.
I
Yeah,
don't
her
have
body.
abortions, bro. Why would I know?
Well,
Well,
then
you
don't bring it up.
the
Well,
hard
bro,
number.
you don't have
If you don't
abortions
know the
either, so
number,
you don't talk about it.
Don't bring up a number. Don't bring up a
We're-
topic if you don't know the stats.
We're both men. We shouldn't have anything to say about
No,
abortions,
I do
bro.
have something to say about that because
But
I
you're
got
a
a wife
man.
and I got daughters.
But you're a
I have
man, though.
grown
So
women and
so
daughters that I
so
want
you
the
could.
best for them. So I do have a right to say something about it.
So abortion is the best for your daughters, is what you're saying?
That is
That's
not
amazing.
what I said, dumbass. Did you hear me
Well,
say
no,
that?
you said you want what's best for your daughters.
Dumbass.
Calm, chill.
Bro, listen, Darrell, I don't want to have to yell over you, but if you cut me off every time I talk, why are we even doing this?
Yell over me. Yell over me. I don't give a shit.
Either up. Come on, y'all. Y'all calm yourself. Let's have the conversation. All right. Now,
Listen. If you're saying you want the best for your daughters in a conversation where you're defending abortion, it only goes to ask. You assume abortion is one of the best things for your daughters.
Right. Nobody said that's something that somebody wants to do. Nobody's just saying, oh shit, I made a mistake. Let me happily take my ass to an abortion clinic. Nobody's doing that, man. Do you understand the psychological
You assume
effects?
that.
Do you understand
You
the
assume that. That is
psychological
not a
effects
fact.
First of all,
from abortion?
Hood don't know what he's talking about. The abortions aren't free. Number one, they're expensive, right? So you're saying there's a lot of women around here with $300-400 just so they can go have an abortion a few times a year. Is that what you're saying, Hood?
Are you saying abortions will never be covered by government medical services?
It has never been. That's right.
It costs up to $400 to $800 for an abortion in my area.
There you go. There you go. They're expensive.
And that's
And the farther along she is, the more it costs.
Yeah, it goes up.
For one, if you're assuming that abortions are never covered under Medicare or Medicaid, you're both incorrect.
It's never covered unless it's a medical. That's right. It got to be medical duty. Got to be where her
So
life.
now you can. So now you're starting to reveal it is going to be covered under. You see the slippery
Wait a
slope.
minute.
that
Hold on,
we're talking about?
Influence,
It got to be life threatening.
First you said
That's right.
absolutely not. Now you're talking about the caveats. I'm telling you for a fact it can happen. I've been a part of it. So you are
talking about
there are
everything.
Please, there are 50 different states with 50 different sets of laws. You can't possibly know it all.
The government does not pay. It's federal money, right? So they do not pay for abortions unless it's a medical, like she emergency, right? She gonna die.
So can the state do it if the federal government does it?
What?
Yes. The state can pay for it. Federal money and state money are not the
Name
same
me a
funds.
state that's paying for it. What
New
states
York.
are paying for it? Since you want to
New
bring it
York.
up.
New York, I know for a fact.
You a lie.
You a damn lie.
Okay, fine, right. Besmirch my honor. Besmirch my good name all you want. Listen. Besmirch my name to defend abortion. Good.
No, I'm asking you, where's the documentation for that, Hood Servative? Where can I look it up?
Where's your documentation to your point?
Well,
Exactly, but I don't call you a liar.
I have plenty of documentation.
Prove to me that the state has never paid for abortion.
Let me
prove to me no.
They may
Prove to
even
me
pay
no
for
abortion has
pregnancy
ever been paid
tests,
for by a
but they
state.
don't pay for abortions. They may pay for pregnancy tests. They may pay for birth control. They may pay for Pap Smear. They may pay for STI treatment, but they are not paying for the actual abortion. So just because somebody goes into Planned Parenthood and they happen to have had an abortion doesn't mean it was funded or paid for by the government. They may have went to the ancillary services and received those. They may receive birth control to prevent future pregnancies. They may have received STI treatment and things of that nature and Pap smears, but that is not the actual abortion procedure.
So let me ask this question. Mike, are you there? So Governor Abbott, he's already made it to where Governor Abbott already made it in the second session. So far, the first session was the banning of abortion. Now we're looking at it where Governor Abbott took to the second session, which we just already provided earlier, that you are not allowed to aid in a woman getting abortions, as well as that also includes, i.e., giving them contraceptive. How have they been able to get this far with no pushback? How have they been able to get this far? And other states are starting to follow in suit to say, hey, if Texas, which is a big money maker in the U.S., can get this done, does this look like there probably more other states to follow in this type of track record?
No, they're not going to do it, BMT. And the reason why they're not going to do it is because the tech companies that help facilitate all of the wealth inside of Texas now are starting to pull out. If you look at the recent headlines this week and last week, they're saying if this continues going forward, then we may have to rethink relocating our businesses to Texas. And so I think that once the money making companies decide that they're not going to do business in Texas, this is going to be turned over real quick.
Thank you. I think so too. Let me say why the men should be concerned. And this really is to Hood. Okay, so suppose you have a good night of sex with a woman. It's probably unlikely, but just let's say suppose. And she ends up getting pregnant. You don't want to be a father because you don't really know her. She may or may not want to be a mother, but she's like, hey, I'm pregnant. You're like, well, look, I don't want to be a father. Y'all have a conversation. And she says, okay, well, it's going to cost
That's not my point. It's her baby anyway.
Wait a minute. And
the fact that you can kill it means it's your baby, and I don't give a shit what you do.
Okay,
so
well,
we can end run right around that. I have no guilt about your pregnancy.
And she says, well, this is how much it costs. And you say, okay, look, I don't want to be a father. Here goes the money.
Why would I give you money?
You wouldn't give her money? Because you're going to either pay her 18 years of child support or you're going to give her 3 or 4.
So I have to play along to this extortion game. You see how evil this whole system is? Gentlemen, I want you to see how evil this whole system is. This is extortion and this is moral blackmail. That's why I say, no, ma'am, the child is yours. Ma'am.
Or you're not.
Ma'am, I accept all that. Here's the deal. Okay, that child belongs to you. That child belongs to you. Yeah. Okay. Come get it out of me. Come get it.
The government gonna get it out of you.
Right. This is my point. So why are we even allowing the government to write the laws when we realize it's just a bunch of bitter women forcing their emotions into law?
Do you hear this? That he already, in his mind, he already have a bitter woman on the other end of a conversation.
You are playing the role of the bitter woman in this dialogue, man. You are taking the role. You're defending the woman who wants child support. I'm the guy who don't want to pay.
You could be married to the woman. She gets
irrelevant.
Pregnant, you still gonna have a conversation.
Madam Cherry, the fact that you can kill the baby, I'm telling you, that means it's your kid. So don't come to me for shit. Until you don't have the right to murder a child, it's not my kid. It's your kid and it's your problem.
Well, keep your penis in your pants then. That's why you're an incel. I get it.
Keep your baby out the blender.
Now, David. Now, I know you are for rights of freedom of rights. Don't you think that this is taking away the rights of another fellow American?
Babies have rights. Babies have rights. The minute that sperm and that egg do magic, that it's a person and you're a murderer.
Yeah, when
You
it's
don't have the right to. You don't have the right to kill that baby just because you wanted free sex. You don't have the right to get a do-over when you want to kill a baby. Like that's just not working for me. Child sacrifice so you can fix your life isn't a good deal for me.
So let me ask you this: Why do you have a problem with child support if it's all about personal responsibility?
Because she can kill the baby, so that's not really my property. So why the fuck should I pay you money? I don't own it. If I owned it, I'd be the one with rights to kill it.
Yeah, but we're not talking about property.
I shouldn't have to pay for what I don't own. I have no authority over that kid. So why should I have to pay money?
What I'm getting at here is that this was decided under conservatives in the 80s, right?
Yeah, they were fucked up, bro.
Right?
I'll accept that. They were fucked up. And this is why I'm saying, no, the whole thing is retarded. So let's start with you can't kill a baby, and then we'll work back from that.
Mm-hmm.
So what
The
about
whole system is wrong.
You see, this is
your
what
child. Until you can't kill the baby, that's your child, man.
Who have a problem with women having babies. They have a problem with women having sex. They have a problem with women who don't have sex.
I don't have a problem with any of that.
They have a problem with women.
I just want you to hold your own. Don't come begging me for shit when you made all the decisions you could possibly make, and now you in trouble.
All of them because you laid with it. That means you had.
That was your decision too. You wanted it.
There y'all go. There you go.
I think none of the two
you got
women up here
raped.
fucking
You
having
got
babies,
raped. So
and we done
see,
took
you
out-
can't
we
have
done
it both
took care of the
ways.
problem.
Either it was a crime or you wanted it.
Everybody didn't get raped. What are you talking about?
No. So hold yours as a woman. Either you wanted that night or you had a problem. Someone did something
you
to
can
you.
have a night without having a whole lifetime, right?
If you're the
can
victim of a
absolutely
crime,
have sex and not want a baby. Do you agree with that?
that's irrelevant. That's your problem, ma'am. Ma'am, it's your problem. What part of that don't you understand?
I'm gonna leave
as long as you have the right to kill that child, it's your problem.
This is the inability of some men to see outside themselves, because the reality is the two women with vaginas that's up here actually don't have the ability to have kids anymore and have remedied that situation. So it actually
You're not looking outside yourselves either, ladies. You don't give a shit what the man has to deal with. This is all about what's better for the woman, you know.
The inability of a person that lacks empathy and the ability to see outside of themselves because the world revolves around him. And
Why should I have to see outside of myself when you have the baby? Convince me to care.
Could you hear the two women up here have that situation?
It's hypothetical, Koja, but convince me to care. Convince me.
Don't try, please.
No
You can tell this nigga don't know. Listen, sometimes.
Oh my God! You see how difficult this is for women? You can't convince me to care about your children.
No, we don't want. Listen, I don't need you to care about my child. Maybe you should care about yours, though.
I wouldn't abort my kids. That's not really a conversation for me.
You
that's
said you wouldn't
that's a given.
pay for your children.
That's a
Did
given.
you not
I'm not debating to abort my children, so that's a given. The care is already built into the cake.
When I
But can
gave
you
a
convince me to care?
that was
You want
two
me to care. I don't have kids. I don't
I
give birth.
asked you,
You want me to
would
care about the
you
thing you give birth
pay
to.
child support or
Well,
would
that's
you
what
pay
the
for
sterile
abortion?
man is about as bitter as the woman with who can't have kids. Either y'all some bitter motherfuckers, but y'all ain't talking about the baby mamas. But the
Not
sterile
y'all.
man
I don't
and the
want to say
infant
y'all.
are
We're
the
gonna say him because nobody else up here was bitter.
Baby, I say
But
this
him.
with love. You should have we should have what you
That's
own.
love,
You
baby.
own that
You
child.
hate
You're a bitter
every
no
day.
baby daddy.
So ladies, so you're gonna tell me that I have authority over the children right off the jump?
Yeah, if you the father, you have some
How?
authority.
What
And
authority do I have?
if she bring it to you, which most women do.
Oh, it's a if. If I
That's
have
right.
authority
And
at
I
her
just said,
discretion.
yeah, well, it's her body. She may not.
Right. Right.
She
Why
may
y'all
realize.
keep double talking?
She may have decided after y'all got together that you just sound like you dirty and you would be not a good father and not responsible. So she may decide to just, I'm gonna chuck it up and take care of this for myself.
Well,
See,
ladies.
because remember when I gave you the question, I said that she comes to you. I said, y'all have an adult conversation. Y'all just had sex, right? Maybe 6 weeks ago. And now she found out she's pregnant. She comes to you. That's what most women do. We'll say, hey, I'm pregnant.
Well, Madam
So
Madam Cherry,
you took it off to a whole nother level, though.
Can we all agree, ladies, that this child's life hinges on whether or not you feel like it?
What you mean? It's not
Whether or
about
not you feel
you
like
just
it.
feel like it. That's not true.
Is it untrue?
That's simple. Yeah, it's untrue.
Well, Brom, you just said when she decides to tell me about it. So if she feels like telling me about it, that's on her. If she feels like giving the baby a father, that's on her. If she feels like sucking the baby out and toss him in the blender, that's up to her.
Okay.
Why do I have to pay you anything?
Y'all hear this? No.
Oh Lord.
You just because I could have sworn I said, "Hey, are you going to pay child support?" And he said, "Why would he?" And so then I was like, "Well, if you're not going to pay child support," she may, just based on that, she may say, "Well, look, I can't afford this kid by myself. I don't want to go."
So basically, she would kill the kid for money.
I mean, if you could,
that's what you just described. If I don't get this money, the kid dies. So you're standing there like a terrorist with a gun to a child's head. Send that check or the baby dies. You bitches are evil.
I know.
Man, incels are sick, boy.
That is sick.
Incels, boy.
One off really.
Having sex will make you less cranky if you can't find a person face-to-face.
Yes,
I
Lord.
find
How you
very
doing?
troubling.
Yes,
How are
Counselor.
you guys? I'm back. I have to deal with actual child support case. What I find troubling is that we're sitting up here talking about this generation, and most men, most women, when it's your son or your daughter, it's the exact opposite conversation. Women come to me all the time. I believe my son is paying too much in child support. Well, that's his kid. Why are you upset? You're upset because you want to protect your son. You feel like you're mad if your son's baby mama is getting X amount of money to help feed your grandchild.
You sure deal with a lot of dirty, no good, because you said you giving me stories. Earlier you say you was working with a dude who was scamming the government, but you blamed the government. Now you're telling me that some mother, right, who has a grandchild, whether it's a boy or girl, is saying to you, I think my child is paying too much child support. And then you think you're going to push that shit on me? Let me tell you something. If my sons come tell me some woman, it might be pregnant for him, we going to take care of that. We going to say, look, this is your house.
Y'all going to kill a baby?
No, we're going to take care of that baby. Why? Even before it's a baby, when it's a fetus. You understand?
You ain't even get a test yet. You ain't even get a test yet.
Child support, which he should pay child support.
Wait a minute. You see what I'm saying? Y'all hate y'all fucking sons. Y'all bitches are fucking dumb. You supposed to defend that boy. Defend that boy against the bitches that want to ruin his life. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, bro? No. Those are your flesh and blood. That is your fucking house. That is a woman trying to damage your family. And you just believe her?
Man, go get some help, man.
No. How is it you're supposed to be their defender? You're supposed to protect your children. Protect your children. Protect your children, yes. Defend your sons, yes.
Go get some help, brother. I know some therapists that can help you, man. Go get some help. You need some help, man.
If he's sitting up there saying, Mom, this girl is about to have my baby, what should I do? My biggest thing is 90% of the men who are sitting up there in the state of Texas fighting for 50-50 so they don't have to pay child support. They got their new wife, their new girlfriend, their mama, all sitting, 3 different women in their ear talking about how that's too much money. I didn't get that kind of money. They taking all your paycheck. Oh, how you gonna take care of yourself, son? That women are emasculating these men instead of saying, son, it's your responsibility. Get out there like your father did, get a job, get a better job, get 2 jobs if you have to.
There you have it. Exactly what my son did. My grandson lives here and with his mother, 50-50. Every other day, he goes between 2 homes. And every other weekend, somebody has it.
Most of the single mothers that I know, and I know quite a few, either have 2 jobs or they're working so much time on one job that it's the equivalent of 2. So I have very little tolerance for men who won't even work one job. Just wanted to put that out there. Most people I know are working.
I'm gonna say it's a damn shame for a grown ass man. It's a damn shame for grown ass men to get up here and basically co-sign men getting women pregnant and think they don't have no responsibility in the situation. I just want to say that's a damn
personal
shame.
matter between them two.
It's embarrassing and it's a damn shame.
Be embarrassed all you want, bro. You don't give a shit when the
I'm
baby's
embarrassed for you. I'm embarrassed for you.
Yeah, hold that.
I really
hold
am,
it
bro.
all,
I
nigga.
am
Hold all the
embarrassed for the fact
embarrassment.
of a grown ass man that has no fatherly fucking feelings for a child he created, and don't feel
Dude,
take care of him. You're
Dude,
not a man.
like I said, call it what you want. I'm not a man, and you support
You are
murdering
a grown
bitches, bro.
adult male. You're not a man.
So manhood is murdering bitches. Manhood is murdering babies.
It is instinctual.
Your type of manhood is murdering babies.
Of a child.
I don't kill baby. I don't have a woman to
It is
vacuum.
instinctual. Anything less than that, you're not a man. You're not
I don't
a man.
kill babies. You
You're
want
not a man.
arguing to kill babies.
Whatever females did, whatever.
And
You're
then,
not a man.
look.
You're
If you don't get money,
You're
you want
not
to kill
a
the
man.
baby.
You're not
Bro,
a
that's
man.
all you got
Boy,
to do. That's the best you can
You're
do.
not a man. You're not a man.
So you went how many years in college, and that's the best you can express
You're an
yourself.
adult boy.
How much did you pay for your education, bro? How much education did that cost? How much did that cost?
Brother, you're not a man.
BNT, you got to jump up here because this is getting feminine, bro.
This should be unnatural.
What's going on, bro? What's going on? Like seriously, this is getting really weird now. You got an extra woman on the panel all of a sudden.
I mean, the
No,
show.
it's not necessarily incel talk. It has there is a movement.
Michelle, that is incel talk.
there's a
That
movement.
grown man thinks that he can impregnate a woman and he is immune of any responsibility for the child.
Women are immune to responsibility. Women get to get right off.
A lot of men,
It's not about women. It's about you as a man. See,
I'm good.
Adult boys,
You don't have to be me.
boys always want to spread the blame to somebody else instead of taking responsibility for their part. It doesn't
Bro,
matter
why don't
how
you
bad
marry all the
that
women,
woman
bro?
is. It doesn't
Why don't
matter
you
how
raise
bad
all
or
the
whatever
babies,
that woman
Darrell?
did. That does not excuse you for being a father.
I don't have
care
to
how
be
bad
a
a
father.
mother
You can
is.
kill the baby.
It doesn't excuse you from being a good father. It doesn't
I
excuse
don't have
you
to
from
be
being
a
a good
father. She can kill the baby.
No,
I
it
don't have to
doesn't
do
matter
shit.
what she's doing. It's what you're doing.
Exactly.
For your
It doesn't
son.
matter what
You're
she's
supposed
doing.
to be a father. Fatherhood is not influenced.
My fatherhood
by the
isn't.
Fatherhood is influenced by
You don't know
males.
what fatherhood is. You don't know.
Hold on.
I think
Let's slow it down.
Fatherhood is
D-Durrell.
what a woman does.
One of the things
D-Durrell.
that a lot of people hold on. One of the things that a lot of these conversations, some men do not want to be bothered with the new man in their child's lives. So they
Nobody
sit up there and
put that
say,
in
look,
there.
you can find somebody, if you can find somebody that wants to be a father, I don't. I will relinquish my rights to that man. I'm not going to share. I'm not going to be, daddy.
Yeah, nobody even mentioned another lover or another man. So why you introducing that?
Wait a minute. Why no one ever tell women they?
That is part of the risk that you take. That is part of the risk that you take. When you lay down with a person,
no matter what. Okay. Yeah, that's the risk that you take.
Excuse me. Some men have decided, look, if there's another man over my child because she chose to leave me and get with that man, I no longer want to co-parent with her. Let him adopt that child.
That's not a father. That's not a man. Why would you give up? See, to me, this whole conversation, Michelle, is that you're implicating that men should devalue their own children to allow other men to have a bigger stake in their child's life than the fact, regardless of if that man decided to do that, that child still psychologically looks at you as a father, regardless of if he has
that child won't do that. No, he won't.
That child still was going to grow up.
You don't have to tell that child anything.
That his biological father did not want him. So now you're creating a whole other issues for a child growing up, understanding his regardless if this other man came in and did an upstanding job. This child looks at the person that's of this man's blood. He decided that I wasn't good enough to be in his life. That's
if it's that important,
he decided he wasn't good enough. He decided he was not ready to be a father.
Well, he shouldn't have been. He should not be fucking then.
Hold on. You got
if you are a grown ass man,
can I address you, sir? Can I address you, sir?
The children. If you don't understand that sex is the sex leads to children, then you shouldn't be having sex.
Can I ask you a direct question, D. Durrell?
Yes.
If it is so important that the man raise his children, why doesn't he just get automatic custody? Why can't he just start there?
Because first of all, why do you assume that it has to be a situation where one parent has to raise the children? Why can't you both co-parent and raise the children collectively?
What is that? No.
One parent having control. Why should it be a situation where one parent has to have dominant control? That child is not a product. That child is not property.
So are you arguing for joint custody automatically?
That is a human being that requires the intervention of a woman and a man.
So D. Durrell, is your position that it should be joint custody from the start?
Yes. There should be
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Two parents.
Can I say something? When a child is born out of wedlock, depending on the attitude that man has displayed about that child, will determine if not. Because if you have done nothing to prepare for that child coming, and you haven't bought a pamper, and the only time they step forward is at whatever point that they do child support, whether that be a year or 2 years, I actually question the safety of the child with that person that is angry that the child exists. And I don't say they can never be there. I just think it should be a stepped up approach. And that's only in situations where the person has had animosity toward the child for being there, or is a resentful father, because there have been so many situations in which children like that have been harmed. And that's not every situation, but if they came to me and he had a negative attitude, and I'm saying, hey, we got this baby on the way, and only thing I heard is fuck that baby, this and that, kill that bitch and this and that, I'm gonna be very reluctant to say, hey, take this child and spend time with. Now, I could understand if you say at the point the child here, I saw my child, I want to be in their life, but there will be a reluctance on the mother's part after hearing 9 months, 12 months, 20 months of talk like that.
In reality, the reality of what you're describing is the majority of child abuse actually happens at the hands of women, most often single mothers, and the bitter parent in that situation is usually the mother, not the father. So what you're saying is really not the truth.
Well, you know what hood servitude? Neglect is also a form of abuse also.
And it happens at the single mom's house.
Fatherly neglect is
also happens when the father, like you,
fatherly neglect is not a crime. It's called parental neglect.
Neglect is also abuse.
Regardless of the circumstances that the child was made, whether it was a one-night stand, whether it was in a home, generally when that child is born, there have been preparations made. There may have been a baby shower. There are things bought, nesting, and things that parent has done, even if she didn't plan on having that child, that may indicate it's that she wants that child, regardless of however it came about. And I'm just saying, if I heard such negativity around it, it don't sit up.
Koja, I'm sorry, Koja. This is the problem, Koja. You're making an emotional argument about what should be legally applied.
I'm not talking about you.
It can't be that way.
I wouldn't want you nowhere near my child. I would say,
that's your feelings, ma'am. Ma'am, these are your feelings, though.
I would not even let you. I wouldn't. If somebody came,
so we should write laws. So we should write laws based on your feelings, Koja.
Usually that's what laws are based on.
The woman and the child. Who the hell would want to do the man that say fuck the woman and the child?
So is there a difference? Is there a difference between a single mother who gets a surrogate a single mother who, gets a sperm donor to donate a sperm, she already says, I don't want a father in this child's life. I want a baby now. I don't have a man.
I advocate for
Are we
that.
getting the same type?
I advocate for that. I say, women, if you have not gotten married and you still want to be a mother, and instead of letting your fertile years go by, because you can always become a wife, do not let your fertility go by. Go and get you some sperm for a sperm bank. I would not let my fertility go. And I know that may be unpopular, but I would rather tell my child any day that I loved you and I made the decision to have you than to say your dad abandoned you. And that may be unpopular and not the most well thought out way, but I do advocate for that.
At least there's a firm agreement, right, between the man who donated the sperm, whether you know him or not. You know that he didn't want to be a father, so you're not going to go hunting after him for child support. He wanted to be, help some women.
Women have actually done that, Women have hunted down a sperm donor.
Not for money, though. They usually hunt them down because the child want to know who they are. The men.
No. Parents. No. Women hunt them down for money. Yes. The fuck are you talking about?
This man.
If you have donated through a reputable agency, they can't hunt you down.
Thank you. This dude is done.
If they find you, they can get you. That's the point.
Find you.
Anyone can be found.
Oh my God!
Because anyone can be found. You can only hide so good.
What means, David?
You're delusional.
What means?
You're delusional.
David, what means are they gonna find them?
Yeah.
What tools they gonna use?
The ESP. They're gonna walk around people and say, "You feel like you could be my baby daddy." This dummy right here, boy.
David, it sounds like to me you definitely don't like children. You just say fuck the children.
I don't think he like women.
Yeah, he don't like women or children. So if you don't like women, you only can like one other thing. You know what I mean?
If you are dating a woman, you tell her up front. I don't want kids. I'm not having kids. Yes, I had a woman that tried to put child support on a man that had a vasectomy, and no, he meant what he said. He did not want kids, and the egg was on her face.
So then you shouldn't have the sex then.
No, he had sex with a vasectomy.
You violated that agreement. The minute you have sex, I'll bet's off.
Oh, she didn't pregnant, right? He had a vasectomy.
She wasn't pregnant by him.
She didn't know. She didn't know he had been fixed, and she was lying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. So if you really don't want to have kids, if you don't want to have kids as a man, a vasectomy is reversible.
Yes,
it's reversible.
Yes. I agree with you on that. And they also don't always.
Has yours been reversed?
Mine. I'm a woman. I didn't get a vasectomy.
So let me.
Yeah, there's only one other guy up here. So
mind your business.
But when I was working at the health department, I saw a lot of Hispanic men coming in to have it done with the education and stuff getting out there. They was like, my wife had a lot of, they were married, and it was like, my wife had a lot. It's more problems to have her go in and get a C-section, and I'm coming in and I'm having it done. And there were a lot more Hispanic men coming in to get vasectomies, because despite what they say about there's no parity for men, there are federal funds available for men for birth control, and vasectomy is one of those options that there's available. The money for tubal ligations, tubal ligations, the money runs out very fast. It used to run out, but the money for vasectomies will always be there, and it's free if you fell under a certain income level for a lot of people. So
okay, I'd like you guys to understand. Yeah, this is how little women really think of us. They would rather us mutilate our reproductive abilities than to be more sexually responsible. That is the deal. Either we have to mutilate our sexual reproductivity.
Oh my God! Okay, now I gotta say something. As a responsible woman, I want to be with a responsible man that has had a vasectomy. I had 3 kids in 14 months, and I felt like it is much more responsible since I'm highly fertile. 3 kids was more than enough. But at the end of the day, it's not thinking less of me.
You had 3 in 12 months? Did you have twins in a single, Nichelle?
Yes.
Oh, me too.
Y'all some fertile. Y'all fertile with double.
We would have had our own shike in slave days. We would have had our own shike.
I know that's right. Shit.
So it's nothing male hating for a woman to talk with a man, find out up front. If you're really serious about not having children, then
no, Nichelle. That's not the hatred. That's not what I meant. And I wasn't addressing you at so much in that comment. This has come up before. The counter offer to men proposing abortion laws is women saying, well, you should just get vasectomies.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
That is
exactly. Why do you hate me so much?
Think about it like this. Women can only get pregnant within a 20-year period of their lives. On average, I'm saying there might be some that can go for 30 years, but on average, they have 20 to 25 years that they can conceive. Men can get a woman pregnant the minute before he dies at 101. So yeah, if we're trying to control unwanted pregnancies, let's think about who has the most likelihood of creating the most unwanted pregnancies, men or women?
Women are the one who control pregnancy.
Men
control pregnancy.
Can actually father 365 plus kids a year. Women can have 1.
That's right.
Most men will never reproduce in their lifetime. Women will reproduce. Most women will reproduce multiple times.
He be making them.
Most men will never have children. Okay. Do the numbers in your head. Do the numbers in your head. Most women will never sleep with most men, but most women will have children. Most men will get rejected by most women.
No, most incels can't get no pussy.
Dude, pussy is not the point. We're talking about making a baby. Most men will never know what it is to make a baby.
That's what it is.
You gotta have sex to make a baby.
You know what? The fact that you're even bringing up this incel shit so fucking much is proof of what I'm talking about.
No, you are incels are not a fan. Incels talk like this.
Dude, who cares if you learned a new word, bro? What I'm telling you is an actual objective reality, bro.
Don't talk like this.
Bro, nobody cares how you judge your masculinity, dude.
Men like me,
dude, you know it's really hard to have a conversation with this nigga, bro. You know what? I'm gonna talk to the girls from now on.
Because we can financially take care of any child that we produce.
Hold on, please. I want to ask one question. Why is it that all you hear is people attacking fathers, but not a single person in here is addressing that? Nobody's addressing the fact that you have mothers that hold their kids hostage from their fathers, that fucking alienate their children from fathers, and use them as nothing but a fucking weapon.
Okay, so nobody.
Ladies, I'm gonna you think it's funny too. Because they think it's funny. That's why I don't have no fucking respect for most of these bitches.
Until this guy came up, nobody was attacking fathers. We appreciate fathers. We love fathers.
You were actually attacking. All I heard was a bunch of fucking shit that men don't do.
When were we talking about what men don't do? When were we talking about what men don't do? I'm asking you a question. When were we talking about what men don't do?
They don't get what they want. They take fathers' kids from them and don't let them see them, talk to them, or even look at them for 4 or 5, sometimes their entire life.
Well, how can they do that if you go to court? Are you one of those guys
who constantly go spend thousands of dollars to go see children that he actively cares about?
I guess because you chose the woman you chose. Maybe you need to go have a conversation with her.
Oh my God, are you serious? Are you serious?
I don't know why you're talking to me.
There's absolutely no accountability.
I've never treated a man.
The entire woman's part in this completely gets glossed over, and that's why nobody can take any of you serious.
No, we take men seriously. We take
No, you
men
don't.
seriously.
No, you don't,
But
because you even came in here and said that you was representing somebody that wanted 50-50 custody so he didn't have to pay child support, and didn't even entertain the idea
Yes.
that maybe he wanted equal time with his kid. You instantly went
No,
to the
he
fact that
didn't,
he didn't
because
want to have to
as
pay
soon as
money.
he found out that he was taking, as soon as he found out that daycare was $200 a week, every week that he had the child, he realized that paying $400 a month in child support was cheaper than having to buy Pampers and food. Excuse me, I'm saying in that situation, there are a lot of fathers out there who do not know the cost of taking care of a child, that are sitting up there thinking that if
You know, how about moms take care of their kids when they have them, and dads take care of the kids when they have them? And how about people just stop asking each other for
Because
money
if you're
and take care
putting
of
your
their
kid
part of their
first,
responsibility?
if you're putting your kids first, the socioeconomics
If
are
you're putting your
often
kids first,
blurred.
you won't use your kid as a fucking weapon against somebody that
It's not
you're
putting
pissed
your
off
using
at.
your kid as a weapon when you're
That's
sitting up there and you have to
exactly
pay
it.
for
It's
food,
leverage for
you
money.
have to get
Every
time.
child is leverage for money. You can't ever escape that fact. Every child you
Yeah,
have is leverage for money.
because you either feed a child and care for a child, clothe the child,
Well, feed
take
him
care
then.
for a
Well,
child.
how
Then
am I
you
supposed to
use
feed a
Feed him or
child
kill
when
him.
after I get taxed
Feed
for
him or
child
kill him,
support,
bitch. That's
I
your
can't
job.
even afford to put a fucking roof over my head?
Well, I mean, I guess you need to go get another job.
Oh, I got to get another
Exactly.
job, but it's okay for her to sit on her ass and milk me for everything I have. Because
Well, I
I
don't
got
Do you
credit.
think that?
Are you
Okay,
serious?
hold
That
up,
is
hold up.
fucking
I'm
serious.
tired of hearing men say this stupid
That-
shit
that-
because you're not paying $1,000 a month in child
How
support
do
to
you know
one
I'm
of
not?
those
How do you
women.
know I'm not paying $1,000 a month in
Tell me
child
you are.
support?
Tell me you're
Well,
paying
I've
$1,000
been
to one
paying
of those women.
I've been paying $1,100 a month in child
He
support
got
for the last fucking
That's
15
for all of
years.
your kids, not
Excuse
one
me.
woman. One woman. No,
For
if
I
you're
pay
sitting up there
child support
expecting
for
a
2
woman,
kids. I
excuse
pay
me,
child support for 2 kids. One that I adopted because his real dad was a piece of shit, and I ain't been able to see him for 3 years.
okay,
You
what I'm
make
saying is no woman is sitting around, no
See,
woman
that's
is
the
sitting
thing.
around living.
I'm tired of people telling me how things are
you
in
can't
my life,
even get a
as if like you
one-bedroom
know what the
apartment
fuck's
in
going
Palm
on.
Beach
I
Thank
County
you.
for
never
$1,000 a
Please
month.
before,
tell
so
him what
you
things
must
cost.
love
She's
hearing
sitting
people
around her
talk
ass
about
ain't
their
doing
life.
nothing. He's
You know
paying
what? I know what things
$1,100
cost.
for
You want to
2
know why I
kids.
know that?
So
Because
she's
I
not.
have a 1-year-old right there and a 6-year-old in there, and I'm gonna tell you what, I pay less money to raise these kids than that child support enforcement agency has ever fucking tried to tax me and tell me it costs to raise a kid. What they say it costs is 10 times more than what it really costs. And
That's
that's
because
the
you're paying the
reality.
government. You're paying all these fat bitches in the office to have a job. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for these hoes to push paperwork around at the office so they can fucking railroad you in court. You're paying these bitches to railroad you in court.
David,
That's
I
what all
got
the
a
extra
list.
money is about.
David, I have a database of therapists that you can get, man. Make good use
Y'all
of it.
hear?
Dude, I'm sure you
Y'all
got a
hear?
lot of
I got a
niggas' numbers.
database
I'm
of
sure you know a lot of
therapists
niggas'
that
numbers,
can
An
get
bro.
I'm tired of it
apartment.
always being about
Okay.
the mom and the mom,
Okay,
and they
men.
try and gloss it over
Men.
by saying it's about the kids. But if it was really about the kids, why do you fucking refuse to allow the father to have a relationship with his child?
Do you see how bitter you sound? Do you see how bitter you sound?
Bitch, you
Because I
would
have
be
2
bitter.
kids. I
None
have
of you
2 kids
bitches
that
ever
don't
have to
even know
fight for
their
a
fucking
fucking
brother and
thing.
sister.
You bitches never have to fight
How
for
is
money,
that
for
not?
children,
Hey,
for
man,
a
show
job,
respect
for
to the
shit.
ladies. Nobody disrespecting you, David.
How is it it
Fuck
not
you, you
child
faggot
abuse
ass
when a
nigga, man.
woman
Fuck out of
when
here.
it's a
Go
mother?
Okay,
fucking suck your
incel.
own thumb.
All right,
Suck your
incel.
own thumb,
All
nigga.
right, incel.
We got
It's
so
okay,
we got two.
incel.
Wait, we got
Child
two
abuse when another
conversations.
woman is keeping
We
2
have
kids
one
from knowing their
who's
own
an
fucking siblings
incel.
are.
He ain't never seen pussy, and then we got this man right here who may have a reasonable, issue. So,
What do you
maybe
consider a reasonable issue? All of a sudden, something's reasonable.
you
What do you consider reasonable?
you not being able to get pussy is not an issue for me. That's your own issue. Okay, now this guy down here sounds like he has an issue that maybe we can have a conversation about.
He wants to see his child.
Oh,
That's
God.
understandable.
This old
Okay,
dry
right.
crotch bitch really want to
So,
get swallowed.
but
That is understandable, but you're gonna have to lose your anger.
So what I'm saying,
How many children have you sucked out of your vagina, Bomb?
how many children have I what?
How many children have you sucked out of your vagina, Bomb?
The only child that ever got sucked out of my body was probably done by you. You probably want to come over here and suck on it, suck it out, and all that good old stuff.
Yo, you know what's so weird? You know what's so weird? You know what's so weird? When black women are young, they be all prudish and shit. But when they hit like 45 and 3 abortions, these bitches get nasty out the blue. What the fuck happened in your life?
And you still can't get one. And you still can't get one.
I know, and you still can't get a nasty. That's the problem. You can't get them. You can't get the conservative woman.
You would just kill the baby.
You can't get the
That's the thing. Even if you got pregnant, you would just kill the baby. What's the point? Why should I bother?
You shouldn't bother.
I won't. I'm just glad we agree that no matter what happens, a baby will die. No matter what I do to you, a baby will die.
Yeah, well, I know.
I'm glad we agree.
You want a man to be held accountable for something that he can't even be a father to.
We're not talking about men who want to be in their children's lives. Okay, there are a lot of men who want to be in their children's lives, and then there are those who do not.
That whole conversation it's about rights across the board. No one asks women whether or not you want to have this or that. You just have rights and options flat across the board. I don't like this conversation where you're only going to speak about certain guys you think are okay, because I don't give a shit what you think a good man is.
The reason women have rights,
yes, even when you adopt, you are financially responsible for that kid. And what's crazy about that is when you adopt a kid, you actually become more financial. That kid has more of a financial attachment to you than your own biological children.
Right. That's why I feel sorry for you. You said that you adopted a child, which meant that you was there to take responsibility. I'm sorry your relationship broke up, whatever. And I'm sorry that she's treating you that.
Our relationship broke up. What I'm sorry about is the fact that she was such a fucking vindictive cunt that she couldn't put her kids.
Wait, come on. Wait a minute. Okay, trailer. So let's.
Hey, dude, I don't care.
Look, the bottom line is y'all broke up for you to realize that.
The bottom line is any woman that is willing to put her own child's mental health over her happiness, she ain't a woman and she ain't a mother. And she doesn't give a fuck about her kids. If she's willing to watch her kids suffer, go from being happy to being depressed and miserable, to watch 2 other kids suffer at the hands of someone else because they can't even see their siblings and know who they are anymore. My daughter right here doesn't even know her brother and sister. She doesn't even know they exist. My son has forgotten his brother and sister that he saw regularly. Forgotten them. How is that not child abuse?
No, I think that could be child abuse, right?
What did he do for him to have his brother and sister stolen from his life?
Well, Trailer, I don't understand how you don't have any type of custody, Trailer. How come you don't have custody? You don't have any shared custody?
No.
Why not?
Because I had a shitty fucking lawyer and the system set up to make sure that they make as much money as they can off of
So you mean to tell me you being the fact that you are accountable, you're responsible for paying child support, but you can't get any type of visitation? That don't make sense to me. I don't care what kind of law you got. You should have gotten that minimum.
Listen, not unless I am willing to go and spend thousands of dollars again and take her back to court. Why should I have to always be the one hiring a lawyer, spending thousands of dollars, taking money away from my children's mouths?
Truth be told, it is very simple to go in court and file that for yourselves. You can go in. It's not, they even have, and I can't say your state, but a lot of states and counties have self-help sections and do that. You literally only have to Google. They even have the paperwork drawn up. They even have schedules.
Do you think I don't know this? I'm more researched and more versed on being able to represent myself in court than what you realize.
I'm trying to give you tools to do that. If you want to
fucking tools,
I already know this.
You really think the men don't know what we have to deal with? Why haven't you
used them?
Yeah,
why haven't you used all the time, and they cost a ton of money.
Just work.
They don't always work, and it costs a ton of money.
Listen,
The
unless
Bible
there's
says
You have
not
a lawyer
expensive.
representing you. A judge is always going to rule in the favor of the woman.
that's not
No,
true.
he's not.
Baby,
No, they
you
are
got to
not.
get to a
Oh,
court
fuck
report
That's
and
your
yeah.
learn
that's
the
your
law.
position.
Yeah, that's old. That's lies.
No, it's
And if you
not
believe
lies. No, it's
it
not.
is,
You're not
unless
going to
there's
tell
some
me that it's
issue.
not lies when I'm living that quote unquote
Yeah, we
lie.
don't know
When
what
you
you know.
have
You're talking
visitation,
one thing,
unless
it
your
could be a
rights
whole
have
lot.
been terminated, unless your rights have been legally terminated before a court of
Explain to
law.
me why. Well, then explain to me why cops won't. They'll fucking come to your house and get involved in a domestic dispute, but when it comes to your kids, they won't get involved in a domestic dispute.
Because it's
Did you get a
legally.
habeas? Did you
gotta
get a
have-
habeas
When you
order?
have a court order
Because
saying in your hands
did you
that
get a
you're supposed to have
habeas
your
order?
kids.
Excuse me. I said, did you get a habeas order? I've had a mother that has had to go get a habeas order in order to get the child back that was kidnapped by the father. That at the end of the day, the constable
If he was
who
kidnapped, you wouldn't
supposed
get a
to
court
serve
order.
it
Fucking
How is that
tired of the
kidnapping? Why are you
legalese
calling that
fucking
kidnapping?
nonsensical talking
because he
points.
took the child in violation of the court order. That is
Was
called
he
parental
violating his?
kidnapping.
So
Was
why
he?
so why wasn't he
Why is it
arrested?
not kidnapping when she takes my kid from me?
Because
Why
it's at
wasn't
the
he arrested?
discretion. Excuse me, I said.
No, either he
The reason
kidnapped
he
the
was
child
not,
and it's a
the
crime or not.
reason he was not, you keep talking over me. The reason he was not arrested was because the constable who was supposed to serve the habeas and get control of the child was empathetic with him and would call him right before he came to pick up the child and said, hey, if you're there, I'm gonna have to take the kid from you. So the father would leave.
No.
So we had to get
An arrest warrant will not depend on one constable. What are you talking about? An
I
arrest
said
warrant is the
habeas.
full
I said a
system-wide
habeas.
thing. If he was
Excuse me.
if he was accused of kidnapping, he would have a warrant for his arrest, a
We
statewide
went
warrant.
to the DA's office and
Baby,
got.
you're talking to a lawyer,
Excuse
right?
me. We went
I
to the
know. That's
DA's
why her
office
answers are
and got.
insufficient. She's a fucking lawyer.
Excuse me.
Why would
I
we
said
believe
a
you know what's
habeas.
insufficient or
Excuse
not?
me. Excuse me. I said constable. A constable is not a police officer. A constable is to serve court process on a person. He refused. Finding out that he refused and what he was doing, we took it to the next level and went to the district attorney's office because the police would not act. And the
If the
district
police
attorney
would not
had-
act, then it was not a crime. This is why I'm mad that you're calling it
excuse me,
kidnapping.
the DA's
There's a
office,
father.
excuse me,
A father has his
excuse me,
child, and you just automatically
excuse
call it
me. Do
kidnapping.
you understand what discretion is?
Hey,
The DA's office,
crazy hood.
the
Hey, David,
DA's
get this.
office
You know what's
issued
crazy?
the arrest warrant.
Is the police say they won't get involved in a domestic situation involving my kids, all right, when I want to see them. But they'll put a fucking no trespass order on me so I can't go to their mom's house and see my kids.
Then you can go to court and get a third party location, a safe haven. You can even drop them off.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Drop them off at the police station.
This bullshit, this whole fucking go do this, go do that. Why the fuck can't a mom just put her kid first?
Maybe she feels like the stepfather who's raising the kid is doing a better job, and she doesn't want to
That
do
motherfucker's a drunken fucking belligerent piece of shit.
And this is the thing. You can't have women get both ways. Either you're going to let that one man have all the rights to the kid and you having a stepfather is irrelevant, or you own the child and you don't deserve any money that raised that child from that man. Because until women can sort out this double talk, I don't see how we can operate in a system like this where men are going to have all the burdens and all the responsibilities, but women just get cover after cover.
No, I sit up there and said, adults can sit up there and get to a situation and say,
Why
I
the
will
fuck should I be
relinquish
held
my
accountable for the mistakes of somebody else? If I am actively taking part in my child's life, what gives some fucking, butthurt fucking piece of shit the right to fucking tell me what I can and can't do with my kids when I was always there, when I was the one she always came to fix the problems she fucked up when we separated, when I was the one that always gave her money when she fucked up.
That sounds like, and I'm going to say it like this. Your kids are going to be, excuse me, your kids are going to be adults a lot longer than they are kids. And that you're going to have to work through that anger you have.
Damn fucking parental alienation really does to a kid mentally. You know how bad that fucks them up?
And they only try to guilt trip men with that shit. Oh, your kids are going to be adults longer than they're going to be kids. Your kids are going to remember this. They'll never say that shit to these vindictive women. You know how many women go in and out of the court system every day just to abuse the system, and they'll never get this type of speech. You only reserve these words for men.
Yes, they do. They get it all the time. The long and short of it is most women are only entitled to 20% of a man's overall earnings. So when you're sitting up there making $20, when you make that $20, the kid's going to get full of it. But men constantly sit up there and go, well, look, if I give her $1,000, I can't afford to live like I want to live. I'd rather the kid come stay with me so I can save $1,000. And I'm sitting there going, I have 3 kids, and good Lord, I paid $1,800 a month for daycare, for childcare.
No, wait. You said you don't want to pay child support, but you're crying about abortion, pick a struggle. No, but what I'm saying is don't tell me I can only be a father when it's fucking convenient for you.
And what we're saying is we understand, we empathize with you between you and your mother of your children. She's wrong. But legally speaking, there's only so many avenues you can go through. And yes, we're saying she's wrong to withhold the child from you. But legally speaking, if she won't voluntarily allow you to see the kids, then you got to take the legal ramifications.
No, what I got to do is I just got to suck it up and I got to go on fucking with life, hoping that when they become adults, they come and fucking seek me out. Because I'll be goddamn, right. I'm going to allow some woman to force me to pay thousands of dollars a year in child support and then take another thousands of dollars a year from my children's mouth that I have at home, their own brother and sister, just to be able to see them. That's not right. It's not.
And no matter how they,
fair to me, it's not a right and fair to these kids.
Right.
Look,
no matter
like
how they explain it, you're just forcing people to be at the mercy of an emotional woman.
No, my favorite client of all time was a man who had a child with a woman that already had other children whose fathers were not there. He wanted custody of his child, so he agreed to pay her child support.
You're preaching to the choir. You're talking to a dude whose dad fucking beat the shit out of his mom, put her in intensive care, and disappeared for 4 years. And then when he did come back, only came back once or twice a year. And it started when I was 7 and all the way up until I was 18. I had a dad that wasn't around. That was the piece of shit you're talking about.
No, yeah, but I'm saying no.
That's why this frustrates me and pisses me off. That this is what's being talked about.
What I'm saying is this father chose to get custody of his kids and pay the woman money every month so that the siblings.
You know what? Go kick mud for real. I don't care about your opinion. What you think doesn't matter to me. Because you know what? I still pay child support for them, and I still take care of these kids. So I'm not cheap by no means. I take care of my responsibilities. But I'm not going to continue to take more money and more resources out of my kid's mouth right here at home because somebody wants to be a vindictive bitch.
The people are using the children to hide their evil, bro. This shit is so disgusting.
We keep telling you there are resources. There's fathers for equal. Yes, there are fathers for equal.
There is here in Texas. For me. I have to show money.
Here in Texas, I'm sorry. Here in Texas, there is a father's rights. I'm sorry. There's a father's rights.
Ohio is a mother's rights state and always has been.
No, it's find the nonprofit. There's fatherhood.gov. There's fatherhood.gov run by the federal government to help men. There's no motherhood.gov. Huh?
Wait a minute. Think about this. So the government has agencies to help men with these problems, but it won't fix the laws. That's beautiful.
The laws, look, they've gone so far as
they gotta make money off the dysfunction.
This is the thing, right? So, what's your name? I'm sorry. Is this truck back up? Who is it? Hey, a trailer. I'm sorry, trailer. Welcome back. So this is the thing. I think most women will be sympathetic with you, right? We listening to you. I could see your passion when you was on camera, and it sounds like you just want to be there for your children.
Do you know how many times I cry a fucking week? Do you know?
No.
I'm thinking about my kids. Could you go years without seeing your kids or hearing their voice and wondering what it is that is going on in their life? Are they safe?
You sound like So I think most of the women and some of the men, but definitely
But
me,
sympathy,
myself,
that sympathetic vibe you have isn't helping. It isn't
right?
doing
But this is
nothing.
the thing. Wait, but let me
Because
finish.
that sympathy is bullshit. That's why.
Because I'm
That's
about
false
to,
sympathy.
because
That's
I'm
fake
about to
sympathy.
explain. You won't even
Motherfuckers
let
never
me talk.
loved us.
BMT, can you listen?
Let her
What I'm saying is that we have the sympathy for you. We know it's not going to be much, but
Fake
this is
love.
the thing. This is the thing. You came up here, and the women who aren't attacking you, we're not the ones keeping your children from you. Y'all, you men want to come and attack those of us just because we're having conversations. You want us to talk about women we don't know. I don't know any women
realize that you're
like
doing the
yo.
same thing
I
to
don't
men.
know any women. I don't
Realize
deal
you're
with
doing the
women
same thing
who
to
don't
men that
take care
you
of
say
their
we're doing
children.
to you. You're attacking men
Exactly.
for things other men did to you.
Who have I
All these
attacked?
bad fathers that you keep
You and
thinking
I was
about.
up
All these men who
here. You and
supposedly
I,
don't want their
wait a minute.
children that you keep bringing up. That's your
You and
strategy, and you
I
accuse us
and
of doing it.
others, we were up here having a great conversation. There was no
Bob,
attack.
I
In fact,
agree
the
with
only
you on
person
that.
I did attack was Nichelle here, right? That's
Michelle.
right. That's right. I'm sorry.
No, David's been attacking people on the motherfucking platform.
But he is an incel. He came
No,
up
he's
here
not.
on attack.
He's not incel.
Listen,
He's
he
actually
came up here on
No.
attack.
See,
And
no.
then
Listen here.
you
Here's the deal.
decided.
Bomb. Slow down. Let me tell you
Listen,
something real
no,
quick.
wait, I'm
No,
talking
bomb.
to
Let me
the
please,
grown adults
let
right now.
me pour my
Okay.
heart out to you, please,
I
Madam
was
Cherry.
talking
I've been
to
fighting
him.
for my children for years. I
You
know
don't
exactly
listen.
what this is about. I don't want to get your sympathy. I'm not going to tell you my
I'm
life story
not
so you can
offering
fake
you
love
any
me.
sympathy because when we was having a real conversation, I asked you a question, like a real conversation, and you came up here trolling. I'm okay with that,
I
but
answer all your questions,
no,
ma'am. I
you
give you
did not,
answers.
dude. No,
What
you
was
didn't.
the
You
answer
just say
then?
fuck
What was the
kids,
answer?
fuck them kids. You
I
didn't give
know,
me an answer,
ma'am, because as long as you have the right to kill the children, why should I pay you
dude.
money? That's my
I
actual
asked.
answer. It's an actual problem.
Well,
You have
guess
the
what?
right to
Now
kill
in
the
Texas,
children,
I
but you
asked
can
you about
Right, guess
child
what?
money out of
support.
it.
Get your pocketbook ready. If the men in Texas thank you now, the women cannot get abortion, so they can't complain about having to pay child support.
That's
But
what
in
I was
Texas
going
right
with,
now,
Michelle. I was about to say, hey, since y'all against women having abortion, now Texas have made it that way, and now you just going to pay child support. But you wouldn't even. You started trolling to where we couldn't even have the conversation. But then I guess Trucker was listening, or Trailer. I'm sorry, Trailer was listening from the outside, and now he thinks that we was attacking you. We was actually having a conversation. Now, if you want to hear me attack, I'm ready. If you ready, okay. I think most people
yeah,
already know who I am.
men can't have it. Men, people. I'm gonna say it like this: people. Let's just go through the whole thing and keep it neutral. People. If you're having sex and you accidentally get pregnant, you got some choices to make. You can go the legal route and go into court and get on child support and a forced visitation cycle. A lot of women will choose not to go that route because they don't want to have to deal with losing their kids for 6 weeks out of the year, every other weekend. They would rather go out and find a new man and create a nuclear family. Are those women wrong? Some men would say, yeah, they're wrong. They should
That's
have
not a
told
nuclear
biological
family. How are you, ma'am? How do you call that a nuclear family when you're coming into it with another man's child already?
Because
That's not a
stepfather.
nuclear family.
Did you not
No,
hear
ma'am. This is
Did you not hear Trailer say that he adopted a child? That is his
that
child.
does not make that does
That's
not
a
meet the
that was a
traditional
nuclear
definition of
family.
nuclear family. No, and I don't really like this definition where women just think men are interchangeable parts. That's you, and I keep pointing this out. Everything you say as women devalues what it is to be a man. This is why it takes
It's
such
the same
offense with
thing.
everything you women
It's
have
the
to
same.
say.
It would
You
be
don't
the
realize
same
how
thing.
valueless
No,
you
it would be
treat
the
us.
same thing if Trailer got custody of his kid. His wife now would be their mother. There are certain things, whether she's the
That's called a
biological
blended
mother.
family, not a nuclear family. It's called a blended family. So your terms are still incorrect. And I don't really appreciate women trying to
A lot of
stretch the
people do
truth
not
into what they
consider a
want it to
blended
be. That
family
is no
when the
longer a
father
nuclear
adopts the
family.
child. When the father adopts the child, it becomes nuclear. He has the same legal rights as the biological father.
No, it's a blended family.
Actually,
Was the Brady
no,
Bunch a
they
nuclear
are.
family?
He didn't adopt those kids.
Was the Brady Bunch a nuclear family?
He did not adopt
But they were
those
married.
kids.
But
They were married.
Until
But he
you
didn't
adopt
adopt
those
them.
kids. Huh?
Wow, you girls live in a fantasy world. You're
No, I live
stretching
in a legal
reality for
world
your
that
own
says,
emotions.
I live in a legal world that says once a person adopts a child, that is his child. He has all legal rights and responsibilities. As if that
Nuclear
child
family is not a legal definition, so you're tap dancing. Nuclear family
No.
is not a legal terminology, ma'am. There is no
That the
nuclear
long and
family
short of it, when
legal
you go-
terminology,
when-
so you're tap
excuse me.
dancing. The
Excuse
word
me.
is what it is.
Excuse me. The word is if a father, a person that is legally recognized as the father, passes away, his children, his nuclear children, the ones that he is legally responsible for, are the ones that inherit through the father, whether his biological kids or not. And one of the things I think is cute in the state of Texas, if you are married to a woman and she gets pregnant by another man, your rights as the nuclear family are still intact. That the outside men from the nuclear family, biological or not, does not have standing to say you not the daddy.
I wish it could have been like that for me, Kelly. I tried to not involve the court because I knew how it was going to end up. All the court cares about is how much money they can make off of their kids. That's all it's about. They don't give a shit about the kids. They want to make money off of it.
I mean, people can get along.
You can laugh.
I tell
You
people
can laugh all you
time.
want about it, dude. But I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is.
You know,
If
agree
I'm
for-
lying. Look into Title
I had
4D. Really research Title 4D.
Yeah, I mean, I can't deal with 4D people, but I just
Why?
can't.
Because why?
I-
Because it's the truth.
No, I can't deal with them as clients because they cannot afford me. The government will not pay me my rate. So what I'm saying is,
Well, see, in Ohio, in a lot of these states, everybody's child support is put under Title 4D.
for reporting purposes, I will recommend to male clients, go ahead and sign up so we can keep an accurate track of what you are paying, so that this is a legal document.
The thing is, I don't need the court to keep track of nothing or tell me anything or fucking mandate anything. I need the court to keep their nose out of my business. Title 4D specifically states that the only reason why you're supposed to be under Title 4D is if the mother or the father, while having the child, was on welfare. And it is solely to pay back the money that you got from the state for welfare. That is what Title 4D is for.
Yes, the taxpayers do deserve to get reimbursed for the money that the taxpayers laid out.
But they're not just getting reimbursed, they're getting double reimbursed because that money goes through the Title 4D system of the state, every dollar for dollar that's collected for child support under Title 4D, and then for every dollar the federal government, and you know this is a fact, kicks in another 75 cents on the dollar as a kickback for every dollar they collect. So that's why these states are putting everything under Title 4D.
They
They're
have to
fucking
pay
people.
for the medical costs. They have to pay for the medical costs. And as I said, the medical costs, we've done a lot of revamping of what
Then
Medicaid.
why are men, when they go to a child support hearing, actually strong-armed into signing a contract under duress, when we all know that a legally binding contract has to be equally agreed upon by both the debt holder and the debtor himself? You cannot sit and force somebody to sign a contract and say if he doesn't, he'll suffer penalty of jail or losing their license.
You can sign a contract under duress. Who told you that you can't?
That means it's not legal.
No, it does.
If you agreed
You cannot be forced to fucking a legally binding contract has to be agreed upon.
You agreed upon it. You gonna agree on
I didn't agree to shit. I was told if I didn't sign it, I would go to jail.
Oh my God, this is legal advice.
Okay, but you agreed not to go
This
to
is the crack
jail.
legal
If
team.
they
Oh,
gave you
shit.
the terms.
That is actually what the definition of being forced to do something under duress is.
Do you understand that every settlement agreement, every settlement, if you had that ideology, every settlement agreement, I don't care if you got in a car wreck, it's signed under duress.
There you
Because
go.
guess what? You can go to court and risk losing, or you can get something.
Explain to me why the child support office, that when they're signing it up, they not only set up your child support payments, but they also set up your visitation schedule. But after it's all said and done, the only thing that matters that from that day forward is whether or not they get your money. If you want them to actually force the woman to abide by the child or the visitation schedule that the child support office themselves set up, you got to get a lawyer. That's not their job. That's a whole other department.
So here's the thing. Like I said, y'all been doing an excellent job. And I have to go to the damn court. So I would like to set up, if it's up to y'all, tomorrow. I'll do another show. I will email y'all. Well, I have Bomb's number. I have Michelle's number.
Yeah.
I got trailer. David, I'll email you my number. What I'm gonna do,
if you want, I can give David your number to BMT.
Okay, send me David's number. But what we're going to do,
I know I won't even be free till an afternoon though.
That's fine. That's beautiful.
Yeah, because
I need hot
Joe, let me just say this. I've noticed that the women come on the show with numbers of how much it costs to feed, shelter, and house a child. They come up with real world numbers. The men come up and say the women are using that money to sit on their asses. And I want men to honestly
say, women lie, their math is off.
Now, Michelle, that's why I was giving this topic. Shout out to management.
That's what I said. Let's do some homework before the show tomorrow.
So that way y'all.
I will tell you personally what I spend on a 1-year-old and a 6-year-old.
Hold on.
Do tomorrow.
Hang on. Say that. Thank you, Bob. Because tomorrow I'm gonna start it up. Mm-hmm. And like I said, y'all listen. Y'all feel that the government has given them free range of irresponsibility. And again, you also have it where Bomb and the show's like, yo, where y'all getting these numbers from? Like everything these things cost. So,
no, the BMT, what I'm saying is Michelle was actually right about one thing. And this is another one of them instances where the government is literally, state governments are making money off of the destruction of families and keeping kids from their fathers.
See, I agree with that.
This is a money-making scheme. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
I agree with that, but do you agree that all men aren't equal? Like your issue may not be.
I'm not saying that all men are good fathers. I just told you.
No. In the eyes of the law, that's the scam right there. In the law, all men are equal. Don't let them fuck you up with that.
Yeah,
my thing is why when we go to court, why is the father and the mother not starting out on an equal playing field?
David came in quick with that one.
I think after the baby is born, I think y'all should be on equal standing as as you the father, she's the mother.
What do you call equal though? What do you call equal? So details matter. The devil is in the detail, and that's what most of y'all chicks hang out.
Yeah, I guess we're equal as in the decision making and taking care of the child. But see, most men. Now, I'm not talking about you. Is it truck or a trailer? I keep calling you trucker, but I think it's trailer. I'm not talking about you. I don't know much about you, so I'm not going to say you. Okay, but there's a lot of men who really don't know the numbers, like Michelle said. They think giving $200 a month is a lot. You just said you gave $1,100. That's a big difference. That's a huge difference.
So Bob, one of them wasn't even my biological kid. I chose to be his dad because he deserved to have one.
So Bob,
I admire you for doing that.
Yeah, I do too. I admire you too.
$1,100. I'm just going to say this, $1,100. I don't know a state where 3 people, a mother and 2 child, or a father and 2, they would be living in abject poverty on $1,100. So obviously she's doing something.
No, I agree with you. I was just basing his 11 versus somebody who's really giving $25. You know what I mean, Michelle? Some of these men giving $25 a week.
Wait, hold on. What she just did is she basically just said that the only money that woman is getting is what I pay in child support. Why is that okay? Why shouldn't
I didn't say that.
She didn't say that.
Because so many women would rather struggle alone than
say
struggle
that.
together.
She said that they
He said
$1,100 by
would
itself
put
would
that,
only be.
that woman and that child in abject poverty.
Yeah, but the woman apparently making.
What about the woman's side?
She may be working, and that's what keeping her afloat.
That's what's keeping her out of abject poverty.
Right.
She should have to work.
Go ahead. Topaz, so pretty.
I'm mad. Hey, what's going on? What's going on with the big
So hold on. So y'all acknowledge that the thing that keeps women out of abject poverty is men. Thank you.
No, I didn't
that's
say
not
that.
what she said.
I didn't say that. I said that if she were living only, if it was 2 children and a mother, that would be abject poverty. That you cannot. I'm sick and tired of men saying, I'm paying child support and she's sitting around doing nothing, and you're not taking into account both the physical time that she must spend bathing the kid, combing their hair, preparing their meals, helping them with homework, and
She should get a check for that.
Hey, you know what?
They ain't got no
Don't tell-
rewards for that. That shit don't come with trophies. Ain't no
Oh, it's like-
envelopes to
this is
open.
what
You
I
just
gotta
do it
say.
because you're supposed to.
There ain't no awards coming with your 25 hours a week.
Don't tell kids that live literally 6 blocks down the road from their dad that the only time they can go see him is when it's his scheduled weekend or day. Then
Oh yeah, that's messed up. Just depending how old are the kids. If I may
They're
ask,
14 and 12. At that time,
Oh, yeah,
they were 11 and 7 or 8. Man,
yeah, it's kind of bad that she keeping them away because they know, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. We'll talk. I know BMT want to end it because you got to end it, but go ahead, BMT.
So what I've already got it set up, and I already got the message, text message. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have it set up. Mahogany, call me up. Little Big Nate, I need your email, brother. But I'm going to set up. Did the family courts cripple the man and take away responsibility from the woman? I'm going to put that.
How you really need to address BMT is did family destroy the family to make money off of it?
Stop. You going to say some vitriol shit. No,
because it's true.
No,
they're making money off the destruction of families.
We're gonna talk about it tomorrow. Trailer.
Bomb is gonna.
You know, these are conversations. Thank you, BMT. These are conversations that we need to have, that men and women need to think about, because it's not just the issue of whether or not you get a woman pregnant. Is she going to have an abortion or not? It's not just about that. It's what happens when the kids are 10, 11, and 12. Where are you going to be at when they get to that age? How can you put the best interest of the kid ahead of your own interest? And that's what I want people to think about.
Mikey, come here.
I think that's a great topic.
Brother and sister Grayson Collins.
Don't stop, Trailer.
Trailer, leave the kids alone. I'll bring them up. Hey, little cutie pies.
There, that's right from a kid.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair. That is fair.
That's
Listen,
right
I
from
believe
the
you.
bro.
I can tell by your when you turned on your cam and I could see the passion in your face. I was like, okay, this is a father who want to be a father.
How do you feel about the fact that your sister doesn't even know who their brother and sister is? Does it hurt you?
Look how cute she is.
So tomorrow, like I said,
What time you talking about?
So we're gonna have the show set
Why
up.
not bring the kids in? They're being affected by it.
So we'll have the show set up already. I got to get on the road, but definitely you guys, we'll definitely have it set up. But everybody believes that the women. Can y'all hold off real quick? Can my children please hold off real quick? I promise you that will be there. The struggle for a father demands. But I promise y'all. So what we'll do is we'll definitely have it set up. You guys did an excellent job. Definitely, I know it was riding on rough waters, but damn it, it needed to be having a conversation. Y'all definitely rocked it with the abortion, bringing out the abortion law, to the WIC, to the food stamp. It seemed like a lot of people, like Bomb would say, some people just don't know, and they assume that they do know, And like that's why we have people that have to tell the laws. And some people don't believe that dads are in there cooking and cleaning and raising kids. There's a lot of different aspects, and we have parents right here that are willing to say that. So I'm definitely going to get that. I'm definitely going to have the email, everything already set and done. So y'all please be very vigilant. I got Little Big Nate's email also. So everybody's going to get the mass email. I promise you. And like before the end of tonight, you will get it. And definitely it's going to be a really good show. But everybody believes.
Michelle, you going to be back?
Y'all come back. I'm going to bring some stats on depending on which state you live in.
You have a channel?
On which state you live in.
You have a channel? Do you have a channel?
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
too busy.
This her right here.
Okay.
Right, like I said, like we have lawyers, doctors, therapists,
and a fucking angry white guy.
Nothing wrong with the angry white guy.
He was literally the last guy that was voted in on BMT. Was Trill. He was the last one voted in. So we definitely I like having a mixed blend. I don't care what people say. I like having a mixed blend because that means we all can have the discussion and we don't have to agree. And so, like I said, I don't mind sharing and giving my panel to people so that way I want the conversation to happen. I know it's going to be rough, but definitely tomorrow is going to be a really good one since everybody believes that food stamps and family court empowered the woman and that it has de-emasculated men. So this is going to be a really good one. I know David's definitely going to be there for that one. I hope Little Big Nate shows up. I know Mahogany. I know
coming with legal documents.
I'm telling y'all right now, don't sleep on Bomb. Bomb will listen. She may be giggling, but Bomb is going to throw y'all some stats at y'all. Y'all be careful. The women will go. All right, men, have your stats ready because the women are going to be throwing out the stats at y'all. So don't just be saying those stuff here on YouTube. Make sure you have those stats. They're going to tell you everything about the WIC, everything about the Medicaid. I learned that there's Medicaid A and B. I didn't know that shit until I learned that. Now there's Medicaid A and B. So I enjoyed all of y'all. Y'all have a blessed day and a blessed night. Y'all take care. Put in the comments what y'all want. We definitely can do the show for y'all. And let me reach out to people and definitely have a good show with y'all. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. Trailer did a great job hosting along with Bomb, Michelle.
Holding it down.
Koja came with fire, man. Koja had too much damn passion.
Koja always come with fire because she informative about a lot of things, you know. So.
Yeah. And shout out to Big Nate. Big Nate raised his children, so I know he definitely will do great in this. And everybody, shout out to Topaz who was there. She was really doing research. Shout out, thank you, Mahogany, for sharing the video and getting people.
Yeah, hey, Mahogany.
Hey, Mahogany, I didn't see y'all.
Hey, Mahogany.
And the sister right here, you know what I'm saying? This the lawyer, she bringing a lot of knowledge to.
Mom, you missed out on the military panel. You would have rocked them. You would have rocked on there. You missed out.
You didn't send me no link, did you? I don't think I got it. I may have it.
You know what?
When was it?
It was like a few days ago. Mahogany did the military panel.
Oh yeah, I missed it. But you'll do it again sometime.
Yeah, we actually plan on doing it again. So other than that, you guys, I love you guys. Y'all take care. Definitely, I got some really good shows coming down. So I'll see you guys later.
Hey, peace and love, everybody.